Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Croft for Mini Festival 2024. And if you enjoyed yesterday, oh boy, do we have a show lined up for you today. Not only do we have 6 races to bring you, we've had an awful lot of fun as well. So in the lunch break, there's going to be some amazing content. I did a race against Ashley Gregory. That is going to be an absolute corker. Manpower versus horsepower. How far can I get before she catches me? Have a guess. How far do you think we started at 5 meters? Did it end there, or could I go further? Who knows? You're going to find out in the lunch break. Have a guess how far you think from a standing start I can beat Ashley Gregory in the Virtue Mini Challenge safety car. Right, first race of the day though coming up. It's the final race actually of the season as well for the Mini Challenge Club Sport. You may remember yesterday, we had a cracking last lap, didn't we? We had Stephen Berry over here, went off the circuit. Let's have a quick chat with him, find out what happened. Was he just pushing too hard? You may remember Ross Alexander won that race, got past him, and we're going to have a chat with Stephen. 12 o'clock start, we're just getting the word. Stephen, you know what I'm coming to ask you, don't you? What happened yesterday, mate?
I had complete brake failure.
Did you? Oh, okay.
Yeah, the pedal went straight to the floor, so the rear wheels locking up, or what it looked like on the video was me trying to control the handbrake. And just try and scrub off as much speed as I could. Not what you want. It was a bit of a moment. Yeah. Certainly don't want it to happen again, but
I'm sure it won't be. Up to that point, you and Ross, my word, you guys have some battles, don't you?
About as I was going into tower, the pedal was going long, so I'd lost all confidence in the car, which allowed Ross to slip up the inside. It was just damage limitation then. I couldn't stop myself being 2 inch from his bumper all the way into the other back half of the track, but come around here and I got nothing.
No, well look, very tricky conditions today as well, shall we say. You like this?
Yeah, I love it. Love a bit of rain.
Top man, so we're looking forward to the race, mate. Best of luck, buddy. Thanks, and it's been great seeing you all season as well, mate.
Yeah, and you, Ian.
Top man, you take care. There we go. I'll just give that to him. I want to go talk to Lauren Taylor up here as well. I remember she retired from that race yesterday, had a couple of issues. The car came in, did sound a little bit off as well. Let's just jump in and see if we can have a chat. Very kindly opened the door for us. Thank you, Lauren. I saw you come through the assembly area yesterday and the car didn't sound so good. Is everything okay now?
It's all fixed now. I was very frustrated. We just developed a misfire, but we've sorted it.
It's one of those things. It happens,
fingers
doesn't it?
crossed, yeah.
We're going to end on a high, right?
Yes, hopefully, yeah. Last hurrah.
Last hurrah. How's your season been?
Up and down. It's been a big challenge going into the new car, coming from the Cooper, and then we're running 2 cars, so it's been a lot, but we've learned a lot. So.
I like that. Are we going to see you next year?
We'll see.
We'll see. We've got a nod of the head over there. Lauren's not so sure. yeah, dude. Look, best of luck. Take care. Enjoy the race. Great to see you again, and finish on a high. I'm sure you will. Lauren Taylor there. Let's move around a little bit, shall we? Who haven't we spoken to so far? Let's just head over here. Sorry, Danielle, slow down a little bit and just head on round. We've got the county of Surrey here. Just trying to be funny. We actually had a little bit earlier as well, by the way. We did have, there was an autograph session going on. If you're wondering why I've got this for the Challenge Trophy, all the drivers are up there. In fact, we've had a cracking morning. We had actually had a mini display out on the circuit. We went out on the track as well in the safety car. There must have been 50 minis or so going around Croft. They did 4 laps in total. We'll have some footage. We'll be able to show that you a little bit later as well. And then there was a little stunt show down the start-finish straight too. So I'll tell you what, I know the racing doesn't start till 12, but we've had so much going on already. Let's just jump in and have a quick chat, shall we? Last hurrah now. How's your season been?
I've only done 3 meetings this year, unfortunately, but it's been a bit slow for me, being the first time I've ever raced.
Well, tell me about your experience this year. And what was it like the first time you got in the car at your first meeting? How did you feel?
Very nervous.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Do you still get nervous now?
No.
No.
I just need to know that I can push myself a bit more.
Yeah.
To obviously, get the speed out of the car.
Yeah.
But apart from that, no, I don't feel nervous now. Good
man. You need to be careful. This visor's steaming up a bit. You know.
Yeah, I know. we don't have them down anyway.
No.
It's the glasses I've got to worry about.
The best of luck. That's a talking to. Right. Will we see you next season?
Hopefully, yes.
Top man. Good stuff indeed. I just want to check actually with the marshals because I just heard there might be 2 formation laps. Let's just go over and have a quick find out, shall we? Let's talk to this lady here. Am I hearing, is it 2 formation laps are we going to have? We are going to have 2 formation laps. There you go, James. Everybody watching 2 formation laps here. If you are watching at BARC TV as well on YouTube, please do hit that like button, subscribe button. All the pictures that we bring you are completely free for you to tune in and watch. The live chat is open as well. So who do you think's going to win? Get your comments in, and how do you think I do against Ashley Gregory in that manpower, the horsepower race? Get your comments coming in. I want to hear from you. James wants to hear from you. Get in touch. We've got a friend or family member racing as well today. Please give him a shout out, and James will have a look at that, and maybe, who knows, you might even get read out live on air. Right, almost time to go. We are literally a minute. Oh no, oh, we've still got a bit of time to go, so actually we can keep on going. Let's go chat to Zach Blackwell down here, shall we? We haven't seen him too much. We're hearing in my ear that we're not going out on track just yet, but the rain is really starting to come down quite heavy here. There he is, there, Zach. We had a little chat with him yesterday. A little bit of repair work has had to go on, as you can see, and well, 1 or 2 dents, Zach, but nothing that won't brush out.
No, we got the buffers out last night and tidied it up.
Right, let's talk about this season, shall we? What's been your favourite meeting of the year?
My favourite meeting, I'd probably say Donington, off the track. But then saying that, this first time I've been here, and this is my new favourite track.
Is it really? Why? Why is it your new favourite?
I don't know, I just love it.
Is it because it's different, maybe?
It's got good high speed and low speed.
Yeah.
And I like that. It's got good variation.
I think it's a bit underrated, actually, Croft, isn't it?
Yeah, I do think that I've just chose the wrong tyres though. We've just had a mad rush to put dryers on, and now this has happened.
You've got dryers on. Okay, it is absolutely hammering it down. Cars are firing up. Zach, take care, won't you, mate? Best of luck. Last hurrah here. The cars are firing up. They're about to head out on track. Remember, there are going to be 2 formation laps here. So I'm going to hand over to your commentator, James. He's going to take you through the action. It is bucketing it down here at Croft. It's going to be a cracker. James, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, hello everyone. Welcome once more to Croft Circuit for another scintillating day of racing action here in the Mini Festival in 2024. It's going to be another fantastic day of racing, and with that in mind, let's take a look at the schedule and the 6 races that we're going to be treated to today as well. We're starting off at midday on the dot with this Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsport race. That's starting at midday, 12 o'clock on the dot, followed very swiftly by the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race. That's at 12:30. The Mighty Minis are returning at 1:30 as well. You can see there's a big hour gap there, and that's simply because we've got some qualifying for the Enduro Minis coming up around that time as well. And then we've got the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup at 2:30, followed by another Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race at 3:30, and then we end the day with the 40-minute Bonanza, the 4:05 Mini Enduro race. You can see there on the right-hand side of the timing board as well, confirmation it's going to be 40 minutes long. That is a real treat because we don't get to see those sorts of races very often anywhere else in the world, really. So this is a real treat for us to experience today, and I'm really looking forward to some brilliant racing action. I'm also looking forward to that lunch break as well, because I can't wait to see how Ian got on in a foot race against one of these cars. I can neither confirm nor deny the amount of money that Director Simon's placed on that, but it'll be interesting to see how it panned out at lunchtime when we do finally air that for you as well. And let's take a look at the starting grid for this race as they make their way out of the pits and round for the start of the 2 formation laps that they're going to be having. Confirmation of that earlier on from Ian. Right, there we go. Row 1 is Ross Alexander alongside Colin Wilmot, and Stephen Berry is just behind them. Berry, our pole sitter in both races yesterday. However, a big off due to a brake failure sees him at the back of that class at the front, the Open Cooper class. Freddie Hewitt, our new champion for 2024, is on pole in the 2nd class alongside Jamie Ringer in that row 5. From row 6, we have Charlie Newton-Darby and Zach Blackwell, Charles Heatley and Matthew Hibbert behind them, Lee Campbell and Paul Sawyer in row 8. Row 9 has Sophie Wright and Ben Trudley, and at the final page on row 10 we have David Maguire and Gary Papworth in that iconic Mini Clubman racing around here this weekend. In row 11 we have Freya Belger and Lauren Taylor, Alan Lee just behind them in row 12, and at the bottom of your page you can see Andy Langley and Neil Clark rounding off this group of competitors on row 15. One final page to take you through as well. Daniel Truman and Adrian Lingy are on row 16, and Jeffrey Surrey just behind them on row 17, but last but by no means least. So this racing is going to be taking us right to the wire as well. If we even think about that middle pack once more again. Jamie Ringer had a fantastic second race yesterday, advancing I think about 6 places from his original starting position to take it right up onto the podium positions. Overall podium positions it was, due to Berry's brake failure, which saw him go straight on at turn 1, which isn't really ideal. And I know that with the track conditions having worsened from yesterday as well, everyone will be slightly more cautious potentially heading into that turn 1 as well, because if you beach it in the gravel, well, it's pretty hard to get yourself back out again. Obviously a special mention too to the number 5 Mini Cooper of Freddie Hewitt. He has been crowned champion in 2024. So a huge congratulations to him and his team. Let's take a look at the people that are joining us on the YouTube comments as well. Lee JCW saying, let's go Ross Alexander and Sussex Road and Race. Well, he's certainly got the optimum place to start this race from on pole position. So who knows, Lee, you might get your races today. Kyle is wishing everyone good luck. So is Rachel. She's wishing Taylor good luck with some love hearts and a let's go. Let's go Jamie Ringer as well, says Lee JCW. Let's go Jamie Ringer. Go for the win. Wow, you never know. Jamie had a fantastic race yesterday. I'm sure we might see more of the same again today. Pit Lane Jamie saying, come on Ross and Jamie from Sussex Road and Race. He's travelled back from Spa to watch this live from home. Hello Pit Lane Jamie. I hope you've got plenty of cups of tea ahead of you for today to help get you through it. So we've got the timing board out to begin the first of our 2 formation laps, which we're going to experience, potentially to help clear up some of the standing water that you can see there on the track as well. Puddles left and right, and wiper blades starting to wipe across all of the screens here up and down the grid, because it is raining, it's pouring. I don't think Ian Waterhouse is snoring, but we'll find out later on when we join him in Parc Fermé after the end of this race. But I can assure you that no one's going to be nodding off, because the racing action is entertainment from minute 1 to the very end at the checkered flag. Carl says he's waiting for the Super Mighties. He can't wait to see if Nev can do the double. The Mighty Minis are coming up later on today. It'll be great to see them in action once more. Andy says it's been fantastic mini racing, and all racing is so cool from Croft. Well done to all the marshals for doing a fantastic job as well, and great coverage videos. Oh, Andy, that's very, very kind of you. And yes, a massive shout out to all of our racing marshals and stewards, who without them there this weekend volunteering and giving up their time, we wouldn't be able to do this. We couldn't go racing. It's just simply not possible without those amazing individuals. So a huge thank you to everyone in advance. And you can see there on the close-up, it's a little bit better now. The rain is really pouring down. The rain is coming down. My goodness. That track is just going to keep getting wetter and wetter as the day goes on. Apple RL says hi as well. Hello Apple RL, hope you're well. Hope you're looking forward to a lot of mini racing. Maxi entertainment, even though the size of the cars are quite mini indeed. Neil Clark there, it is number 53, the Union Jack Mini. That's a lovely view, and you can see there Jamie Ringer's orange Mini just behind this Open Cooper class. There we go, and the timing board has gone out. 30-second warning until the beginning of the 2 formation laps that these cars will take going around Croft Circuit. And Ross Alexander leading the way alongside Colin Wilmot in that grey Mini. Stephen Berry just behind them both. Hopefully he's definitely got those brakes fixed and he's ready to go for a final time this weekend and a final time this season as well. Reminder, this is the final race for the Mini Challenge Club Sport with AirTech Motorsports Championship. And within that, we obviously have several different categories. We've got the Cooper S Open, the R56 Cooper S's, the R53 Cooper S's, and of course just the overall Cooper S AirTech Trophy. Into the air from Croft Circuit. You can see almost a mist descending on the woodland in the background and a mist descending in front of the cars as they're going around too. It's certainly going to be very, very different conditions to the racing that we had yesterday, and it means that all of our drivers are going to have to adopt completely different styles of racing compared to yesterday too. Forget everything that they learned yesterday. They're relearning this track once more, and it wasn't actually this wet at the beginning of yesterday when they were doing their practice and qualifying sessions too. So This really is a brand new track almost in a way for them, in the way that it's now evolved on this Sunday morning. And interesting to hear as well that some drivers, when talking to Ian, were talking about their dry setup as well that they'd gone for. Hello to Perth, to David M as well, who's watching from Perth. He's got some love heart eyes on his emoji that he's posted in the comment section. Clearly loving the racing, David, that we'd love to see that. Hello to Scottish, who's also watching from Perth, Scotland, giving us a big smiley face. Hello to you. Lee's also giving a massive shout out to everyone involved at BARC. Such a great channel. Well, Lee, thank you very much for tuning in, for choosing to let us join you on your Sunday and to let us bring you some of the best British racing action that we can this weekend. And hello to Gary S as well, who's watching from Gravesend. Hello Gary, hope you're well. Hope everyone who is tuning in at the moment is well and is looking forward to an excellent race. A reminder that there will be 2 green flag laps, 2 formation laps, so if you don't see the cars start to take grid slots up, that's because we're not racing just yet. We're allowing the cars to go around, clear up as much of this standing water as possible at a reasonable speed, allow them to learn the track a bit more, because otherwise they'd be driving completely blind in a way with the way that the water is collected on the circuit and the way that the grip has now disappeared in a way. Also, there's Jamie Ringer on your screen. He's got lots of support in the comments section on our YouTube live stream. Afternoon to CC Sim Racing, thank you for joining us once again. Vortex R7 is watching from Winchester. Hello to you down in Winchester. Chloe Kissock is wishing Ben good luck. First weekend racing as a husband. Missing racing with his dad this time, but we're all watching at home. Oh, big shout out to you, Chloe, and all of the family watching from home. We hope you enjoy all of our coverage today. We hope you enjoy all of the racing. CC Sim Racing is also saying, let's go Lee Campbell, let's go. And Alex Smith just underneath is saying, let's go Lauren Taylor in the number 33. Lots of support for lots of our drivers. Vortex is cheering on their good friend Freddie Hewitt. Kyle Irvine's already looking forward to the Scottish Minis. Well, there's plenty of mini action coming just before the Scottish Minis take to the track, so don't worry. Lots to keep you entertained. Californication is watching from Italy. Ciao. Buongiorno. How are you? I hope you're going to enjoy our coverage alongside us. Mark Reeves is also telling us it's great coverage as normal. Thank you very much, Mark. We really appreciate that. I hope you enjoy the rest of the day's coverage. David M, this is Croft Circuit, live from Croft Circuit. It's the Mini Festival 2024. That's where we are in the world, here in the UK, and this is the racing that we are bringing you. Wolf Tracks Racing is wishing a good luck to everyone in the Mini Challenge Club Sport from Scotland. Gutted we couldn't join you guys racing this weekend, but Wolf Tracks, it's great to see that you are tuning in today to watch all of the racing as well. David, I'm so sorry, Perth in Western Australia. I just assumed that it was Perth in Scotland. My apologies. Wow, we really have gone to the other side of the world with this broadcast. Thank you very much for tuning in, sir. This is a great honour that we are reaching so many people. Right, time to turn my attention away from the comment section. As much as I love seeing everyone tuning in and interacting with myself and Ian, it's great to see you all sending messages our way and for support of the drivers. But now the drivers have finished their 2 formation laps, and that means they are taking their slots on the grid ready for the start of this race. The final day of racing at Minifest 2024 here at Croft Circuit is ready to get underway. We are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit. The green flag is being waved at the back of the grid. We are moments away from starting here. Race 1 of the Sunday. There's the 15-minute countdown clock. We are ready. And we are racing at Croft once more. It's a good start from Ross Alexander, but equally for Colin Wilmot. But just behind, Stephen Berry, Freddie Hewitt and Jamie Ringer got a blinder of a start. And right from the back as well, Neil Clark flying away in the Union Jack Mini 2. Freddie Hewitt is going to look to challenge those front 3 runners in the open class right into turn 1. And Jamie Ringer is sticking with him as well. Ross Alexander leading the field, though, nice and cleanly around. Colin Wilmot sticking with him. And Stephen Berry has negotiated turn 1 much better than the end of yesterday's race. Those Alexander's brakes are indeed holding up. We are ready for 15 minutes of brilliant, brilliant racing action. And already Stephen Berry is looking to make a move on Wilmot. Let's see if we can join them down in Tower Bend, because he's surely going to try and move around the inside, and he's got it done before we've even made the turn on Tower Bend. And he's already having a sniff on the back of Ross Alexander from Sussex Road and Racing, and he's gone down the inside of Ross Alexander. This is amazing stuff from Stephen Berry on lap 1. He's got the outside line going through the Jim Clark S's. Let's see if we can join them. He's made the move stick before even the first corner is done. So Stephen Berry has gone from third to first within the first half a lap of this race. Freddie Hewitt holding on to the lead in the class just behind him, and Jamie Ringer keeping him for company as well. But what a blinding start from Stephen Berry in that fantastic Coupe Cooper S. A brilliant start from the driver yesterday who drove superbly, but unfortunately due to a brake failure, victory was taken from him by no fault of his own. He is now flying off into the distance away from Alexander and Wilmot, and Alexander's coming under pressure from Colin Wilmot already in these early stages. There you can see Charlie Newton-Darby already making his way around safely, even though he's got the pressure of Zach Blackwell just behind him. Also, lots of cars making their way through safely. Neil Clark's already made a lot of positions from the back in that Union Jack Mini Cooper. There goes our race leader, Stephen Berry, taking the timing beacon for the first time as well. Ross Alexander has lost 1.7 seconds to him on that lap alone, considering he only had the lead for half a lap there. That's some impressive pace from the Coupe going through the rain there. We already heard from Stephen Berry in the pits before the race even started. He loves a wet race. He loves the wet weather, and especially driving around a circuit like this where he can put plenty of power down into those tyres and into the track itself. Oh, a big spin in the background from Colin Wilmot. He's connected with the barrier as well. He's lost it coming out of the chicane in the first few corners of the circuit. I don't know whether that will be a safety car or a red flag, but we've definitely got yellows. Unfortunately, the car's been absolutely trashed, but it is still running. Hopefully he can limp his way to a safe spot to leave that car. Oh my goodness, that's not the way you want the season to end, because unfortunately for him, that might mean a full rebuild potentially and an investigation into how severe the damage will be. But it's good to see that he's been able to drive the car safely off the circuit. A green flag's been waved, the yellows are over. We can continue to go racing. So, Berry and Alexander are left out on their own out front to fight it out for the victory. But just look at the gap between Berry and Alexander already as he heads down the straight towards the complex section now. His lead has definitely increased from that 1.7 seconds he held at the end of lap 1. My goodness, drama from the get-go here in race 1 on the Sunday of Mini Fest 2024 from Croft Circuit. What a blinding start from Stephen Berry, and huge drama from Colin Wilmot spinning out just then. The conditions, unfortunately, very treacherous, and getting the better of him on that occasion. So easy to do when the conditions are just this tough. And there you go, confirmation that Colin Wilmot's out of his Mini Cooper safely, unaided, walking on his own as well. Brilliant stuff to see. We're glad that the driver is safe. And it means that obviously the collision wasn't as big as it first looked on camera when we saw him connect with those barriers. So brilliant, brilliant stuff to see. We send him our best wishes. We hope he's going to be okay, and we hope that that car can be rebuilt and okay, ready for next season's racing. But for now, Stephen Berry is enjoying a just over 4-second lead on Ross Alexander. Ross Alexander needs to get the bit between his teeth and start putting his foot down to close that gap. Otherwise, Stephen Berry might just use the rest of these 10 minutes of racing to pull out an even bigger lead. But when we look at the second class of racing going on just behind him as well, you can see that Freddie Hewitt and Jamie Ringer are still very close to each other, only separated by less than a second currently. There they go through the Jim Clark S's. Hewitt doing really well not to get sideways, but Jamie Ringer looking really, really neat and tidy through that section as well. And of course the rest of the cars accompanying them nicely, but this is going to be a very close battle between the two very talented drivers. Hewitt, of course, our championship winner for 2024. And that's a lovely shot of the number 44 of Charles Heatley streaming through. He's managed to get the jump on Hibbard, Newton-Darby and Blackwell there at the beginning of this race. No, he hasn't. He's just behind Charlie Newton-Darby. But he is ahead of Zach Blackwell. We know how talented Zach is. We know what he can do in the latter stages of this race. As we also see Lauren Taylor head through the complex section and onto the hairpin on the final turn on this circuit. Really good start from her in this race too. Just taking a look at the barrier as well. The stewards are obviously assessing the damage to it. We want to make sure that it's safe to continue racing with that in the way that it is. And the cameras have found Gary Papworth as well, and Gary had found a little bit of grass there, which was a slightly hair-raising moment, but just look at that brilliant clubman, the beautiful clubman. Love it or hate it, I absolutely adore them. I think they're cracking cars. And he's driven it superbly this weekend. I know he's not a fan of the monsoon conditions, as these will probably be described by the drivers afterwards, but he's driving really well at the moment. But just look how thick that mist is. It's quite hard to even make out the cars as they come around the chicane, the final part of that opening section of the track. Papworth is having to defend at the moment though. Someone's making a move down the inside of him, going into the Tower Bend. They think better of it and they decide to slot in behind instead. It's the number 89 of Freya Belk. Belk already looking to make moves in this race, and Papworth's going to make a move of his own as well. This is brilliant stuff to watch from Gary Papworth and Andy Langley, although Langley might just be a back marker. No, it is a genuine change of position there. Papworth making a move on Langley. So there you go, the clubman has moved past the number 42 of Langley, going through Sunny in together. Brilliant, brilliant control from all of these drivers to keep the cars so straight and square as they head round this section. Freya Belk seemingly showing us all how it's done there, heading out of Sunny out down towards the complex section. But Papworth, having made the move on Andy Langley's stick, has not been able to lose Andy Langley just yet. Langley very much in the fight. Ooh, I thought he was going to really stick it down the inside there, heading into the head. You could see the standing water on the circuit. That would have made braking an absolute nightmare. Here they go onto pit straight now. Papworth leading the way in this pack with Langley just behind him. Let's see how they form their way down into turn one. There is a dry racing line starting to form as well, so you can imagine that all the drivers will be trying to stick to that as we see Belk coming right onto the back of Langley as well. Will she try and make a move into turn one? She's a bit too far back on that occasion, but she will stay with the red Mini, follow its line, try and copy it, get the momentum coming out the chicane at the end of this first section as they head through Clervaux, Hawthorne, and indeed on to the chicane itself, but then up that big long straight, which also has a slightly drier racing line forming on it as well for everyone to follow, and she will get the slipstream off Langley, but Langley will get a slipstream off Papworth. This is going to be very close going up towards Tower Bend now. It looks as though Langley's going to try and go down the outside of Papworth. Papworth planting himself on the inside line. He might have to try and execute a switchback move, but Langley's been able to get the pass on the outside going through the Tower Bend corner, but Papworth has executed the switchback superbly, and it means as they head into the Jim Clark S's, the clubman might indeed be ahead. No, somehow Langley has been able to squeeze him out. He's been able to squeeze that position for himself, and Papworth, I think, just went off the racing line, and he's lost a lot of time and momentum with it. So Freya Belk has gone through also, so Papworth might be in danger of losing 3 positions now as well as they head into Sunny Inn. And he's going to have Neil Clark for company as well. He might have 4 cars passing him in the space of just a few corners, and he does. Heading into Sunny Inn, Neil Clark makes a brilliant move in the Union Jack car, and Gary Papworth has lost a lot of speed, a lot of time, and a lot of places certainly in that last section. That's not so great to see for Papworth, but brilliant racing from all the other drivers around him on this occasion. There goes Langley. I mentioned on our race leader out front as well, Stephen Berry. I know he's not in the pictures right now, but he has set the fastest lap of the race at 1:47.9. So we're already down into the 1:47s at the moment. This is brilliant stuff from Berry, and he's not taking his foot off the pedal at all. His last lap was a 1:48, so with his best being a 1:47.9 and him being consistently in the low 1:48s, it shows just how fast he's keeping the pace out there at the moment. And Ross Alexander is only able to put it in the 150s at the moment. His best is a 1:49.4, but that's still over 2 seconds slower than Stephen Berry's fastest. So Berry very much in a world of his own and a league of his own. in the rain now as we join the battle that we were just with earlier on. Well, we switched off of that to quickly check in with Lauren Taylor as well, who looked to head through the Tower Bend pretty cautiously there, and we're back with Stephen Berry as he goes around the hairpin for the final time on this lap. He'll take the timing beacon with about 4 minutes left in this race, so just enough time for maybe 3 laps. 2 and a bit will be the call, or whether Berry sees his stopwatch counting down inside the hood of his Mini and he decides that he wants to maybe ease up a little bit in these closing stages, bring the race to an end for a comfortable victory, is yet to be seen. That's really tidy from the coupe. There goes Freddie Hewitt. He's still got Jamie Ringer for company, and Charlie Newton-Darby is having to really tussle with Charles Heatley at the moment for position. Also, they're heading down pit straight and towards the first turn now, as well as we see a stream of cars make their way round the hairpin onto pit straight. Here is Stephen Berry once more, charging up towards Tower Bend. Just look at the immense pace that he's been able to keep up and the brilliant speed as he flies through Tower Bend. It just looks so smooth and effortless. It's a brilliant drive from Stephen Berry. I know that Ian will be all over him in Parc Fermé after this race as well to get his thoughts, because he said pre-race he loves a wet race, and he's certainly showing that as well, as Jamie Ringer's coming under pressure from Charlie Newton-Darby heading up that straight towards Tower Bend. It looks as though Freddie Hewitt might have lost a few places too in the kerfuffle. Jamie Ringer is ahead of this pack, Charlie Newton-Darby just behind him, and he's got Charles Heatley very much for company also. But it's not Freddie Hewitt in that fight at all. My mistake, I do apologise. Car number 89 has retired. Unfortunately, Freya Belk has ducked out of this race. I'm just hearing the message coming through my ears at the moment from our director Simon to notify us of that. Freya Belk has retired from this race, sadly. Which is a shame, because she was in a very close competitive midfield pack as they went round this track, and we did enjoy watching that fight for the 2 or 3 laps that it was lasting. Oh, Charlie Newton-Darby getting a bit of a bump there from Charles Heatley, heading down on the straight towards Complex. That's a really interesting move and a bit of an aggressive move at this late stage of the race from Charles Heatley. And he's still stuck behind Newton-Darby, so Newton-Darby making that Mini much wider at the moment than it is in reality, and doing a good job at keeping Wheatley at bay, but forcing him right onto the outside and into that standing water as they both break for the hairpin. But Heatley looks as though he's made that move stick. He's made the best of a bad situation, but Newton-Darby might come back on him on the pit straight. No, there's a brilliant move from Charles Heatley at the hairpin, and there is the sad sight that Freya Belk is out of the last race of the season, the final race of the season. That's really disappointing to see. I have to step out of this one. It will be because of a mechanical failure, I'm sure. And we're going to try and get some confirmation on that, hopefully from Ian, as we enter the final 90 seconds of this race. And there's the iconic Union Jack Mini of Neil Clark going past us on pit straight as well, as we've got just over a minute left. We are watching Stephen Berry. Something's come loose underneath the front of that coupe as well. I'm not sure what that is that's close to the ground. Oh, Zach Blackwell's gone off. He's beasted in the gravel. Hopefully we can get a slightly wider shot to show us exactly where on the circuit he's got to. But that is a Mini parked in the gravel when really it should be parked on the racing line. My goodness, what has happened to Zach Blackwell there? So Zach Blackwell's gone off down into turn 1, is what we're hearing. 27 seconds left on the clock, but that's good to see. Blackwell's out of his Mini, moving on his own accord. He's not injured, which is really, really positive to see. And Stephen Berry took the timing beacon with under a minute left, and obviously a lap around this circuit takes him about 1 minute and 48 seconds. So this will be the final lap of the race. A slightly slower one due to the wet and miserable conditions. That was the barrier where Colin Wilmot went off much earlier on in this race as well. Thankfully he was able to get his Mini restarted and moved off to a safer place. And there is Stephen Berry coming out the chicane. There is something loose under that car. there is something that is holding on for dear life. Whichever bolt or screw is keeping that in place is doing a fantastic job, but not as good a job as Stephen Berry has done piloting this Coupe Cooper S in these treacherous conditions. The rear spoiler's been working overtime, the brakes have been working overtime, Stephen himself has been working overtime, and he fully deserves all of the praise in this race because it's been a world-class drive in some really tricky conditions from the driver of the number 320 car. And there he goes, heading in to Sunny Inn and round towards Sunny Out, and then he'll go down the hill into the complex and start the final section of this circuit for the final time this weekend as well. Victory was snatched from his clutches yesterday through no fault of his own. We heard earlier on the brakes failed, we watched the rear axle lock up, and we saw him spin off into the gravel at turn 1, and our hearts sank for him. But our hearts aren't sinking anymore. We lift our arms up and raise them in joy because Stephen Berry, after being denied victory yesterday after a superb drive, has backed it up again today with a world-class performance. Stephen Berry will take the final victory of the season in this championship. A brilliant race from the Coupe Cooper S driver, and there is Ross Alexander in a very commendable second place. A great drive from him, not just this weekend, but all season long, especially from the Sussex Road and Racing team supporting him as well. He takes the checkered flag for the final time. There goes Freddie Hewitt, our first confirmed championship winner of 2024. He will take the checkered flag for one final time as well, and it looks as though coming in just behind him is Charles Heatley, Jamie Ringer just behind them as well. Charlie Newton-Darby takes the flag just afterwards. And the final driver we saw come across the line there looked to be Matthew Hibbard. And a confirmation as well that Stephen Berry has got the fastest lap of the race at the moment, a 1:47.2. It's hard to see how anyone crossing the line now might look to challenge that. It's a top 10 finish for Lauren Taylor in this race as well, and the number 33 Manisha comes in at 9th overall. Andy Langley taking the final top 10 finishing position. And so with that, it is time to take a look at the overall classification in this race, the final race of the season in this mini challenge club sport with AirTech Motorsport Series. Several championships have been decided this weekend, including lots of champagne yesterday for Freddie Hewitt. Ian didn't share that with us, interestingly to note, so he owes us a bit of champagne with Freddie Hewitt. There you go, confirmation Stephen Berry got the fastest lap of the race set on lap 7, and he did get the overall victory with Ross Alexander just behind him. It's 3rd overall for Freddie Hewitt and 1st in class. Charles Heatley just behind him, 4th overall, but again 1st in class. Jamie Ringer, Charlie Newton-Darby, Matthew Hibbard and Ben Trundley all joining in with what was a brilliant race throughout. Great finish for Lauren Taylor inside the top 10 again. Andy Langley rounding off the final top 10 position and 1st in class, the final 1st in class in there in the overall classifications. But what a brilliant race that we've been able to watch. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I do feel bad, of course, for Colin Wilmot, who span off earlier in the race. There he is alongside his car. It's a very wrecked looking Mini now. It's such a shame to see that happen because Colin's been such a strong driver throughout different rounds this season and indeed this weekend as well. So it is a shame to see that car go off in that fashion right at the end of this championship and in the final round of racing. But I'm looking forward to hearing the thoughts of the drivers alongside the brilliant Ian down in Parc Fermé. So without further ado, it's time to hand down to him. Ian, what can we find out?
We spoke to Stephen before. He says he likes the wet conditions. He proved that, didn't he? Oh my word, here he comes. That makes up for yesterday's disappointment as well, doesn't it? So let's get him out. Let's have a quick chat with him. He must be delighted. Perfect way to end the season, actually, isn't it? That's it for the club sport. What a season it has been as well. Stephen Berry and Ross Alexander have certainly put a show on for us. Stephen, you said before the race you like these conditions. Well, you proved it.
Love it. Love these conditions. What a way to finish.
I mean, it's all right for you at the front. but I imagine for everybody else, visibility's horrible.
Yeah, I try not to be there.
So you made up places quickly as well?
Yeah, it was quite difficult off the start. I realised when I got up to the line that I think I should have been another a grid section further forward.
Yeah.
And I thought, actually, it's not such a bad idea. If I get a better jump, then I've got somewhere to go, a bit more time to think about it. So I just stayed there, and then it was obviously quite busy into the first corner. I thought I'd just bide my time and make the run up into Tower, and it worked.
Great way to end the season for you. What's coming up over the winter for you?
I'm having a year off now.
Are you?
Yeah, it's unfortunately it's going to be my last race for club sport. It's mine and the wife's 40th birthday next year, so we're going to have a big one.
My 40th next year. Maybe I could join you.
Yeah, why not? I'm sure you'll probably be there.
I'll
turn around if you're there with a microphone.
Yeah, I'll get no invite, but I'll be there.
If I could, just the last massive thank you to all my sponsors: CCF Fiberglass, SDL Minor Fern, Mini Mafia, BC Racing, D&D Transport, EBC Brakes, and not forgetting my amazing team. Without them, I just simply want to put it on first place.
Well said. Great
Thank you very much.
Enjoy mini retirement. There you go. Let's grab Ross again, shall we, for a chat? Ross, let's have a quick chat with you.
Hello.
How was that one? Stephen just sort of kind of ran away a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah, so we didn't think it was going to be as wet as it was, so we went out on the dry tyres. Stephen called the weather and we didn't. Yeah. So he went out on the right tyres, his pace was great, and I'm glad that he managed to get it all fixed overnight, because I know we had a bump yesterday, so I'm glad he was able to finish today. But no, we was on the wrong tyres, but I only needed to come second to win the championship, so I'm happy with that.
Congratulations. So where's the champagne? A bit early. No, it's after 12, isn't it? You can
after 12 we can, yeah. You're going to get showered in.
Right, I'm off. Congratulations, Ross. Well done, mate. Good stuff indeed. Let's move down. Freddie Hewitt's over there as well. He won the outright. Of course, Ross Alexander's won his class. Congratulations to him. Let's grab Freddie now. I've been playing a game all morning. It's how many glasses of champagne did Freddie Hewitt drink yesterday? I think we're up to about 15 or so. But Freddie, another great race though from you. These conditions must have been a nightmare out there.
It wasn't easy, especially on the slick tyre we've got. Looked like Charlie was catching us up on the end on the wets, but we got lucky there. Got a good start and just managed to hold it through the race and keep a good gap and maintain it.
What's next for you?
Unless I get some drastic sponsorship changes, it'll probably be this again. Obviously the aim would always be to go up a category in some sort, but we'll have to see. Do some sponsorship hunting and see what we can do.
Freddie, it's been a pleasure having you this season. Thank you very much. Good to see you again. Congratulations as well. We can just move down and around a little bit. We've got Campbell just checking a few of the tyre pressures here. I wonder how have things changed from yesterday's tyre pressure wise.
A lot lower.
What's the visibility like out there?
The visibility is really bad. Windows just misting up.
Oh, look at that. You can't see anything through that.
Yeah, it's very hard. Yeah, very hard.
Right.
Especially when there's spray off the other cars as well. So yeah, just did what I could do. Just bring it home in one piece.
Top man, well done. Thank you. There you go. That's it for Club Sport. Next, cars are on track as well. The trophy cars are on. I think has somebody come on, or is that? I think that's been pulled back from a little bit earlier. So I'm going to hand over to James, your commentator. Next race coming up, Mini Challenge Trophy. Over to you, James.
Well, before we get to the racing action in the Mini Challenge Trophy, let's find out what the drivers had to say earlier on when Ian was able to catch up with them.
Okay, cool. Let's go. Okay, going 5, 4. Right, here we are trying to shield ourselves from the rain, actually. Craig, it's pretty miserable out here for the next trophy race. What are you expecting from this one?
Well, it's just, I think it's going to be more of a race just trying to keep it on the track, really. It's going to be nice and slippery. I've never driven this car in the wet before in my life.
This is a baptism of fire for you then.
Yeah, exactly, and starting right in the mid-pack, so I just got to keep my wits about me and make sure I'm facing in the right direction.
They say it's a great level of rain though, isn't it? Are you quite excited for this challenge?
I'm excited, but I'm also a bit nervous because I don't know what to expect from the tyres, what to expect from the car. It's not absolutely pouring it down, but it's wet enough to make a difference, but we'll see how it goes.
How important is that formation lap going to be?
100, very important. Got to get some heat in the tyres, try and see how the car is acting off of one lap really for me. So it's all going to be get as much knowledge as I can and then just go for it.
What have you made of your season so far? Are you happy?
Yeah, it's been good. I did the one race yesterday.
Yeah.
Made up a few places, gained some good experience, and then see if I can make up some more today.
Craig, thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. Right, here we go. Time to go racing at very wet conditions here at Croft. James, over to you. Cheers, guys. Thank you.
Well, let's take a look at the grids and how our drivers line up for this, the second race of the Challenge Trophy weekend here with us at Croft Circuit. And it's a pole position for Alex Keynes, Alex Solly alongside him, Olivier Alguieri in row 2 in 3rd place, Gabe Fairbrother alongside him, James Black, Sam Gornall, Reese Hurd, Ronnie Smith, Luca Marioni Osborne and Joshua Wilby round off the first page of competitors and our top 10 starters. And in row 6, we have Ashley Gregory, Craig Morgan, Harvey Ryby, Louis Fleet, Paul Manning, Katia Loggy, Ricardo Monti, Leo Purchase, Tommy Watson and Ben Taylor on our second page of competitors. 11 to 20 there in front of you. And our final page of competitors, Reese Lysett, after being involved in that collision with Harry Hickton yesterday, start towards the back of the grid together, and Cameron Wood starts in 23rd. And there they go off for their formation lap. I'm hearing that we believe it's going to be 2 formation laps. Again, as I said already in the first race today, this is very, very different to the conditions we experienced yesterday. Although it was wet towards the beginning of Saturday's practice and qualifying sessions, it was nowhere near this level of wet with the amount of standing water on track. So the fact that the drivers have those 2 formation laps to rediscover the circuit, find out where those grippier sections are, or indeed where the grip has disappeared from other parts of the circuit also. This is what gives them that opportunity to do so. There's Alex Keynes, the pole sitter, the man who will be leading this race from out front. Be very excited. I mean, he's been rewarded essentially for having such a strong race yesterday. He started the first race in 9th, now finds himself on pole for the second race of the day. Alex Solly started from the last race in 4th and he lines up in 2nd. Olivier Alguieri was in 5th, now in 3rd. And Gabe Fairbrother, who was in 3rd yesterday, is now in 4th today. So a lot of changing of positions at the front and indeed all the way down the grid really compared to how the cars lined up yesterday. So not only are the track corners and points of grip and braking zones completely different to yesterday, the way that they're all lining up alongside each other is also completely different. But these drivers know each other so well, they respect one another a lot as well, and they trust each other to be able to race really, really closely. And hopefully we'll be treated to some great racing as a result also. Joining us here on coverage of the Mini Festival 2024 from Croft Circuit. It's great to have you tuning in, and I love how you are the proud owner of an orange 2014 Cooper S. That sounds like a lot of fun to have, and it sounds like a very good looking car as well. Don't see many orange ones these days, and I'm a fan of the crazier liveries that we see up and down the grid as well. And this is the second formation lap that the cars are taking. So there you go, confirmation. It was in my ear earlier, and it is indeed happening right in front of us as well. 2 formation laps for the drivers to get used to how the circuit is feeling and evolving today on this Sunday. John also says that without a doubt, mini racing is some of the most entertaining racing around. John, you are not wrong. If the last race is anything to go by, this race will be just as exciting, if not more exciting. It's going to be brilliant to watch. good luck in the comments for Leo Purchase as well in the 171, and a good luck to the Graves Motorsport team alongside him, aka Kimmy. You learn something new every day. John also says he's a huge fan of the BARC. Thank you for the coverage. No, John, thank you for tuning in to our coverage, because without people actually tuning into it, watching along, interacting with us, we can't keep doing it. So thank you very much for choosing to spend your Sunday watching us. We really appreciate it. We hope you enjoy all of the racing today. Dixon's Farmhouse is also wishing Sam in the number 96 good luck in this race. Sam Gornall ran really well yesterday in the first race of the weekend for this class and category of racing. So hopefully he can continue that as well. Dan Zeller says good luck to Gabe and EX8. And well, you can see the cars are making their way onto the grid. At the end of that second formation lap, it's time for them to take their slots on the grid and get themselves ready for racing. And they're racing here at Croft Circuit. A great start from Alex Keynes on pole position. Alex Solly has to come across and try and cover Olivier Alguieri as they head down into turn one. Alguieri got the better start of Alex Solly, and he's certainly showing just that. He's got the inside line going into turn one, and he might have taken the position off Solly as well. Solly is going to slip into third place from starting second, and he might succumb to those behind him and fall back into fourth, because there's a lot of speed and a lot of pace just behind that brightly coloured number 12 Mini also. But a brilliant start from Alex Keynes on pole position, coming out the chicane section now, heading up the hill towards the Tower Bend, and Olivier Alguieri is also licking his lips after getting a brilliant move done into turn one, and Alex Solly needs to get his foot to the floor, get that Mini moving and get himself back up to where he started this race. We're now too wide going into the Tower Bend now, because around the outside comes Gabe Fairbrother on Solly. This is a brilliant move by Fairbrother if he can get it on the rest of the track and get it sticking before the Jim Clark S's. He took a little bit of grass, but he's taken a little bit of time, and he's managed to get the move done. So Solly has been bumped down to fourth from starting second in this race now, as the competitors head through the Jim Clark S's, and out they go, nice and cleanly. But look at the spray, look at the sheer amount of water being thrown up into the air by those cars. Into Sunny Inn now they go. Little bit of sideways action there from Fairbrother, but Fairbrother trying to dive down the inside of Alguieri, and it looks as though he might have got the move done going through Sunny out. Olivier Alguieri coming under pressure from Alex Solly as well. Solly might look for a move around the outside on that final turn before heading into the complex section. This is mightily entertaining stuff from the Challenge Trophy class. Little bit of grass taken there as well from Fairbrother. This is very close stuff. Too wide into that corner. We've not seen that before. But Olivier Alguieri is going to make a dive on the inside of the hairpin on Alex Solly, and he's going to retake the position he lost on that lap just gone. And there goes Olivier Alguieri back into third place. And they take the timing beacon for the first time. Less than a second separating Alex Keynes and Gabe Fairbrother at the moment, who are running in first and second respectively. Lots of position changes going on, lots of jostling as well at the moment as well. A special mention must be said to Cameron Wood, who's made up 6 positions on that last lap alone. Harry Hickton has also made up 7 positions on that last lap alone. So after a disappointing race yesterday, there was no fault of his own involved in a collision in race 1. Harry Hickton has made up 7 positions on lap 1 in these treacherous conditions. There they go through Tower Bend once more. Ooh, a little bit of sideways action there from Luca Marinoni Osborne. Number 81 Mini had a little bit of a squirm and a squiggle there coming out of Tower Bend, and Alex Keynes is coming under a lot of pressure now from Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother has found a world of pace and a world of speed going into Sunny Inn. He might be looking on the inside of Alex Keynes as they're going through Sunny Inn, and I'm just looking at Alex Solly in the background as well, who's also thinking about a move around the outside heading into the Sunny Inn section, and now down into Complex. Somehow Alex Keynes has still got the lead of this race, but Gabe Fairbrother is all over the back of that Mini. Taking a slightly defensive position on the circuit as they head round the hairpin hairpin turn, and Fairbrother will have a really good run into turn 1 on the number 62 pole sitter and leader of this race. They take the timing beacon together. They're separated by 0.2 of a second. Pretty much nothing separating those two at the moment as they head down into turn 1. This is going to be all about braking. Who can brake the latest? Oh, a lot of curb taken there by Alex Keynes, and he's got Fairbrother all over the back of him as they go through Clervaux and up around Hawthorne now. And even just behind them, Alex Solly's got a lot to worry about, because right on his tail is James Black and Ronnie Smith. This is brilliant work, though, by the pole sitter and current leader Alex Keynes, keeping Fairbrother at bay. And he's gone onto that inside line, going around Tower Bend as well, to try and force Fairbrother to make a move on the outside. But Fairbrother might try a switch back. It's not going to work on that occasion, or it could. They head down the dip now towards the Jim Clark S's. Who's going to emerge as the leading car as we switch camera angles to see? It looks as though it could be Fairbrother. He's got the inside line on that last little turn. He's forcing Keynes to go all the way off the road. Brilliant stuff from these two as they head into Sunny Inn. It's still not over. This is brilliant stuff. Fairbrother going sideways, potentially going deep, and Alex Keynes is looking on the inside, but he backs away. He concedes the position for now, but he will be looking for a chance to take it straight back. Great racing from Fairbrother and Keynes in the early stages of this race, and great racing from the pack that are chasing them down as well. There is Gabe Fairbrother, Alex Keynes keeping him for company, keen to make a move as well before the race is over. Over 14 minutes of racing left to go. So plenty of time for him to retake that first place, and they're probably only separated by about 0.2. Oh, it's half a second the gap actually between Fairbrother and Keynes as they take the timing beacon together, and Fairbrother is the fastest driver out on the track right now. 1:46.6 set by him out front. But this is still an excellent drive from Alex Keynes to be very much in the fight with Gabe Fairbrother. He'll be matching his every move as they go around the circuit, because he'll be using Fairbrother's knowledge of where the fastest line is to help himself out really, and help himself find a bit more pace in this race as well, as we see Solly really trying to fight Alguieri back and retake the position he lost earlier on also. But there's nothing going on that occasion, but a brilliant move down the inside by Ronnie Smith on James Black, and Black getting the switchback done as well, so he's able to defend nicely there. So plenty of racing action up and down this grid as you look at it right now. 13.5 minutes left on the clock. Alex Keynes right on the back of Fairbrother now. Alguieri has got Solly all over the rear of his car as well, and James Black fancies himself on Alex Solly as well. The three of them were practically glued to each other as they head through that section. Oh, it looks as though Solly might be looking to make a move on the outside, and it opened up the door for James Black to have a move down his inside. This is going to be interesting to see how they go through the hairpin, and it must be said that Ronnie Smith fancies himself too. It looked as though it was going to be three abreast going through the hairpin. It was just behind them. Alex Solly's got James Black going around his outside from the hairpin and down the straight now as well. And bear it in mind, because James Black might want to take the inside line off Olivier Alguieri going into turn 1. But look at the pace of Solly trying to fight back. Who's going to be the latest on the brakes? Who's going to have the position after turn 1? Let's find out. James Black takes the inside line, takes the position from Alex Solly, and Solly's also lost out to Ronnie Smith, who capitalised on the track position James Black held, used his slipstream to their advantage, but Ronnie Smith's had to deal with Alex Solly coming right back on his inside through Hawthorne, past the chicane and onto the straight. Solly's back ahead of Smith. This race just keeps delivering every chance you look at it. Alguieri now down through Tower Bend, taking that long right hand and nice and cleanly. James Black just behind him with Alex Solly for company, then Ronnie Smith, then the rest of the field racing closely in behind them. There are the leaders, Gabe Fairbrother and Alex Keynes. Keynes is pretty much attached to the back of the boot of Gabe Fairbrother. I can't believe how close those two were going through the Jim Clark S's. Let's watch them as they head into Sunny Out now, the pack that are trying to chase them down. Fairbrother is still ahead of Keynes, and Olivier Alguier is still ahead of James Black, and Alex Solly still got Ronnie Smith looking on his inside, and Smith has it done going through Sonny out together. But you can almost guarantee that Solly will be looking to get another move done as they head into the complex section of the circuit. Let's watch it unfold now. Here they go. Into the hairpin now, Alguieri leading the way, James Black looking to try and go down the inside, instead can only find the right rear of Alguieri in front of him. Keynes still not able to get past Fairbrother out front. Olivier Alguieri somehow still holding on to third place. James Black just behind. Ronnie Smith is going down the inside of Alex Solly into turn one again. Who's going to be the latest on the brakes? Does Solly have the pace? Really late braking there from Ronnie Smith, almost going into the back of James Black, but he gets the move done on Alex Solly as they head up through Hawthorne now after Clervaux. This is really close racing, and talking about close racing, it's still less than half a second separating Gabe Fairbrother and Alex Keynes from each other as they go up towards the Tower Bend now. My goodness, look at all of them. Look how close they are. Plenty of cars throwing themselves out towards the inside line. Ronnie Smith being one of them, going down the inside of James Black. That move looked almost too easy, and Black gets the switchback move done. He's going to try and defend that as they approach the Jim Clark S's. There go the two leaders nice and safely through on their own. Olivier Alguieri leads this second pack through it all. James Black trying to take the inside line on that final turn. Ronnie Smith is sticking his car in the fight. He is not giving up whatsoever as they head towards Sunny Inn. Let's watch them go through it now. Here they come. Olivier Alguieri leading the way. Smith trying to go all the way around the outside of James Black. Black is not giving him any room to race, and Smith was having to use the grass, and he's had to back off, and that means that he's backed off and lost some pace, and it looks as though Alex Solly is going to take the place from him. My goodness, what is going on in this race? Smith was able to hold on to his position somehow. Jack Gornall's racing really well and is looking to come around the outside of Alex Solly on the hairpin. But speaking of hairpin moves, Ronnie Smith has been able to get a lot of momentum from there, so he might be able to hold off Solly. He might be able to get a little bit of a slipstream move going on James Black just in front of him, but Alex Solly's planted himself towards the inside, ready for turn one. But it doesn't matter, because Sam Gornall is going to go down the inside of him into turn one. Alex Solly's going to lose out to Gornall, and that's a great pass from Sam Gornall. There are our leaders again, 8 and a bit minutes of racing left. Fairbrother still leading Keynes. Keynes was our pole sitter. Fairbrother's gone up from 4th to lead this race. Olivier Alguieri in 3rd, started 3rd, and so far he's holding on to it. James Black just behind him in 4th. He's made up 1 position since the start of this race too. And Sam Gornall still having to defend from Alex Solly as Solly's dropped back. The conditions just keep getting worse in this race here at Croft Circuit. I'm almost imagining an arc about to arrive out the corner of one of our camera shots to take our cars away from the monsoon rain that's falling here. Oh, and here goes a move potentially from Black on Alguieri as they head into Sunny Inn, and Ronnie Smith is also carrying a lot of speed through that corner. James Black is being shown the outside line by Alguieri. Alguieri wanting to firmly put himself on the racing line. He's forced Black off the circuit as well. That's a lot of grass taken, and he almost lost control, but somehow keeps himself in the race and keeps himself in the fight. Brilliant work from those drivers. However, James Black has lost out to Ronnie Smith because of the time he spent off the circuit. And that's a very slow-moving re-slicer. Whether he's gone deep or he's gone off and he's using a run-off road to get back into a racing position is yet to be seen. But here goes the chasing pack on the back of our 2 leaders. The track is definitely getting quicker despite the conditions as well. Gabe Fairbrother lapping in the 146.6s, and guess who else is lapping in the 146.6s? Alex Keane, who's right alongside him out front. But this group of drivers are also neck and neck with each other, and they have been from the minute the timing clock started. There go our leaders, still separated by just about a second. Oh my goodness, Olivier Alguieri leads this side out of the chicane and up the run towards the Tower Bend. What's going to happen as they approach that corner? Who's going to look to make a move on the inside, on the outside? Who knows? Ronnie Smith going down the inside. He's clipped the rear of Olivier Alguieri though. Is Ronnie Smith going to be able to do it? Or is he going straight on his run very deep? And he sent Alguieri along with him, which means that James Black's now taken third place. Alex Solly in behind him and Sam Gornall. Those three cars avoided contact, avoided the collision. And as a result of Ronnie Smith connecting with Olivier Alguieri, it means that both of them ran wide and both of them have missed out on positions and dropped back. Alguieri is now under pressure from cars that are coming in from behind him, because I guess he's trying to assess what sort of damage has been done. It doesn't look like anything mechanical, more just some bodywork and a little bit of instability as they approached that turn, which meant that they both went off. There's James Black now, our new third place leader of this chasing pack of cars. And we've got another car that's gone off. That's the number 5 of Katia Logi. But it's good to see that they've been able to get themselves back onto the circuit safely and quickly as well, so we can continue racing away. Well, this could be a big move for position now in the terms of the race. Leo Purchase on the inside at the moment of Craig Morgan. Morgan very much holding ground and holding the outside position. Outside he goes around Leo Purchase, and will Purchase be able to hold him off as they head onto that straight and up towards the Tower Bend? James Black is still in third, leading this chasing pack. This is a brilliant race to watch. Alex Solly's done so well to keep himself in there and also keep himself out of trouble in such a wet race. Olivier Alguieri has also done well to get himself back into contention after a little bit of contact with Ronnie Smith. But Smith has dropped right down. I believe he might have retired from this race because his timing beacon is showing still as in the pit lane. So we'll pass that on to Ian, see if he can confirm that with us as we continue to watch this race in the final 4 minutes of it. Well, and I think it's fair to say that either Gabe Fairbrother or Alex Keens are going to win this race, because they have about a 10-second gap to this chasing pack that we spent a lot of time with so far. So first and second is very much confirmed, but who's going to pick up third is the question. Luca Marinoni Osborne is all over the back of Olivier Alguieri as they approach the hairpin together. You can imagine that Luca is looking to make a move on Olivier as they head down pit straight towards turn 1. It looks like there's more moves going on in the background as well. Leo Purchase has finally had Joshua Wilby go around, and Wilby taking a lot of curb there, the rear of the car bouncing around. And that's a shot of Fairbrother and Keens, still separated by not much at all, barely anything, to be honest. But still, Alex Keens can't get around Gabe Fairbrother. And James Black is leading that chasing group of cars. Let's watch it from the Tower Bend corner. There goes James Black, Alex Solly and Sam Gornall behind them. Olivier Alguieri has got Luca Marinoni Osborne for company. And Harvey Ryby has done really well to chase his way up this grid and be in contention, probably not for third place with only 2 and a bit minutes left of this race, but anything's possible, anything can happen. But to go from 13th to the position that he's in right now is a fantastic drive. A special mention as well to Harry Hickton, having gone from 22nd on the grid now as it stands to 7th overall. This is really, really good stuff from a very talented young driver. As I say, race slightly ruined yesterday after being involved in a collision in towards Tower Bend. But for now, our attention very much on James Black and the pack that are staying with him still in this hunt for a third place finish overall. Really great defensive driving there from Luca Marinoni Osborne, because he put himself on the inside and very much closed the door on Ryby. We've probably got about 2 minutes left of racing here. 1 minute 50 on the clock. Takes about 1:46 to get around. And our leaders have already gone round about 10 seconds ahead of the group that we are watching as well. So as I say, probably about 2 laps left of racing here at Croft in the second race of the weekend here for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy group. And here's a move down the inside at Tower Bend. Is it going to stick for Luca Marinoni Osborne? It is. He's been able to get a move done on Harvey Ryby, and you imagine that Ryby made a move earlier on that we missed, but Ryby's going to try the switchback as they head towards the Jim Clark S's together. There you go, Ryby on the outside, the left-hand side, but it becomes the inside line on the second part of those S's, and Marinoni Osborne went off as long with Ryby, and hopefully they both got back on the track safely as we watch the third place chasers go through sunny in and sunny out. There is Olivier, and there is Harvey Ryby. So Ryby has got ahead of Luca Marinoni Osborne, and Osborne is going to be coming under threat from Craig Morgan as well, but Morgan's taken a bit too much grass there on that occasion, coming out of sunny out. Oh, and that's a really nice move in the complex section by the number 64, Harry Hickton. Hickton, as I say, already making lots of moves in this race, and it looks as though he's going to make another one on the outside of the hairpin turn. There's Marinoni Osborne, who's missing out. There you go, you can see the pink car belonging to Harry Hickton making a move around the outside of the hairpin, and some sort of injection of pace in that Mini as they head down pit straight towards turn 1. And this is the last lap of the race, so it's the last chance now for Harry to do something. It looked as though he was going sideways through turn 1. Did he make it through safely? That's the question that I want answered all of a sudden. But let's see how the leaders go through Tower Bend for a final time. James Black leading Alex Solly and Sam Gornall still up towards Tower Bend. This is the fight for third. Sam Gornall's going to try and make a move on Alex Solly down the inside of Tower Bend. Solly trying to hold him up as much as possible and keep that outside line. Sam Gornall's really having to work for this as they head down towards the Jim Clark S's. He's going to have the outside line at first, but it becomes the inside line if you can stay in the fight. And there we watch Gabe Fairbrother now going into Sunny Inn. Alex Keynes alongside him. Still Keynes unable to pass as they make their way out of Sunny Out and down towards the complex section of the circuit. These two are leaders. Can Alex Keynes make a dramatic move, a blockbuster move towards the end of this race? The pole sitter will be disappointed if he can't convert it into a victory. We want to watch them go around the final couple of turns, and there's James Black very comfortably in third position now, and Sam Gornall's done really well to deny Alex Solly of a fourth place finish potentially. And Harvey Ryby has lost out yet again. But here comes Gabe Fairbrother taking the checkered flag and the victory. Alex Keynes just behind him, couldn't find a way to pass him, but stayed with him the entire race. James Black will take third overall. Sam Gornall will take fourth. Alex Solly just behind him. Nothing separating those two. And on the last lap of the race as well, it looks as though Alex Solly got the fastest lap of the race at 1:46.4. We're yet to see whether anyone else can beat that. Harry Hickton's also crossed the line as well, starting 22nd. He ended up in 9th. That's a very impressive drive from him. He's made 13 places up in that race. What a brilliant, brilliant race. Well, let's have a look at the final classifications of this race, the second one of the weekend for the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Series. And there you have it, Gabe Fairbrother, our overall winner after 12 laps of racing. Alex Keynes finished just 7 tenths behind him. You know he would have backed off towards the end of that final lap. Really, those two were separated by nothing. but they had nearly 10 seconds over third places James Black. Sam Gornall very close behind him as well, and he made a good last lap move on Alex Solly, and Solly comes away with the fastest lap of the race at 1:46.4 set on lap 9, as you can see there at the bottom of your screen. Great work from Olivier Algueri to stay in the fight after a small collision in the mid stages of this race as well. Great stuff from Harvey Ryby too. Brilliant work from him in that number 71 car, having started on row 7, has made his way very far up the grid as well. Another great drive from Luca Manononi Osborne, and indeed Harry Hickton, who made up lots of positions after a disappointing end to the racing yesterday. But after what was a scintillating race to enjoy and watch the second Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race of the weekend, it's time to head down to Parc Fermé and the ever-reliable Ian, who'll be there to grab the thoughts of all the drivers for us. Ian, it's over to you.
Oh, they put on a show, didn't they, Gabe Fairbrother? He wanted that win, and he got it. Alex Keynes as well. Here they come. Look at that. There is Gabe Fairbrother. He's going to take the number 1 spot, but kudos to Alex Keynes as well. Brilliant stuff indeed. What a race. More of that today, please. There is another race coming up for the Mini Challenge Trophy a little bit later today as well. This is going to be exciting. This is going to be very exciting indeed, Gabe. Yes. That was unbelievable. You and Alex going toe-to-toe, but you just got the better of him.
I know, it was a close race that, like, me and Alex, we dropped the others, but he kept me on my toes, looking at my mirrors every lap for him, but we managed to keep in front.
How does it feel to get the big W?
Oh my God, long time come, but feels amazing. Oh my days.
I can see. Look, well done, mate. Congratulations. You deserve that. That was sensational. Let's grab Alex over here as well, shall we? Alex, oh my word, mate, that was great racing, wasn't it? How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm glad I got the podium. I mean, it was always difficult starting from the front row, being the first one round, the lap 1, sort of trying to find where the grip was.
How was it? Was it very tentative?
First lap, yeah, there was quite a few bits of standing water, but I mean, the track evolved really weirdly. It was like, it would go grippy and slippy. It was sort of bit back and forth, bit yo-yo-y between me and Gabe, but unfortunately I just couldn't get back past him. But
P2's not bad, mate.
Yeah,
come on,
exactly.
Good,
I'll take it. Yeah.
Well done, Alex. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it, mate. Great stuff indeed. James again as well. Back-to-back P3s. James on the podium again, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I deserve that.
Yeah, you did.
I kept it clean. Some people didn't. Look where we finished.
You did all you could in the end, really, because these two kind of got away by the time you got yourself up to third.
Exactly. It was a great defence for third place. It just, yeah. As soon as you go for an overtake, it was a little bit different than that. But yeah, no, the Clive Ensign Auctioneer's car has survived another race, and you know, fantastic. I'm so buzzing. So
well done, mate. Now. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Who knows what might happen a little bit later today. There we go. Let's bit of duct tape. That'll be fine. Don't worry about that. Right, let's just move down a little bit further, shall we? See who else we can... we spoke to Craig a little bit earlier at the start of the race, didn't we? Let's just grab him again very quickly. Craig, how did it go?
What a race.
Yeah.
Got a bit unfortunate at the start. Ran myself wide, dropped a few positions, but got my head down and I loved it.
Everybody spoke to is absolutely buzzing. What's it been like racing this season in the Mini Challenge Trophy?
Well, this is my first round. So
is it?
Yeah, this is my first round. I've come from track action.
Well, what have you made of this experience then?
Oh, it's been so fun. It's been so much better racing, so much closer, like so much fairer. Everyone's got someone to race, and it's an amazing car to drive.
So have you come into this now? You're going to do the final couple of rounds as well.
I won't be out at Silverstone, but I'll be out at Brands.
And is this maybe for a full tilt in 2025?
Fingers crossed it should be. That's the aim really, doing these 2 rounds this year to try and gain some experience, get used to the car, and then go full send for next year.
Full send for next year. I can't wait to see you next season, mate. Top man. There are, as we said, there's still a couple more rounds of this still to go. Right, let's keep going down a little bit further. Sure, it was a fantastic... We've got Cathy's car here. I wouldn't mind grabbing a word, but let's just grab Mr. Manning here for a quick chat. How was that?
Tricky.
Yeah?
Yeah. First few laps, going down in the tower, just couldn't see anything at all.
I was going to say visibility absolutely...
Zero. I'll look on the footage later, but you're just relying on other people's brake lights, and if they make a mistake, you then make a mistake and just follow them through. So after lap 4 or 5, the field spread out a little bit. It was better, but still sketchy.
So we're really hoping for a dry race later?
Yeah, I think we're a little bit more competitive in the wet with power, but I saw Ben coming as well on the Directors' Cup, and I knew it was him. In the last 3 or 4 laps, I had nothing on the front end, and I just tried not to make a mistake, and I dropped it once in sunny, and he gained a little bit more, but in the last 2 laps, just managed to eke it out and get across the line. But it was sketchy to say the least.
To say the least. As we're talking to us, hoping a little bit later. Better. There is another race, of course, as I said, for the Mini Challenge Trophy coming up. We have the Mighty Minis next, but it is into the lunch break now. We also have the Mini Enduro race, another trophy race as well. So still plenty of action. In fact, the Scottish Mini Coopers are here as well. They've got their final race of the weekend coming up a little bit later. Don't forget, if you're watching at BARC TV on YouTube, please hit that like button and that subscribe button. All of the footage we bring you is completely free for you to watch. If you hit that like, hit that subscribe, just means you don't miss any of the action. Helps us as well. We've got some very hearty souls out on the track getting absolutely soaked. So a big thank you to all of the team out there bringing you the pictures live. So if you could just pop in a little live chat, give them a bit of a G up because they're doing an absolutely incredible job so far. Right, we're into the lunch break here at Croft Mini Festival 2024. Don't go anywhere. Do not go anywhere though, because we've been out and about this morning. We did the track parade and I also competed against Ashley Gregory in a foot race. Manpower versus horsepower. Who is going to win? Well, we are about to find out. I'm going to hand you back to James and I'll see you later.
Thank you very much, Ian. I was about to say someone needs to get you an umbrella, but with that wet, greasy hair, you're looking ever more trendy every single time I see you this weekend. Right, it is time for the lunch break, as Ian has already told us, but don't go anywhere. We've got a lot of exciting stuff to show you, including racing off the track between Ian on foot and a Mini on the track as well. And coming up after the lunch break, plenty more racing to go with it too, so don't go anywhere. So for now, keep us on your TV screens, go get yourself a little brew and sit down with some sandwiches and bickies, because that's exactly what we're going to do as we watch what Ian has been able to get up to earlier on today. Stay with us.
Now, over the years, there have been some pretty epic sporting contests. Muhammad Ali and Joe Fraser, to name but one. This morning, though, I think we've got the greatest ever. Ian Waterhouse, me, overconfident middle-aged man up against Ashley Gregory, Mini Challenge Trophy. She's got youth on her side, she's got talent, ability, basically everything I don't have. But we are going to do a manpower versus horsepower challenge. Now, Ashley...
Can we just confirm who Ian Waterhouse actually is?
yeah, overconfident middle-aged man. Now, I think I had this idea for a while. Good ideas always happen in a bar, don't they? So I've had this idea for a while. You are going to take the Virtu Mini Challenge safety car off the line. This is roughly 5 metres from the start line. I managed to push you back a little bit. I reckon I can beat you to this cone. All right. Now, when I win, we will keep extending it until you beat me. And then at the end, I would quite like to do another little challenge, a longer one as well. So, Ashley Gregory, are you prepared to lose to me?
Yeah, we'll give it a go.
Excellent. Right, let's get this on. Go get in the car, let's get into position, and let's race. I win. What will you drive up? Okay.
That's on it. The suspense is building. I'm an athlete.
No, he lost that one.
Not even close.
What is that, like 25? Done.
There we go. Let's find out how many metres. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22. 22 metres. So grab a quick word of Ashley. Ashley, 22 metres. I'm exhausted. How are you?
I'm alright, it's quite nice in here, the aircon's on.
How about one last race, okay?
Yeah.
How about I get to the end of the pit lane, that little cabin, if you give me, what do you reckon, 10-second head start?
10 seconds?
Yeah. Yeah, 10 seconds. Let me ask everybody what they think, alright? Right. One more challenge. How about I reckon I can get to the end of the pit lane from there if I have a 10-second head start.
Do you want me to time her off then?
Yeah, 10 seconds. You reckon that's about fair? 10 seconds? Albert, you reckon that's fair?
Not a chance.
Not a chance. Okay. Let's go for it. I'll go on the lights.
Yeah, we're thinking more than 10.
No, let's do 10.
Let's start with 10. Yeah.
Start with 10. I'm doing it twice. I'll go on the lights.
I'll bet he won't next time. Let's make him do it again. Yeah. Tell him the camera wasn't working. Yeah.
He's going to ask for a lift back after this one.
Yeah.
Oh, cheers. Right, there we go. Ashley, thank you so much. That was a bit of a laugh, bit of fun, wasn't it? I think I had you up to about the 20-metre mark, but certainly in that last one, you were exceptionally quick. How did you find it?
It was good fun.
Yeah.
I mean, my whole team said you would get to 6 metres. I said 10, so I was the closest.
I'm pretty pleased actually with 20 metres. Look, thank you so much. I don't want to say a big thank you actually to Croft Circuit for allowing us to do that. Big thank you to Tracy and the team. Big thank you to everybody at Mini Challenge for green lighting it and saying go ahead and do it. And of course to you, Ashley, thank you so much. You can see Ashley racing today in the Mini Challenge at Trophy. 2 races for them coming up. It's going to be an absolute cracker. I'm going to go lie down and I'll see you for some racing action later. Bye bye. Right everybody, it's the first ever mini festival here at Croft. I'm about to go out on track for the track parade. Look at this array of minis that we've got here, and I found something very special indeed. Ian, can we grab you over for a chat, because this is the Diddy Mini, yeah, and it's yours, isn't it? Just tell us a little bit about it.
Basically, the roof was rotten, the doors were rotten, so I decided to shorten it.
That's it.
Just basically, yeah.
Now I had a look inside. They're actually the back seats, aren't they?
Yeah, that is the original back seat where you're sitting on, yeah.
Brilliant. The car behind us, I believe. Is that your son's?
Yeah, that's my son's.
Here he is. Let's have a quick chat. You're a Maiden fan, I take it, are you? Yeah. Tell us about the car.
Well, bought it about 3 years ago now. It was off the road when I bought it. 16 years it had been stood.
Yeah.
So I put it back on the road and then did it how I wanted it.
Top man. Why not? Why not? I bet it's a pleasure to drive, isn't it?
Yeah, it gets a lot of attention.
I bet it is. Are you bringing it out on track now?
Yeah, we're going on the track now. Yeah.
Fantastic. We better get ourselves. Thank you for bringing it down. Really appreciate it. We're actually going to get in the car right here. This is the safety car. We're going to jump in right now, and we are going to go for a little drive around Croft. Let's jump in and let's have some fun. In a minute. cars coming around. We're with Matt from Mini Challenge. There's Ashley Gregory, who we raced a little bit earlier as well. Matt, just tell us a little bit about Mini Challenge and the season. It's been, we were just chatting actually off camera, weren't we? It's been a big year, hasn't it, with the Tolka packages and of course here at Croft headlining.
Yeah, I mean it's been a good season across all three classes. We're here with the Coopers this weekend, and it's a bit bizarre really because they've only just passed the halfway stage of the season. Yes. JCW and Sports have pretty much finished. They've only got one round left to go, but what we've had this season has been some fantastic racing across all three classes. Coming here to Croft this weekend, we had the top two in the championship split by a single point, and to have that you know, the second half of the season I think is great. We've had some really good driving in the Coopers this season. It's been all action, as anyone who's been watching all season will know. We've got some really good young drivers coming through, and it's been a similar story in JCW's. Dan Zelos has wrapped up the championship there, but we've got quite a few young guys. Max Hall, who's come up from Coopers last season. We've got Nathan Edwards has come up from Coopers last season. And these young drivers coming through have really been able to make their mark in the championship, and it's really a sign of how strong the Coopers are that we've got drivers making that progression up.
Well, you talk about Dan Zelos there as well. There's a pathway, isn't there? Because he's now making his debut in the touring cars.
Yeah, I mean it's been great for Dan. He's been trying to get into touring cars for a while, and the opportunity's never come along, and he's managed to get out in a car at Donington Park recently. He did a fantastic job. He's hoping to be back out again at Silverstone for the next round. And we're seeing that pathway more and more. That's the reason why we've now got JCW Sport as that bridge between the Cooper cars that we're seeing this weekend and JCW's. And we've already seen good levels of interest from the Cooper drivers who are looking at moving up next season, whether that's to Sport or to JCW. And it's great that we've got a championship that's in rude health at what has been a difficult time for drivers when it comes to getting sponsors and getting the funding to go racing. And the fact that we've got drivers looking to make that progression is obviously great for the championship.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now let's talk Mini Festival. It's the first time we've ever done this. So how did the idea come about and why Croft?
I think the idea largely came about from Ria, who you'll know is Miss Mini Challenge, Mrs. Mini Challenge. You know, she tells the drivers to jump and they reply how high. She's the one who wears the trousers in this paddock.
She was also the one in the boot yesterday in the mini driver challenge, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was. I'm sure some drivers have been scarred for life of it by having Rio piling in on top of them. You know, we wanted to do something different. You know, the Cooper cars, they've got their 3 rounds alongside the BTCC, which is great. You know, it's great visibility for the drivers, it's great for the championship, it allows them to promote their sponsors in front of a bigger audience, it gives them the TV footage. Then we've got our BARC events where it's great, you know, we get to go and race alongside the trucks, huge crowds there. But we wanted to do something a bit different. You know, everybody loves minis, whether it's the current generation of minis, whether it's the classic minis. So we thought, well, you know, why don't we try and do something to celebrate that? A circuit like Croft is ideal. You know, they've been really welcoming, they've worked with us to make this event happen. You know, they've been great in letting us do a track parade like this, allowing you to go out and try not to kill yourself racing actually this morning. And it's good to give something back to a circuit like Croft. It doesn't have as many big events as some of the circuits further down south. And you know, this is the first time we've done it, but hopefully this is something that, you know, we can get off the ground and we can grow and we can do it in the future again and do it bigger and better.
Yes, well, it's been very impressive already. You can see the number of cars currently circulating Croft now. All of the minis, the marshals are out and about as well. There's plenty of spectators here as well, having a little look at these cars. It is something quite special, and there's something very nostalgic about a Mini as well, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, I've never owned a Mini, but I've always wanted to own a Mini. You know, I'd have loved to get a classic Mini when I was younger, and I think the fact is now the price of them's probably a bit outside my pay grade, and having 2 kids and a dog, they're probably not the most practical cars in the world. But you think about how many people through the years will have learned to drive in a Mini, or, you know, the family had a Mini. And people who've got the classic cars, you know, I've got quite a few of them here today, they're almost like part of the family. They're not just a car. You know, they have a personality. I love them. I've always loved them, and yeah, you never know. One day maybe if I can get a bit of a pay rise in future, I might be able to own one myself.
There you go. If many people are watching right now, Matt, you need a pay rise.
If my boss is watching, then yeah, by all means go for it.
He's doing a great job. I'll give him a pay rise. Look, somebody's watching this right now, love minis, but never raced before and thinking of getting involved. Where would they start?
Well, I mean, the great thing is that the Coopers in particular is a very accessible championship. I mean, we can't hide the fact that there are costs that come with motorsport. It isn't cheap, but you can, you know, build a Cooper car for £12,000 to £14,000 to go racing with. Yeah, I know I'm saying £12,000 to £14,000 like it's money you find down the back of the sofa, but when you compare it to some other championships, it's very cost effective for what you actually get as a package. I said, you know, 3 rounds on the Toka package with the touring cars, live TV, live streaming throughout the season is great for your sponsors. You know, we ran the scholarship last year, which generated a lot of interest. It allowed Albert Webster to get onto the grid in JCW Sport this year.
Because he's commentating today as well.
He is commentating today, yeah. But you know, we're not running our own scholarship this year. Jam Sport are running a scholarship for the JCW Sport. But as a championship, what we are doing is on the 14th of October, so in between the final rounds for the JCWs and the final round for the Coopers, we're going to be running a taster day at Donington Park. So that is going to be an opportunity for anyone who is interested in racing in the championship to come along and sample a car. Now that could be somebody who has never raced before and would like to race a Cooper, can come along, sample a Cooper, meet some of the teams, you know, get all the information that they want. Or it might be someone who's already racing in another championship and they want to come into Coopers, or they might think, well, I'm at a stage in my career where I want to go to the next level. I'd like to have a look at JCW Sports. They can come along and drive one of those cars, or they can drive a JCW car. So I mean, that's going to be a good way, I think, for new people to get interested in the championship, see what it's all about firsthand. And the good thing is, anyone who signs up for the taster day will also get a chance to come along to Brands Hatch for the BTCC finale. They'll be able to join us in the paddock on the Saturday, so they'll be there for touring car qualifying for one of the mini races, for the other support races. Brilliant. They'll have a chance to spend time in hospitality with us, they'll have a chance to look around the paddock, so they'll get to see the teams working close up, they'll get to have a look around the cars, so it'll kind of give them a bit of an insight into, you know, what could potentially be to come if they then decide to come and race with us further down the line.
I'm quite tempted actually. That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
I mean, speak to Ria, see if she can do you a bit of a deal.
Okay, I might do that. Might well do that actually. Right, Matt, we're about to get back onto the track, aren't we? We've just done 2 laps around here at Croft. It's been brilliant. Just quickly, somebody does want to get in touch with you. How do they do that?
I think the easiest way to do it would be if you come to us through the Mini Challenge website. You'll be able to get in touch with Ria, who, as I said, she's, you know, the person who runs the championship. She's the best person to get in touch with for any information. And of course, follow us on our social media channels. We're on all the main social media channels. All the information about things like the taster day, about the upcoming races, is going to be on there. So by all means, through the website or through our social media channels, and someone will get in touch.
Brilliant stuff. Plenty of racing action coming up throughout the course of the day here at Mini Festival. We're going to park up and get out and see if we can chat to some of the drivers very shortly.
Welcome back everyone to Croft Circuit and to the Mini Festival 2024 here. It's still raining, it's still wet. But I tell you what, our appetite hasn't dampened at all for some racing action from these minis. And a reminder of how the rest of the day is looking. This is the Mighty Minis race, which is about to take place. And then we have a bit of a gap before the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, which takes place at 2:30. That's coming up later on today. That's after a quick qualifying session by the Mini Enduro class. Then the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, as I say, is back at 2:30. Then the second Mini Challenge Trophy race of the day is here, the final one of the weekend, the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Championship. And then we end the day with a 40-minute Mini Enduro race. That is going to be a lot of fun, and we're going to have Ian running around the pits throughout that race. We're going to bring you all of the coverage throughout the entire 40 minutes of racing, entirely uninterrupted, and we really hope that you stick with us for it. We hope that you are ready for more racing, and with that in mind, let's take a look at the grids, at how they line up for this race, the final Mighty Minis race of the weekend. So in the Super Mighty Minis class, we have Stephen Rideout, Greg Jenkins, David Kirkpatrick and Nevin Kirkpatrick, all together, those four on row 1 and row 2. Then starting back on row 6, we have Tao Butler, James Jenkins, Graham Shepherd, Ahmed Shaharabani, Ben Butler, Sam Slater, William Burnham, Morgan Bartley, Trevor Peters and John Jenkins. And then just on one little final page of competitors, on row 11 we have Chris Didcott and Stuart Coombs. Well, there are the cars ready to go. Now, with everyone else having done 2 formation laps throughout today, we are assuming that the same will be done again. We haven't heard otherwise, because as you can see, there's a lot more water on that track now than there was this morning as the rain continues to fall down and continues to pour here at Croft Circuit. And I can also confirm as well that this will be a very, very entertaining race to watch. These cars absolutely go for it no matter what the conditions, and I'm sure we'll be treated to exactly that again today too. Still lots of support in the group chat as well. The chat underneath our YouTube live stream that everyone is interacting with. Lots of people wishing our drivers good luck this weekend. B-Rent Gaming saying, support this amazing free coverage by dropping a like, everyone. Thank you very much, B-Rent Gaming. We really appreciate the support. Jamesy Boy, afternoon to you too as well. He's saying afternoon to all of the race fans watching here today. And he's already dropped a cheeky like on this live stream as well. Everyone's talking about how good the racing is here as well this weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend of racing indeed. There go the cars off on their 2 formation laps. The Mighty Minis just taking a second longer than the Super Mighties to get going there. But there are the 2 classes of cars getting ready to go around the field. We've got a bit of a debate going on in the comments section. Jamesy Boy says that he likes watching the racing, but he doesn't like the modern Mini as much as he likes the classic Mini. Now, I will agree with you. I think the classic Mini, I think it does look great, don't get me wrong, but the modern Mini is still an iconic look. I really think it's still iconic. I'm not sure if we can really argue against it being an iconic piece of automobile sort of heritage and history globally. You know, it's a very recognizable body shape, a very recognizable badge as well. And it's just great to see that it's still, you know, around in the 21st century and that the Mini shape and brand lives on really, really well, actually, too. So I agree that I like the classic Mini look the most, but I do quite like the modern Minis as well. I think in terms of a small hatchback, you can't go wrong with a modern Mini as well in terms of how it looks. Paul's also agreeing with you though, Jamesy Boy. The classic cars were just better looking. Cars now all look the same. Maybe it's because I am much younger than the Mini actually is, and maybe that's why I keep thinking that the modern Mini is an all right looking vehicle. I'm not sure about that. But I will agree with the fact that cars are just getting more and more bigger and larger. Cars just seem to keep growing in size rather than staying the same size. Such is the way of the modern motoring world. Sam Moore is shouting out his dad, Ollie Mortimer. Zach, we have got the Mighty Minis are on today. Don't worry, Zach, we are going to be covering the Mighty Minis. They're in this race right here. We will be looking at them. Don't worry, don't panic with your sad face. We'll make sure we turn that frown upside down. Don't worry. David M's asking, is it hard to get hold of parts for the old Mini? David, actually, there's loads and loads of forums out there, particularly on Facebook. If you just search up the local area where you are and for classic minis or for mini forums or for mini owners clubs, there's a great UK mini owners club as well, and they have the different categories of mini owner clubs as well. It's fantastic to see that those groups exist, and they help everyone find parts, find cars, find opportunities to meet up. So it's a really, really nice community to get involved in. So I'd encourage you to look up online for your nearest forum or for your most local forum to start talking to others who might own classic minis if you want to get into owning one or looking for parts yourself. Mark Price is wishing good luck to all the drivers and stay safe out there. It is a 2-lap formation as well, just confirmation coming through my ear again. We hope that the drivers do stay safe in these treacherous conditions. As I say, the ARC could arrive at any moment now with the rain falling at the rate that it is. Andy's saying thank you for the man versus horsepower class that we had earlier on today. That was very entertaining to watch Ian do that earlier on. I'll give him credit there. I think we should give him a few cakes to reward him for doing that, because I can imagine that took quite a lot of effort as he crawled away on the floor. So that was really, really good. Sam Moore is also wishing good luck to everyone racing today. Emily Kay is wishing go Nev in Super Mighty Mini 1. They're watching on the sofa. Harry and Ava are shouting, good luck, Dad. Hello, Harry. Hello, Ava. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in, and along with your Uncle David as well. The Countryman Mini is bigger than your... Yes, the Mini Countryman is huge. I will give you that, James. But there's nothing really mini about the Mini Countryman, but it still has that iconic look. It's still got that iconic Mini front end. I think that's what I would say. So yes, and I am a big fan of the Minis. Up until recently, did own an R50 myself. I really, really enjoyed having that lovely bright red car, which is why I've been particularly fond of all of the bright red ones racing around here this weekend. James Ball is wishing all the drivers good luck this weekend, especially Diddy. So a big good luck, well wish coming in there from James Ball. Please keep those comments coming in. Please keep interacting with myself and Ian. We love hearing from you all. We love that you've given up some of your Sunday to tune into this amazing coverage. We really hope that you are enjoying it and enjoying the racing that comes with it too. Good luck to Steve Rideout and Chris Didcott, your Misfits 24 Hours teammates. That's from Emily Kay. James Bryant says, good luck to the drivers from sunny Florida. Wow. James, it's a very exotic place to find yourself in on a very wet and rainy Sunday here at Croft, and with the mini racing about to take place. Chris Graham says he's watching James and John Jenkins. James is his daughter's boyfriend. She's in the paddock with him this weekend, and he's watching at home. Chris, a very good afternoon to you, sir. I hope you've been enjoying this coverage. Damon H96 saying it's great racing. He was watching at the Clervaux turn yesterday when it was a bit better weather, and he always loves going to Croft. It's just been a fantastic weekend of racing, hasn't it, Damon? Absolutely brilliant. A big good luck to Will Burnham from his kiddos on the sofa, Eleanor and Lawrence. Hi, Eleanor. Hi, Lawrence. We hope you're enjoying watching. Alan Egerton also saying, go Nev and David, all the best from Sandra and Alan. Sean O'Neill was saying, afternoon, everyone. It looks bad today compared to yesterday. It is bad, Sean. It's very, very bad compared to yesterday. Della Tully is wishing good luck to her gorgeous fiancé, Graham Shepherd. She's watching from Dorset. Well, we're watching on our screen now because it's time to watch these Mighty Minis go racing once more here at Croft. The green flag is waved at the back of the track. The 5-second board is out. We are ready to go racing here at Croft. And we are racing. It's a fantastic start from Graham Shepherd towards the back of the Mighty Minis class. Look at him in the red Mini on the left-hand side of your screen as they hurtle down towards turn 1. There's a bit of changing of position in the Super Mighties class as well. It looks as though Greg Jenkins is Stephen Rideout, is dropping right back away from the leading pack of cars. Greg Jenkins losing out to both Kirkpatricks as they head through the first couple of turns together. But the Mighty Minis, Graham Shepherd has been able to jump through to leading that pack of cars. right from the get-go. It was an awful start from Tal Butler, and James Jenkins has been jumped at the start by Graham Shepherd. Here are the Super Mighties leading the way at the front, but let's turn our attention to the Mighties in the middle of the field, because that was a great start from the now leader of that group, Graham Shepherd. And here go the Super Mighties round Tower Bend, but here comes Tal Butler looking to take back the lead that he had in that Mighty Minis class, and he's got it done nice and easily and smoothly too as they head round Tower Bend all together. All the cars still on the track and all the cars still absolutely going for it as well. James Jenkins has really lost out there, unfortunately, from the start. He seems to have dropped all the way to the back of the grid. There go the Mighty Minis through the Jim Clark S's. Tal Butler back out in front. Well, Graham Shepherd has only dropped back into second position in that Mighty Minis class. Tal Butler is steaming away at the moment. I mean, it was a fantastic start from Shepherd, but he needs to be able to keep the pace up if he's going to stand a chance at finishing high up in this race, because everyone else will be looking for an opportunity around the outside, the inside, wherever you look on this circuit. And it looks as though Ben Butler is right hot on the heels, actually, of Trevor Peters, who's had another blinding start himself as well and has made their way up this grid. And there go the Super Mighties, streaming past the timing beacon, separated by about 6 seconds from first to fourth in that class. And it's actually Ben Butler with the lead. I do apologise. Ben Butler has the lead over Tal Butler. It's Tal Butler who's dropped back. It's probably a collision, actually, with James Jenkins, hence why the two cars that started off so far towards the front of that Mighty Minis class now find themselves towards the back of the field and the pack. But that's good news for the likes of Trevor Peters and indeed Graham Shepherd, who are in front of them. After those two drivers started in first and second in this class, they've now dropped back into about fourth and fifth respectively. And up the hill comes Graham Shepherd, and is that a move around the outside? Going to be executed there by Tal Butler. No, he hasn't quite got the speed that he was looking for. Late on the brakes as well was Trevor Peters, and instead now Peters finds himself all over the rear of Graham Shepherd's vehicle. And there goes Tal Butler. Ben Butler, sorry, past our screen. Here come the chasing pack led by Graham Shepherd. Now they're starting to sort themselves out into their different individual races. This one we're going to keep our eye on for a second. Graham Shepherd racing alongside Trevor Peters. Peters going around the outside into Sunny Inn. I don't know whether there was the room for him to put off a move there. Big splash on the puddles and the grass as Graham Shepherd took a little bit of it with him. But he's kept that Mini nice and square. Really tight racing line for these more retro classic bodies as we see them thrashing their way around this circuit. And there's Graham Shepherd once more on your screen. This is currently the hunt and the chase for second place. Really, that's a lot of standing water that Shepherd's just driven through as well. So you have to be pretty careful on the brakes. It will have flicked up a lot of water and it will have slowed him down a little bit, but also given a bit of instability too as they head now onto pit straight, looking to go three abreast as they chase themselves down into turn one. Can Shepherd hold off Peters as they head into that tricky, sharp right-hander? Some cars this weekend here have been flat out through it, but because of the conditions, they'll be far from that, and they'll have headed through the first couple of turns now through Clervaux and Hawthorne. Here they go now. It's Shepherd, Peters, Butler, and bringing them up from the rear around that corner is Chris Didcott. Didcott's had a fantastic start in this race also, and he is also looking to challenge too. Trevor Peters has been able to get past Graham Shepherd, having gone down the outside of him as it stands off the back of the chicane corner and up the hill towards Tower Bend, and going through Tower Bend now. Shepherd has got Tal Butler Hot on his heels, but hot on the heels of Tao Butler is Chris Didcott. And Didcott switched back to the inside, heading down towards the Jim Clark S's now. Has Didcott got himself in a good position to overtake? He has, and the move is done before we even reach the Jim Clark S's. And the cars make their way through there nice and smoothly and easily. And Graham Shepherd wrestles his Mini through with the others chasing him down still. Let's follow that race as it unfolds. This is probably the most competitive one right now as all of the rest of the field sort themselves out of individual packs. There goes Shepherd and Tao Butler trailing now behind Chris Didcott. Didcott doing really well. He started second last in this race overall. He started second last in the Mighty Minis race, and he's got himself into a position where he could potentially start challenging for third place in the Mighty Minis category. Well, Graham Shepherd's been able to get himself back ahead again. Lots of changing of positions with these cars. There goes Trevor Peters. But what's happened at the hairpin? The hairpin has seen them file through just as they went into it. But straight away, Chris Didcott pulls out from behind the back of Graham Shepherd. He wants to go down the inside of him probably, or the outside heading into turn one. He wants to make some sort of overtake. These are the Super Mighties, both Kirkpatricks fighting it out between themselves. Nevin Kirkpatrick in the lead as things stand. That's nice and tidy from him, and David Kirkpatrick following suit as they head round Tower Bend together down towards the Jim Clark S's. This is back with the Mighty Minis now, going through those first couple of turns at Clervaux Hawthorne up to the chicane as well. And Trevor Peters is doing really well in that yellow number 44 car to start to pull out a bit of the lead, establish himself as the second place runner right now. So the battle is really for third place now, and Didcott is all over the back of Graham Shepherd. Shepherd leading them up towards the Tower Bend. This is the point of the track where we've seen a lot of moves get done. We've also seen a few instances as well from late breakers not having moves pull off exactly as they'd want them to. Didcott, though, riding nicely alongside, tucking on the inside even of Shepherd. This will be an interesting run down into the Jim Clark S's. Is Didcott going to stay in? No, he decides to tuck in behind Shepherd for now. And Graham Shepherd will be happy to see that that decision's been made, because we know that Chris Didcott likes an overtake. He's made several of them in this race so far to be in the position he is. And let's stay with them as they file their way out of the Jim Clark S's down towards Sunny Inn. There's a bit of a gap now starting to form actually between Shepherd and Didcott. Shepherd obviously much happier in this latter part of the circuit, but Chris Didcott also more than happy to just sit with him and keep him company. Bide his time, wait for the opportunity. But Tao Butler will be a man hunting for quick overtakes to be done, because after starting on pole for the Mighty Minis and slipping back out of contention for the victory at the moment, because Ben Butler is steaming away for victory now, the number 43. He's got a lead of about 10 seconds. But talking about big leads, those are the Kirkpatricks with about 20 seconds between them and the third place Stephen Rideout. Oh, and this is interesting. Tao Butler looking to go around the outside now of Graham Shepherd as they head into turn one. Chris Didcott's got past Graham Shepherd. And the move's been done before turn one, but on this occasion, Tao Butler has thought better of it, has decided against it. And that's a lot of sideways action from Graham Shepherd. He's really throwing everything at this circuit that he can from inside that little Mini. This is just brilliant to watch. Well, here comes Butler now with the slipstream on Graham Shepherd. Is he going to be able to pull a move off down into Tower Bend? No, he's too far back to think about a move right now. But that doesn't mean that as the rest of the lap plays out, he won't find himself in one by the end of it. There is our leader of the Mighty Minis, Ben Butler, going past your screen there, out of shot, out the back of the Jim Clark S's. Just behind him, Trevor Peters is in second, and Didcott, Chris Didcott, is starting to catch him bit by bit, inch by inch, second by second, 10th by 10th. I don't know how else you want me to measure it for you, but he is catching him. And when we take a look at the lap times as well, they are lapping almost identical to each other. This is really interesting. Well, Shepherd's got Tao Butler going around the outside of him, down the dip of the straight in towards the complex section. Here's Peters with Chris Didcott for company. He's definitely got to keep his eyes on Didcott's grey Mini in the rear view mirror now. Peters still with the advantage, still with second place in this Mighty Minis race. Didcott hot on his heels though with the slipstream, pulling out from behind Peters. Are we going to see a diving move? He'll have the inside line into turn one. Who's going to be the first to go on the brakes? Who's going to be the one to claim the position at the turn? Chris Didcott's going to take it going into turn one. Is he running wide? No, he's running perfectly on the racing line. That's an excellent move by the number 40. And now Chris Didcott can start setting his sights on Ben Butler and potentially the overall victory in the Mighty Minis class. And he'll have to catch him. He's about 9 seconds up the road from him when they last took the timing beacon. And with 8 and a bit minutes left in this race, let's take a look at how the lap times are looking. Well, in terms of pace, at the moment on the last lap, Ben Butler said a 2:09, but Chris Didcott said a 2:05. So potentially is catching him at a rate of about 4 seconds a lap, but we don't know whether a mistake was made on that last lap by Ben Butler. That could be potentially why that lap was so much slower. There he goes past your screens now, negotiating the Jim Clark S as well, but straight away emerges Chris Didcott and Trevor Peters. And Tao Butler following in behind them as well. Now, although Chris Didcott's got the move done, Trevor Peters is very much staying with him, and the two cars could be looking at catching Ben Butler together because they're both lapping quicker than Ben Butler. So again, has something gone wrong in that leading Mini in the Mighty Minis class? Was a mistake made on the last lap and we're reading too much into it? We just don't know, but we will find out as the next few minutes unfold in this race. There's a lovely shot of Sam Slater coming around out of Sunny Out down towards the complex section of the circuit. Off towards the trees. Conditions not getting any better, as you can see. Plenty of spray being thrown up into the air by these cars, despite the size of the machinery itself. Stuart Coombs is keeping that number 93 company of Sam Slater. Here's our Super Mighties out front at the moment. Nevin Kirkpatrick is leading the way still. David Kirkpatrick keeping him company in that Union Jack liveried Mini. And here are more shots of our Mighties. Graham Shepherd after that blinding start. They drop back down the order a little bit, coming under pressure now at the present moment from James Jenkins, who himself had a bad lap one and saw himself fall down the order, but now he's fighting his way back, and he will fight back now against Graham Shepherd. He's got to decide which way he wants to go past that number 9 car before they reach Tower Bend. It looks as though it's going to be an inside dive from Jenkins. He's got the move done before the turn even happens, before he's even finished braking. Really excellent stuff from the number 32. James Jenkins was on the front of Cooper World for a reason, because that was a textbook move executed before he even needed to worry about negotiating the corner itself. An excellent drive so far from Mr. Jenkins. Well, there goes Didcott and Peters past our cameras once more, chasing down Ben Butler. The gap at the end of the last lap was about 8 seconds. So it's come down by a second. So clearly that bad lap was a one-off from Ben Butler. So it means that Didcott and Peters have really got to pull out all the stocks here to try and do something to challenge him before the end of this race. And actually, speaking of Ben Butler, Tao Butler is just behind Trevor Peters too. He's caught them and an astronomical rate, really, after dropping back in the order in the early stages. He could potentially start challenging for third place in this race before it finishes. About 4.5 minutes left on the race clock. Could equal about 3 laps worth of racing, or even 4 by the time our super mighties go past and take the timing beacons, as they are the leading overall class. And there you go, you can see him, the green machine of Tao Butler just behind Peters. He's very much within striking distance potentially over the next few turns over the course of the remainder of this lap. But for now, Didcot is the one that files them through the Tower Bend in second place in the Mighty Minis group. But Trevor Peters has never really lost sight of him, it must be said. He's doing superbly well in such difficult conditions to stay with that grey car in front of him. But there is the green, the mean green machine of Tao Butler, also very, very close behind. Oh, and is this a move potentially? A move by Trevor Peters around the outside of Chris Didcot in Sunny Inn. Oh, he's gone way too deep there. He's taken out a traffic cone. Big off there by Trevor Peters. Just too late on the brakes, just not enough grip where he thought it would be. And Tao Butler said thank you very much. He's gone round the outside of him before Sunny out, and he's taken third place from Trevor Peters, and now has Chris Didcot set in his sights. We could potentially have a Butler 1-2 on our hands with about 3 minutes left of racing here at Croft Circuit. Here we go then, watching Trevor Peters still trying to stay in the hunt, in the fight. This is brilliant stuff from all of our drivers at the moment out there. These are far from ideal conditions right now. Chris Didcot is starting to speed away and pull out a bit of a gap there in second place. So whether we will have a Butler 1-2 is yet to be seen. We've got about 1:50 left. So we've definitely got one more lap after this one. But oh, here comes Trevor Peters down the inside at Tower Bend. He's looking for another optimistic move. It's forcing Butler to go right out wide, and he's followed him through all the standing water too. This is going to be interesting to watch. There's the leading Butler. There goes Ben out the back of the Jim Clark S's, and now Chris Didcot. But here comes Butler with Peters for company. This is going to get interesting as they head down towards Sunny Inn, because we know that Peters fancied an opportunity there on the lap previous. Is he going to try and make it work again? He's going around the outside of Butler. No, he's braking much harder on this occasion, acting much more cautiously. Or is he? He's down the inside of Butler, heading into Sunny Inn and heading towards Sunny Out. He's slowed right down, considerably right down. What's just happened there? That was a very interesting decline of pace. Goodness me. Final 40 seconds of this race. It will be the final lap of the race as well. There's Stephen Rideout, sorry, on your screen now, heading off towards the right-hand side of the picture. Nevin Kirkpatrick still with the lead of this race, but David has the fastest lap, a 1:57.2. But for now, we're watching Butler hunting down Didcot to see if he can get the Butler 1-2 executed. That'd be a fun way for them to end the weekend here at Croft Circuit. There's Greg Jenkins as well, currently running in third in the Super Mighties and third overall in this race. And there we have Didcot and Butler again on our screen. Butler looking at Didcot and wondering this could be the last lap to make a move, but I tell you who's also thinking the same thing. Trevor Peters in that yellow number 44, Perhaps Tower Bend isn't the place to make the move, but he thinks otherwise. He's gone down the inside of Butler, but he's had to back off and back away from making that move. But he's definitely going to stay within the fight with the green car as they head towards the Jim Clark SEs. He's trying to pull to the right-hand side of the circuit, forces Butler to recover him. Oh my goodness, the rain is really coming down now. This is impossible to see him probably from a driver's perspective. Just look at the amount of water falling onto the circuit at this latter stage of the day. Oh my goodness, this is intense. Butler coming up to Sunny Inn. Can he keep the car square? He's going to have to be so careful going through there. It's pouring down outside now, absolutely pouring down. And it is the end of the race as well. So Nevin Kirkpatrick has taken victory overall. David Kirkpatrick just behind him. They are 1-2 in the Super Mighties class. And Stephen Rideout has taken third overall and third in the Super Mighties class as well. But Ben Butler could be taking victory in the Mighty Minis group, but just look how close those cars are now, right at the end of this race. There's Ben Butler, there's Chris Didcott, there's Tao Butler. They're going to take the checkered flag all together, separated by just about a second. And there they go, Butler, Didcott, Butler. And that is the end of the Mighty Minis race. Trevor Peters was very much in the fight for lots of that race as well. And he tried making some optimistic moves, which I very much enjoyed watching. But I must say, I'm just looking at the surface of the track right now, and the amount of water falling onto it is astronomical. This is insane. So it's a brilliant, brilliant drive from Nevin Kirkpatrick and David Kirkpatrick to storm away as much as they did. They finished with a 40-second gap to Stephen Rideout, who finished in third overall. But for the fact that we finished the race with about a second and a half separating the first Butler from the rest of the Mighty Minis who were on the podium with him is also very impressive. Let's take a look at the official final standings and indeed fastest lap of the race, which goes to David Kirkpatrick with a 1:57.2 set on lap 8. So the Kirkpatricks win overall and they are 1-2 in their class. Ben Butler gets the victory in the Mighty Minis class. Chris Didcott and Tao Butler taking the final podium spots. Trevor Peters and James Jenkins treating us to some fantastic racing all the way throughout as well. So a special mention to those two as well. And my goodness, what a race. The amount of skill that these drivers will have to be able to negotiate these conditions, not only safely, but quickly as well, to ensure it's still a race at the end of the day, is phenomenally impressive. I take my hat off to every single one of them. A big round of applause. And I really want to hear what it was like from their perspective too. And that means I want to hear from one man in particular, and that's Ian down in Parc Fermé. Ian, tell us what's just happened. Let's grab some drivers.
Yeah, hello everybody. Welcome to a soaking, and I mean soaking wet Parc Fermé. We're just waiting for the cars to come down now. What a race that was. How on earth did they keep the cars on track in these conditions? I want to say a big thank you as well to the lady who's just handed me this brolly. Very kind of her as well to let me use it whilst we do this. Right, let's move down a little bit, shall we? Because we've got the 1, 2, 3 boards here, but we don't have any of the Mighty Minis. There's a Super Mighty Minis up there as well, so congratulations to them. We do want to grab a quick word with Ben Butler if we can. Number 43, he took the win. What great control from him. So we're just waiting for him to come down and find out how it was. I did actually speak to Graham Shepherd. He came in, he retired the car. Looks like he had a bit of a clutch problem with that one, so he's left already. But yes, as you can see, pretty grotty conditions down here. And I am getting absolutely soaked. I hope you actually enjoyed our coverage at lunchtime as well. That was an awful lot of fun, wasn't it? So here he comes now, Ben Butler, your winner. There he goes. In fact, he's going to go all the way down. I'm really sorry, Danny. I think I've just made you walk all the way down here, and Ben Butler's going to make his way down to the P1 board. So he doesn't knock it actually, because he's got a nice bottle of champagne waiting for him there as well. So let's just grab Ben if we can. I think he's going to be a very happy man. Look at that. That meant something to you, didn't it?
I'll tell you what, you wouldn't believe. Me and my son are out. Oh, I'm over the moon, over the moon. I'm literally racing on slicks. I have no wets, so I put all the wets set up and stuff on my son's bike, son's car. And yeah, I didn't think I'd be anywhere, but I'm over the moon. Honestly.
You must have some supreme car skills.
Do you know what? My background is karting, mine and my son's, so I'm over the moon. I'm
father son on the podium, hey?
I know, eh? I can't believe it. Can't believe it.
This is going to be a party down at your gaff anyway. I'm coming down. Where is he? Let's grab Teo over here. Over you come, mate. Come on, come on. In fact, no, you go give your dad a hug.
Well done. Absolutely well done.
Look at that, first and third, Ben and Teo there. How does that feel being on a podium with the old man?
Yeah, it feels great. My second race in, and yeah, qualified pole. And yeah, it feels amazing.
What were conditions like out there? I mean, we can see it's wet, of course, but visibility. I saw a lot of new drivers as you're going down to start-finish straight actually trying to clear the windscreen with your hands.
I couldn't see at all, but just trying to stick with the other cars' rain lights, and yeah.
Well done, mate. This means a lot, doesn't it? I'm coming down to your garages a little bit later. It's going to be fun, isn't it? So we got to where is Chris as well. I wonder if we can grab a quick word of him coming home in second place. Of course, let's just jump in with these guys because it's pretty. Do you want to come under my brolly? Both of you. We'll have a chat with both of you if you like. First of all, start. How was it?
Really good.
Yeah. Visibility.
You couldn't see anything.
There you go. Look. There you go. Get under.
Couldn't see anything.
No,
it was good.
Have you had a good weekend, though?
Not a good day yesterday. Had issues with the car and I got a DNF, but made up for it today. So yeah.
Top man. Look, I'll let you go find another brolly. This is my brolly, not my brolly. How'd you find it out there?
All right. Yeah. Not bad. Not bad.
It's
I quite like the wet.
You do?
Yeah.
I mean, how slippy is it? I mean, when you're going down to start-finish straight, are you feeling the car move a little bit?
Yeah. There's a little bit of aquaplaning. There's a little bit. I'd certainly in corners it's sliding, but no, it's all right. It's all drivable.
Top man, all driver. Well, look, thank you so much for coming out to play. We really appreciate it at Mini Festival here. The first ever Mini Festival here at Croft. Hopefully there will be many more to come as well. Right, let's just move back round, shall we? I'm going to, we've got a qualifying session coming up very shortly. Cheers, mate. And then we'll go into the Scottish Minis. Look at this roof, by the way. How cool is that? We saw Ben Butler give that a little kiss as he got out of the car as well. That meant an awful lot to him, didn't it? So Mighty Minis and Super Mighty Minis, they have now finished for the weekend. That's not it, though, for action. There is a qualifying session coming off for the Mini Enduro race, and we have another trophy race and the Scottish Minis. And, of course, we round out the day with that 40-minute Mini Enduro race a little bit later. There is a mandatory pit stop in that as well, so we will be in the pit lane. And we are going to go down, actually, to assembly. We're going to get ourselves into position ready for the Scottish Mini Cooper classes. We'll grab a quick chat with some of those drivers before they head out on track. But coming up is a qualifying session now, so I'm going to hand back to James and we'll go get into position, and I'll see you soon. Try and stay dry.
Don't worry, Ian. Director Simon and I are staying nice and dry here in our air-conditioned unit. We're not getting too muggy and hot. Don't worry, don't panic. We're absolutely fine. We're just waiting for you to deliver that champagne to us that you promised yesterday, that's all. Right now, as Ian has already said, it's time for the Mini Enduro qualifying session to begin. We are going to bring you coverage of that, but it will just be pictures and images on your screens. But after the Mini Enduro qualifying session is done, we are going to bring you the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, their final race of the weekend, their third one of the weekend. After two scintillating races yesterday, we're being treated to yet another one today. So as I said already, the Mini Enduro qualifying is taking place right now. You can see those images there on your screen, and we will leave you with those to be able to enjoy. And then we will be back with you shortly afterwards for the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. This obviously setting the grid for the 40-minute endurance race that finishes the weekend's action for us. So stick with us, stay and enjoy the coverage. Thank you.
Hello everybody, welcome. I've just given up trying to stay dry, to be brutally honest. It is absolutely heaving it down here. We're at the assembly area. The Scottish Mini's about to go out. We've just had confirmation it's going to be 2 green flag laps as well. We've just had that qualifying session for the Mini Enduros and just chatting to some of the drivers. They're a bit concerned. There is a lot of standing water just around the first corner here at Croft. So yeah, could be an eventful time. Let's go have a quick chat to Jensen Bell here and see how he's feeling ahead of this one. I feel a bit conscious of opening up doors because I don't want him to get too wet, but maybe we can, I might have to go around this way actually. The door's firmly, well and truly locked. I wonder if we can, in fact, let's grab Chad because he's free. So I wonder if we can, thank you, I just want to stay dry, thanks for that. Chad, it's been an eventful weekend, hasn't it? But this weather now, are you a little bit apprehensive?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, I think. I like the rain, so...
Yeah, but there's rain and then there's...
I hope for it, see what happens.
Yeah, I'm absolutely soaked. If you could put a little seat in here, I could just sit with you, couldn't I, for the race? But look, it's going to be exciting, it's going to be eventful. What have you made of your entire weekend?
Well, it's really good. Been fast enough all weekend, just that jump start yesterday kind of spoiled it really for us, but hopefully bounce back in this one and get to the front.
Top man, top man. Thank you very much, Chad. Appreciate that. Watch out for Chad. Expect him to come through. Yeah, he did get that 10-second time penalty yesterday, which really dropped him down the order. This is the third and final race of the weekend for the Scottish Mini Coopers. It is going to be an absolute corker, isn't it? Normally head to Knockhill. They've got another couple of metres still to go this season. In fact, they go to Knockhill 4 times. This is their away day down in England. They have been to Anglesey as well this season and Kirkestown, so they do get around a little bit. This is officially their away day, although this is like Scottish weather anyway, isn't it? Right, let's go a bit closer to the front, shall we? See if there's anybody else we could talk to. And I'm just see if I need a brolly, don't I? Really, my word. I mean, let's just come with me. Actually, just come with me and let's have a look. If we can go to the first corner and just see if we can show you some of the water that we've got here. And these guys, by the way, can I give a shout out to all of the Orange Army? But these guys here. Guys, I just want to say thank you. You've looked after us all weekend, haven't you? You've allowed us to come down here. You kept us entertained. You've been chatting to us. What have you made of it? What do you make of this weather?
It's good weather for ducks. But unfortunately, we're not racing ducks today, so yeah, it'll be what it'll be.
It is. Now, actually, we've got a Formula One story up here as well, haven't we? Because there's a marshal here at Croft this weekend who was first on scene. Remember at Silverstone a couple of years ago in Zhao, wasn't it, in the Alfa Romeo? He had that crash and went over. He was first on the scene, wasn't he? And were you opposite as well?
I was directly opposite the scene, yeah, so yeah.
Wow.
It was Glenn Slattery,
yeah, and he's here somewhere. He's a bit further down.
He's on post 9.
He's on post 9. Look, guys, you guys are marshals. You're looking at these conditions. What are you thinking right now, looking at this?
I'm thinking I might be going into the gravel trap.
So you think you're going to be busy in a minute?
Yeah, it's going to be busy, especially with the Scottish marshals. They like a good race, so you know, rubbing is racing, but you know. I'll see how it goes after the first lap.
Thanks, guys. Stay safe, won't you? And I hope you don't have to do any work. Actually, I really hope so. Right, look, I'm going to go get some shelter now. I'm just getting absolutely drenched here, so I'm going to hand back to your commentator, James. He's going to take you through the action, and I'll see you in Parc Fermé, probably still just as soaked as I am now. Enjoy the race, everybody.
Shot of my umbrella. Was it more than a little ironic that right now?
Hello everyone, welcome back once more to Croft. The rain's still continuing to pour down and it's starting to thrash down much heavier than it has done at any other point this weekend so far. But we are about to be treated to some more minis thrashing their way around this circuit, and it is the next Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race. And with that, let's take a look at how the grid lines up for this one. So on row 1 we have Robbie Dalgleish in pole position, Jason Ballantyne just behind him in second. Ian Munro leads the way on that second row of proceedings, Jack Irvine alongside him. Ollie Mortimer just behind them with Daniel Patterson also. Chad Little, Jensen Bell, Michael Williams and Barry Holmes round up the rest of the top 10 and that first page of competitors. On page 2, starting 11th, we have Jacob Heap, Ewan Robertson alongside him, Ross Foster, Jonathan Wilde just behind, Martin Wijatunga, Curtis Patterson in 15th and 16th respectively. Blair Dryberg and Stuart McFadden round off the whole of the grid from 17th and 18th respectively. Now there will be 2 green flag laps just to make you aware, as the cars will go around twice as opposed to the regular ones because, as I said already, the rain is continuing to pour down. These are the worst conditions we've seen all weekend, so it means there's a lot of standing water around. So the marshals and organisers clearly want to give our drivers enough opportunity to try and work out where the grip actually exists on this track now and where the dry patches are potentially. So you will see them start to go around in just a few moments' time. About 30 seconds or so, the board has gone out to show the drivers exactly that. Now you can see them all lined up together. And there is the beginning of their green flag lap as well. And a big hello to everyone who's still with us, still joining us. Emily says it's her birthday today. She came down to the racing yesterday and it was amazing. Wishing all the drivers a safe race. Well, happy birthday to you for yesterday, Emily. We hope you had a lovely day at the Croft Circuit with us for Mini Festival 2024. James Ball says well done to everyone on the previous race and especially yes to Diddy. Della's also saying well done everyone on the racing for today. More people wishing Emily happy birthday in our YouTube comments. Isn't that nice? Slicks in that you madman from Sean. Absolutely brilliant, talking about the mighty mini race that we were just treated to. Jim's giving a big shout out to the marshals and cameramen for their great work in these conditions. They have been fantastic all weekend for us. Without the marshals, we simply cannot go racing. And without our cameras stood around the circuit, we simply cannot capture it either for you. So a big shout out to them and a massive thank you for them giving up their time this weekend. EBBS is bigging up the Butlers from the previous race. That was a masterclass performance from both of them in those conditions. Martin has tuned in from Australia again for yet another race. Hello to you, Martin. We hope you're enjoying all the coverage so far. Pugger said, woohoo, go Scottish Minis. You took the weather with you. They certainly did bring some Scottish weather with us, but I'd be surprised if you get this every day in Scotland because it's just unbelievable. I think I'm not going to give Ian an umbrella, and I know that sounds cruel, but I've actually sent him an inflatable canoe because I think that'll be more useful as the rain continues to pour down, really. Bob Gnarly is calling out the orange heroes that are around the circuit on a day like this today. They really are the orange heroes. And that without those heroes, we cannot race. We cannot go racing up and down the country. Asking in the comments as well, if the number 53 of Stuart McFadden's Mini has got eyes on it. Well, that's the number 333. Let's see if we can find the number 53 of Stuart McFadden, starting in 18th at the very back of this race. Let's get a good look at him for you, coming around the hairpin. Number 53. It's sunny in Glasgow, Jamesy Boy says. Can't believe that. They really have brought the rain out of Glasgow down here, haven't they? Another happy birthday to Emily from Joanne in the comments. Oh, there you go. It's the number 27 with eyes on it. Look, it's just going past the screen now on the right-hand side. That's a lot of fun. I hadn't noticed that before, so thank you very much, Michael, for pointing that out to me. That's brilliant from Martin Wijatunga, having that on his car. Some very aggressive-looking eyes as well, actually, must be said. Some scary eyes. I haven't seen eyes that scary since I told Simon that Ian had eaten all the sandwiches on the buffet at lunch. That was certainly a hair-raising moment for sure. A reminder on the lookout for the rest of the day as well after this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race. It's the 12th race of this weekend, their 3rd race of the weekend, and it is the 4th race today here on Sunday. 6 races in total, so after this all we've got left is the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race, the final race of their weekend. They have a little grid walk beforehand as well, where everyone who's at the track can come and get up close and personal with the cars, although I'm sure not many people will be doing that in these conditions. They'll probably be looking for cover and be looking for an umbrella, but Ian will get in his canoe and see what he can find on that grid walk as well. And then straight afterwards, once that race is done, we have the mini enduro race to close the day off, that 40-minute endurance battle that will start at 4:05 and take us to 4:45, and that's when we'll call it a day and go home for tea. My apologies, actually, I've just been corrected that the grid walk has been cancelled. So it's been amended from the timetable. There'll be no grid walk taking place. Whether that means the racing gets underway slightly quicker is yet to be seen. And Alina's in the chat saying, as a marshal myself, it's very nice to hear people appreciating us and what we do. We really do. Genuinely, when I say it, we can't go racing without you. We really do mean it, because it's just impossible to race at tracks without marshals, because it's just not very safe or very sensible. So thank you so much for being part of that Orange Army. Right. And now our focus shifts from the Orange Army to the orange bumper of the car on the front row belonging to Jason Ballantyne with Robbie Dalgleish alongside him. There goes the green flag, 15-minute timer in the corner. We are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit for the final time of the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. We are racing once more. It's a good start from Jack Irvine behind Jason Ballantyne and a steady start from Robbie Dalgleish on pole position, but he has got Ollie Mortimer coming around the outside of him. Mortimer's looking down inside them, turn 1 to potentially take the lead of this race, depending how late on the brakes he is. We've got a blue Mini going very, very wide, potentially all the way into the gravel as well. I don't know whether that's Jack Irvine or Daniel Patterson. We'll be able to see in a second as they come past our cameras in more detail. Ian Munro, unfortunately, has slipped a little bit further down from the second row of the grid that he started on. It was a poor start where he was engulfed by the rest of the pack, and it is indeed Daniel Patterson in the bright blue Mini that takes the lead of this race, and he's still got Jason Ballantyne for company, and Robbie Dalgleish has kept his nose in 3rd position after what was a bit of a touch and go start for him really in those first couple of corners. But look at the mist that these cars are forming and throwing up into the air. This is just crazy stuff from the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup cars. And here we go with the cars heading through the Jim Clark S's, filing through nicely, but again, just look at that mist being thrown up into the air. With how close these cars follow each other, we've already heard it earlier on from Teo, you are simply just following brake lights as you drive through this track and through these conditions. Oh, we've got a big off in the background. It's disappeared off beyond the tyre walls as well. Just going through Sunny Inn, I believe it's the number 65, sorry. That's Jack Irvine who's gone off and gone dramatically off. It's obviously been a big accident because he doesn't feel like he can recover the car to compete in the rest of this race, so he's tucked it behind the barriers nice and safely. Goodness me, that was a huge off, and there's a huge move down the inside of the hairpin on Ballantyne. Jason Ballantyne has lost the position to Robbie Dalgleish, and after starting on pole and losing positions at the start, Dalgleish is driving like a man possessed, fighting back to get towards the front of this grid. But Ballantyne's not giving up yet either. Jason Ballantyne is neck and neck with him heading into the first turn. There goes Ian Munro past our screen. But what's going on up front in this race? Well, that's what's going on up front at the moment. You can see there Dalgleish is still ahead of Jason Ballantyne, but he's coming under threat now from Ollie Mortimer too. And they were 3 abreast there in the corner. Jack Irvine's, no, it's not Jack Irvine, it's Jason Ballantyne. He's been touched and he's been spun after he came together with Ollie Mortimer. Lots of drama and lots of action in the opening laps here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup. There goes a move for Ian Munro alongside Martin Wijatunga, and they're heading up towards Tower Bend now. How are they going to get through that together? Lots of standing water hitting the tyres, skimming the cars along the surface of this track as well. Very, very treacherous stuff out there. And here we go, watch them file through the Jim Clark S's yet again. It's good to see that Jason Ballantyne is still going. We've got another car off in the gravel and a marshal trying to push them out. Unfortunately, that looks as though it's the end of the road for Ross Foster. He's not going to be able to get it out of there. He's well and truly dug himself into the gravel. I'm hearing that that's potentially down at turn 1. But this is interesting now. From turn 1 to position 1, there's a fight for the lead going on here between Robbie Dalgleish and Daniel Patterson. Big hit of the standing water by Robbie Dalgleish. You see his bonnet almost pop up a little bit after hitting that amount of water that flicked up in towards the engine bay. He's got Chad Little alongside him. Little had a time penalty in the last race, and we have now got a yellow flag in that area as well, and a safety car. That must be because of the incident that's happened at turn 1 with Ross Foster in the gravel, and obviously unable to be moved out of that gravel too. So they'll bring in the heavy lifters to hopefully pull him out. There you can see his Mini well and truly beached in there. Well, we also hope that Ross Foster's okay. We could see the marshal talking to them through the window of the car, and that's obviously a promising sign. It's a shame that he won't be able to take any further part in this race, as he'll have to be rescued from that gravel trap. And you'll see there as well, the clock does continue to count down because the safety car's out. It's not been red flagged. This race is still very much going, and if you're Daniel Patterson, you'll be thinking a little bit about how once this race gets started, Robbie Dalgleish should be much closer to you than he was before. And there we can see Ross Foster's car being towed out, being towed away. And we can't imagine the safety car lasting too much longer with the car now safely out of that gravel trap. But obviously the stewards will assess when the right moment is to bring this race back to a start once more. And Jamesy Boy in the comments as well is just responding to Alina, who as a marshal was saying about how lovely it is to see us all giving our support to the Orange Army. And Jamesy Boy said, we do appreciate everything you and the marshals do. So there's plenty of people watching this as well that agree with us here, Alina, and that we really appreciate all the work marshals do and all the hours that they give up from their free time and the weekends they volunteer to allow us to go racing. And because the safety car is now pulled away from Patterson, it looks as though we'll be able to get racing once more as the field bunches right up again. And the safety car does pull off back into the pits. Patterson now leading the way from Dalgleish. And they're going to head around these final few turns and onto the hairpin to the pit straight. And we will be racing once more here at Croft Circuit. There goes Patterson leading the way from Robbie Dalgleish, and Chad Little just behind as well. Here we go, 1, 2, 3, across the line they run. And we are racing once more, just under 8 minutes left in this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race. Chad Little straight away looking for a move on the inside of Robbie Dalgleish. Dalgleish has to concede the position. It's too wet to try and challenge from that point there as they head through Clervaux and up around Hawthorne, the long right-hander as well towards the chicane, and then onto that straight up towards the Tower Bend as well. Great start, great restart from Daniel Patterson in that blue number 18 car. He's timed that superbly well, but Chad Little is looking to try and gain the slipstream from him as soon as possible because he'll want to start challenging for the lead of this race now that they've all packed up together again. Ollie Mortimer sniffing right on the back now of Robbie Dalgleish also, so plenty of racing and overtaking potentially to happen over the course of the next couple of laps right here at the front for the victory. Lots of standing water still being hit by these cars as well. A lot of water throttling out of the wheel arches as they bounce along the edges, and it looks as though Little's going to go for a move around the outside in the Jim Clark S's. That becomes the inside line. He's pulled it off. He's pulled it off on Daniel Patterson. Chad Little is the new race leader here in the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, the final Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race of the weekend here at Mini Festival 2024, live from Croft Circuit. A little tap there from Mortimer on Patterson, tapping the inside of him, heading into Sunny in, and then going round Sunny out. It looks to be safe. Someone went really, really wide, potentially off there. It is Martin Wijatunga, but he's managed to get his car quickly back onto the circuit once more. Green flags being waved in order to signal that it is safe to continue racing. Chad Little leading the way for us, a new race leader on this lap. More standing water being thrown wildly up into the air here at Croft. Ollie Mortimer still all over the back of Daniel Patterson as well. He's got past Robbie Dalgleish and he's got that blue car in his sights. Three-wheel action from Chad Little on the hairpin as well. That's what we like to see despite the wet conditions. Mortimer kissing the rear of Daniel Patterson's car once more. I'm not sure Patterson will be a fan of that, and Mortimer won't be a fan of the fact he's still stuck behind him. Is he going to be able to make a move here in turn one? He's looking potentially to go down the inside, but it depends on how the braking goes for either of these minis. Let's watch them. Will they safely get through Clervaux together and up around Hawthorne they go too, heading towards the chicane, but really wide from Daniel Patterson there. He's left the door wide open for Ollie Mortimer, and as a result, Mortimer said, thank you very much, that position's mine. And Daniel Patterson has to go well off the road and well off the racing line. He'll have to concede that position because otherwise it's an illegal overtake. And Robbie Dalgleish is also now eyeing up the blue machine in front of him to potentially climb further up the rankings too. But there's Chad Little. He is our race leader currently, going round Tower Bend and heading down towards the Jim Clark S's. A great drive from him so far, a redemption drive after that time penalty yesterday. We know how strong he can normally be. Chad Little doing really well to control quite a little bit of oversteer there and losing the back end almost to safely make his way through Sunny in. Ollie Mortimer again doing the same, both getting through Sunny out nice and tidily as well. Daniel Patterson has got Robbie Dalgleish for company, and Ian Munro is also chasing them down. Jason Ballantyne very much still in the mix, also after a couple of hair-raising moments earlier on in this race, which is good to see from the number 22. But there goes Dalgleish trying to look around the outside of Patterson, but hasn't got the run that he would have quite wanted. Maybe he'll look for the outside or inside line on their hairpin, instead decides to file in behind him. But for now, we're going to follow Ollie Mortimer onto the pit straight. And you can see Chad Little there still leading this race, and Ollie Mortimer is behind him. Mortimer looking to try and gain enough time on him so that he can have some slipstream advantages going along the long straights, the fast straights that this Croft circuit accommodates. There goes Chad Little and Ollie Mortimer beginning a little fight of their own, and Dalgleish is going to start to look around the rear of Daniel Patterson. Ian Munro zipping past our screen there now. Here comes Dalgleish looking down the inside of Patterson. He decided he's too far away though, and it's too risky to try a dive down the inside on this occasion, so instead he settles for filing in behind the blue Mini for now. Safely getting through the Jim Clark S's, and Munro's built up a little bit of a lead over the number 22, Jason Ballantyne. So Munro can get a little bit comfortable, but someone who's not getting comfortable is Robbie Dalgleish, because he looked to make a move down the inside of Patterson again, but Patterson had the door closed. It was not an opportunity that Dalgleish was able to take, and maybe he'll have a look again as they head into the complex section. He's diving down the inside, but again decides to file in behind the blue machine in front of him, and now it's a very optimistic outside move, but it's done superbly well by the tartan topped number 91, and it means that Robbie Dalgleish has advanced another position in this race again, and Daniel Patterson goes from leading this race to losing out quite significantly. 3 cars in the space, about 4 laps overtaking him, and he's dropped from leading this race in first and now being in 4th overall. Chad Little leads from Ollie Mortimer, Robbie Dalgleish up into 3rd, but the fight's not over from Daniel Patterson. He's still hot on the heels of the 3rd place number 91. And the gap's got much, much smaller between the leader Chad Little and the chasing Ollie Mortimer as well. Mortimer with support in the YouTube comments and potentially with the support of a lot of speed heading down into Tower Bend. It's great that we've got this angle back. The rain is playing havoc out there for us, but brilliant work to be able to capture this on our cameras and show you just how close the fighting is now between Chad Little and Ollie Mortimer as they head down towards the Jim Clark S's. Let's watch them negotiate it now together through one, taking the other nice and cleanly as well. But has Ollie Mortimer got a good run heading down into Sunny Inn? This could be the moment now for him to make a dive and take the lead of this race. He's just too far back though from Chad Little, but it's Little taking too much speed into the corner potentially. No, he's been able to keep that nice and tidy as well. This is fantastic to watch between 2 brilliant competitors in this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup field. And at the hairpin now, the final turn of the lap. Chad Little ahead and 3-wheeling it all the way through the corner. Ollie Mortimer following suit, following the speed, trying to get as close to Little as possible, heading down into turn 1. Robbie Dalgleish has pulled out a little bit of a gap between himself and Daniel Patterson. There again goes Chad Little with Ollie Mortimer through Clervaux and around Hawthorne they come now. And after the chicane, who's going to have the better run out the back of it? It looks as though it's going to be Ollie Mortimer, and he decides to slip to what will be the outside line heading into that Tower Bend. But because of he pulling out of the back of the slipstream from Chad Little, he lost a lot of speed and he potentially lost an opportunity to make an overtake. He still stuck his Mini onto the outside of Chad Little, and is Chad Little going to give him the space and the option to race alongside him? No, he decides to show him the grass. And after Ollie Mortimer's done a little bit of rallycross, he comes back onto the circuit and slots back into 2nd place behind the race leader Chad Little. And they wobble their way through the Jim Clark S's, and after that little kerfuffle with each other, it's invited Robbie Dalgleish back into the mix. He's closed the gap significantly now between himself and Ollie Mortimer, and this could be a 3-way fight for the lead on the last lap of the race. There is the red car, Robbie Dalgleish, heading through Sunny Out altogether. 1, 2, 3 is about a second in it between each other at the moment, and Dalgleish is the fastest car out on that circuit right now too. So here they come now through the complex section of the circuit. Little, Mortimer, Dalgleish. Mortimer has dropped back from Little, but into the clutches of Dalgleish, and Dalgleish is probably going to use a switchback here on the hairpin turn, the final turn of the circuit. Chad Little's going to head down pit straight to take victory in this race, but there just isn't enough time or space for Robbie Dalgleish to challenge for the 2nd place finish. It is going to be Chad Little that takes victory in this race. Ollie Mortimer comes in 2nd, Robbie Dalgleish 3rd. A brilliant race from those 3 up front. Daniel Patterson happy with 4th. After starting this race in 6th, he made up 5 places at one point to get all the way to the front. There's Martin Weegertunga getting a lot of fists and a lot of celebrations from the pit wall. A great race from the number 27. And Jason Ballantyne as well, coming in 6th place. Also, Martin Wijitunga celebrating a win in class, as you can see there on the left-hand side of your screen, hence the big celebrations for that number 27 car. And as we watch the rest of the competitors come through to finish off the racing action, let's take a look at the official classification for this final Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race of the weekend. Well, the overall victory went to Chad Little. Ollie Mortimer very close behind there. You can see 7 tenths between the 25 and number 70 respectively as they took the timing beacon at the end. Robbie Dalgleish brings it into a respectable 3rd place finish after starting on pole. It was a tricky start to the race, but he fought with everything to come back and to really challenge those guys running at the front. Daniel Patterson, another really strong drive, leading us all out of the safety car period and getting a better start off the back of the safety car period as well. It's just a shame he wasn't able to keep that for the laps that followed up until the end of this race. Martin Wijitunga, as I said, already getting a victory in class. Stuart McFadden just behind him, also both with cross eyes on their cars, but there's nothing to be cross about that finish, as they were the top 2 performers in that class of vehicle. When you can kind of see now, the rain has alleviated ever so slightly. Potentially not enough to warrant Ian not using the canoe down in the pit lane in order to make his way around the paddock for the rest of the day's proceedings. But it should hopefully mean that no more heavy rain falls on this circuit, and the racing that continues for the rest of the day can capitalise on the nice dry line carved out by this Scottish Mini Cooper Cup class. And with that, we're going to head down into Parc Fermé, into the pits, to our reporter, presenter, Ian, the extraordinaire man that he is, to find out the thoughts of Chad Little, our race winner, and all of the other drivers that have taken part today. Oh, we're just experiencing a slight technical issue there down in pit lane. I promise that it's not anything to do with me, the fact that Ian's microphone isn't working anymore. That's not me. That's probably the conditions now playing havoc with our technology.
Yeah, I'm back, everybody. I hope you can hear me this time as well, but here we are. I was just saying, actually, Chad Little, bit of a redemption for him, isn't it? What a weekend it has been. Yesterday, of course, he got that time penalty for a false start. Today, he's come through the field and he's got the win, taking down Ollie Mortimer in the process as well. Chad, well, what a weekend it's been for you. Let me get your helmet off first. Look at his dry clothes. I wonder what they are. I've forgotten what they are like. And the rain's starting to ease off a little bit as well, but Chad, perfect way to end the weekend, eh?
Yeah, a good result. It's hard work. The first half of the race, you couldn't see anything like following a car.
You did promise us a bit of a show, didn't you?
Yeah, so I was hoping for high hopes, so yeah. Really happy with that.
Look, well done, mate. Congratulations. Don't get too wet. We do try and stay dry. Let's grab Ollie over here as well, shall we, for a quick chat. It's been a great weekend for Ollie Mortimer. Ollie, it's been a pretty good weekend, eh?
From a championship point of view, I'm really happy with that. I said when I was on my way down here, if I could get 3 podiums, like 3 thirds, I'd be happy with that. But a 5th, not ideal. Well, qualified pole, great. A 5th, not great, but a win and a 2nd. For a championship point of view, I'm happy with that. You could see there we had the pace, we were flying, and I'm like, do I risk it or do I not? Because I'm not fighting for the championship with Chad. So had one wee go at him, and then he squeezed me wide, and then Robbie caught me, and I was like, right, let's just finish second. But nah, brilliant weekend. It's a shame we've got the Scottish weather for the Mini Festival, but nah, a great event held by Croft, so and hats off to all the marshals and officials for standing out in this weather. Also,
really have.
Thanks to my sponsors, Lee International, AC's Mobile Air Conditioning Services, and Edinburgh Watch Company, and Stuart at YP Engines. They've done me proud for the last 2 years, so I'm my mum and dad, my fiancée and my son. So.
Well said, mate. Look, it's great to see you. Thanks for coming down to South. You feel how cold my hands are there?
Freezing.
Your hands are, hang on. His hands are really warm. That's so nice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Right, there we go. Big shout out to Robbie Dalglish as well. Good on him. He finished third place. I don't know where he's gone though. A lot of drivers have run off. They're trying to stay dry. It's still raining. It's not as heavy as it was before. We've still got 2 more races coming up for you though. Me and Danny, we're going to make our way down to the assembly area because very shortly coming up is the final race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Trophy. I'm going to hand back to James and we'll go get in position. I'll see you soon.
time, which is the final meeting of the season, the 750 Motor Club, certainly the final track meeting. The 750 Motor Club will have a 2-day meeting, 21st, 22nd of the month, just 2 weeks' time, and I think there is the Winter Rally, the Stages Rally, which is the final event in Croft. It's November/December, I think. But the final track meeting is in just 2 weeks' time for the 750 Motor Club, and that will then bring down the curtain on yet another season of racing here at Croft. Now we've got the Virtue Mini Challenge cars making their way from their pits, garages, down to the assembly area where the marshals will put them in some sort of order and send them off behind the course car very, very shortly indeed. So I think we are working on the 3:15 start. And this is a 20-minute race, as I say, Matt and Albert will be on the microphone shortly.
Hello everybody, welcome to the assembly area. It's time for the final race of the weekend of the Mini Challenge Trophy. Another of the headlining acts here this weekend for Mini Festival 2024. The first time it's ever taken place here at Croft as well, and we are looking at, really hopefully we're going to have another one as well. We've had 2 races so far. Both races have been brilliant for the trophies, and we're going to grab a quick word with Leo now. I wonder if I can open that. I can. There you go. And I've got no fear now of it getting people too wet, because conditions are a little bit better now, aren't they, Leo?
Yeah, a little bit better. Still not great, but you know, we're good in the wet. So
you're good at. I like to hear that. I like to hear, because it's still very, very wet out there indeed. But how's your weekend gone?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
I was saying, how's your weekend gone, mate?
Not too bad actually. For my first time here, I'm quite happy with how I'm going. I think there's improvements to be made, but there's always that. So good.
Where do you rank Croft now? Now you've done a couple of races around here. Where do you rank the circuit in everywhere that you've been?
Pardon?
Where do you rank Croft in all the places you've been?
Third, I think.
Third? Yeah. Where's first and second?
Donington National and Snetterton 300.
Interesting. Okay, nice one. Look, Leo, best of luck for the race, mate. Really appreciate it, mate. You take care, won't we? Just next to me is my nemesis, Ashley Gregory. Remember a little bit earlier, I say nemesis, I'm only joking. If you saw our content in the lunchtime, I went toe-to-toe with Ashley in a race. I was on foot, she was in the safety car, and I got to about 20 metres before she started to catch me up. Let's have a quick chat with her. Ashley, my legs haven't recovered yet. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic here.
How's it been today anyway? Other than this morning, I haven't really seen you.
We had a difficult morning, to be honest. So we started off in P11 and we had a little car issue that hindered our performance, so we were 2 seconds off the pace. So we finished in P16, which was a little bit unlucky, but you know, we salvaged that, so you know.
Is everything okay with the car now? For this one, you managed to find out what the problem was and get it sorted?
Well, we'll soon find out.
Yeah, I love that answer. Look, where's your favourite place to go racing, Ashley?
Say that again.
Where's your favourite place to go racing?
Oh, good one. A driver's track, Knockhill.
Knockhill. I've never been Knockhill. But
it's a good place.
Where does Croft rank for you now?
Probably third.
Third. Okay, same as Leo. So what's second?
Donington National, I would say.
There you go, good stuff. Ashley, thank you so much. Oh, God, I couldn't get out of my legs. Best of luck, Ashley, for the race. I appreciate that. Oh dear, can't even shut the door now as well, trying to sabotage it. Let's go grab a chat with Reese, actually. He's just come alongside. We've got a bit of time, so just stay with us. I don't think the cars are going out just yet. I'm just going to grab Reese's door here and open up. Reese, how we doing, mate? I haven't seen too much here this weekend. How's it all gone for you?
I mean, yeah, race one went really well until it didn't. We made our way from 8th up to 3rd place, went for a move for 2nd, but it all went wrong. Just kind of been on the back foot from there, really. We had a wrong setup in the last race, which just unfortunately meant we weren't able to push forward, but we think we resolved it for this race, so we'll see how it goes. Right, the whistle's just gone, so look, best of luck for the race. You're going to go out now, so here we go. It is time for the final race of the weekend for the Mini Challenge Trophy. I'm going to hand over to commentator James. He's going to take you through the action. Enjoy!
Thank you, Ian. I always do enjoy. This is going to be an absolute treat, this race. The final Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy race of the weekend. And let's take a look at how the grid lines up for this one. Sam Gornall is our pole sitter with Gabe Fairbrother just behind him on the front row of the grid. Alex Solly and Harry Higton are behind on row 2. Luca Marinoni Osborne, Reese Hurd, Olivier Algieri, James Black, Alex Keens and Harvey Ryby make up the top 10 on that first page of competitors. Going on to the second page and 11 through to 20, Ronnie Smith, Josh Wilby, Leo Purchase and Ashley Gregory on the front 2 of those rows. Reese Lysett, Craig Morgan, Louis Fleet, Katia Loggy, Cameron Wood and Paul Manning are alongside each other, completing that second page of competitors. And on the third page, 21 to 23, it's Ben Taylor, Tommy Watson and Ricardo Monti who make up our final bunch of competitors. And just to let you know again, as we've had kind of throughout this weekend's worth of racing here on Sunday, we've had 2 formation laps for everyone pretty much each time, and it's going to be no different on this occasion. We're going to have 2 formation laps to give our drivers the opportunity, ample opportunity, to learn and discover what's going on the circuit and how it feels as well. Looks as though a mechanic was trying to get through out onto the circuit to help someone. Looks as though some bonnet pins had come loose or something. It looks as though that was what was being replaced by the looks of things. Oh, Alina's got back to us in the comments as we watch the cars line up for their green flag laps. She said, "Thank you, everyone." She's one of our amazing members of the Orange Army. No matter what weather, we are always there to keep everyone safe and, of course, enjoy the racing. You can't get better seats than we have. You genuinely can't, to be fair. Well, we haven't been notified any differently by organisers, but we've had a green flag waved at the back like we would for a proper race start. So let's have our wits about us, really, as we watch them. No, it is still a green flag. Still green flag laps, still 2 laps for our cars to get used to what this track is like now. Keep your eyes on Harry Higton for that start. Starting in 4th, the second batch. There's his bright pink Mini in 4th, you can see it there. Made up an astounding 13 positions in the last race to finish where he did. And of course here in race 3 he starts in 4th after a really strong race 1 right up until the incident where he connected with Reese Lysett, or rather Reese Lysett connected with the rear of his car. They are now back to racing with each other in the last race and indeed in this one, and Harry finds himself starting in 4th, so one to keep your eyes on. Jamesy Boy is still enjoying the racing in the comments as well. He said it was another great race again. We've just been treated to the final Scottish Mini Cooper Cup race of the weekend, and that was a fantastic watch for everyone. Fernando made a very good point earlier, actually. He said that I imagine that their brakes are all cold, being that they're almost continuously underwater in all of the turns. You make a very good point. It's probably the case, in all honesty. I know that it's often advised by mums and dads alike that when you're first starting out driving your car and you often go through a big puddle of standing water, if you've gone through a considerable splash, that you should instantly test the brakes on your car to make sure that they're still working just fine. Unfortunately, if our drivers kept doing that when they were driving around this circuit, they'd constantly be stopping. So they are approaching turns with caution, I think it must be said, Fernando. And in terms of getting brake temperature in, it might be a struggle with the amount of standing water that previously they've had to drive through, but you can see now that thanks to the Scottish Mini Cooper Cup, there's a lot of standing water that's been able to be cleared up, and indeed thanks to a lack of rain, really. I mean, the reason why the wipers are on all of those cars is the spray, really, from the vehicle in front of them is why they've got their wipers going so that they can try and see something, anything, as they're driving around. And here we go, the cars are lined up on the grid. Turns out it was just a one-lap green flag lap. And there you see Sam Gornall lined up on the left-hand side, on pole position, ready to get started with the final race of the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Series for this weekend at Mini Festival 2024, live from Croft Circuit. This, the last race of the day. The 20-minute clock is up in the top corner of the screen, which means we are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit, and indeed we are. A great start from Gornall and a good start from Fairbrother, but an even better start from Alex Solly in third place. It looks as though he might be able to get the jump on Gabe Fairbrother going down into turn one, and Harry Hickton might even make it three abreast for those cars going into turn one as well. Good start from Sam Gornall. He's made the most of being on pole position, and he's got that done. Gabe Fairbrother's been able to defend well against Alex Solly. Harry Hickton happy to sit back and let them file their way through turns one and through the chicane they go, onto that big long straight up towards Tower Bend, and Alex Solly's actually coming under a lot of pressure from Harry Hickton. Hickton here is already going around the outside of what will become the inside going into Tower Bend on Alex Solly, and he's moving really far out to the right hand side of that circuit for those cars as they go around the Tower Bend, and there he goes, taking third place from him, and Alex Solly has lost out to Harry Hickton here on lap one. Hickton, a man on a mission after brilliant overtaking in the last race. He's looking to follow suit in this one again, but Sam Gornall is our race leader. Our pole sitter continues to lead this pack forwards. Gabe Fairbrother just behind him, and there you see Harry Hickton getting in, and Luca Maranoni Osborne is looking to get ahead of Alex Solly now, so Solly could lose 2 positions in the space of less than half a lap. This is brilliant racing from the Challenge Trophy group, and indeed Luca is still stuck to the inside of Alex Solly's car. Solly not giving him an inch, trying to make sure he stays in the fight right the way to the very end, and it will be who has got the latest braking zone heading into the complex section now. Well, here comes Luca Maranoni Osborne diving down the inside of Alex Solly. He's hit a lot of standing water there. That'll play havoc with some of the cars behind him, but for now we follow Sam Gornall, our race leader, with Gabe Fairbrother for company in second. Harry Hickton's in third. He's got up from fourth. Alex Solly somehow has managed to get a move back on Luca Maranoni Osborne, and it means that Luca's had to settle for slipping back in behind the brightly coloured livery of that Mini, but Luca is still sniffing around the rear of him, heading into Clervaux, the first couple of corners of this circuit. Is he going to tuck on the inside? He's looking for it, but there just isn't the space. Round Hawthorne they go now, heading towards that chicane section and then onto the big long straight up towards Tower Bend. There's your race leader once more, Sam Gornall. He's got Gabe Fairbrother just behind. Harry Hickton trailing along in third place at the moment. Alex Solly has still got Luca Maranoni Osborne all over the back of him. This is a battle that's going to go right to the very end by the looks of things. Gornall with Fairbrother, with Hickton, but what's happening for the battle for fourth? Solly is still ahead of Maranoni Osborne. A cloud of mist descending upon the grid as they made their way through the Jim Clark S's there, and Luca is still looking around the back of Alex Solly's car, looking for a way to move past him, but there just isn't the gap. Olivier Alguieri in behind Luca as well is having to defend really quite aggressively at the moment because he's got 3 cars potentially looking to go around him right now. You can see him there, the blue number 38, just behind Luca Maranoni Osborne, and he's having to deal with a lot of pressure coming in from behind. Luca is starting to drop back a little bit from Alex Solly. We know the pace that Solly has on this track, and we know conditions aren't ideal, but he still has a lot of pace in that number 12 Mini, and he's showing us that he's still got it even now. And towards the back of your screen, you can see the pole sitter from earlier on today, Alex Keens. He started in 9th, and he's tucking in at about 9th as well at the moment. So no change in position really there for our earlier pole sitter. Olivier Alguieri has got James Black for company once more in this race, just as it was in the previous one. Oh, let's have a look at the leaders though. Sam Gornall under some significant pressure from Gabe Fairbrother. Fairbrother having the slipstream run on him up the hill towards the Tower Bend. How's that going to look? Has he got enough room to make a move on the inside? Really smart driving though from Sam Gornall to plant his car right in the middle of that track, make it as difficult as possible for Gabe to get round him. And Gabe has to just settle for slipping in behind for now, but he will have a lovely run heading down to the Jim Clark S's. I'll tell you who's got the best view of this is Harry Hickton in third place, probably waiting for them to keep fighting with each other, bring him into the equation, and he could pass 2 of them in the same corner. We've seen it done plenty of times this weekend in the other series. Here we go then, for the lead, Gornall and Fairbrother still going at it with each other, still fighting with each other for the lead of this race. Gabe Fairbrother hot on the heels of the race leader right now, the pole sitter. He's looking to go down the inside potentially, or has he tucked in behind? We'll see in a moment when he emerges. Contact between Fairbrother and Gornall. How on earth did Gornall save that? And Hickton is doing exactly what I thought he would. He's waiting for them to scuffle, and he's going to use that as the moment to pounce. He almost did it just then, but it's the hairpin moment, the 1-4 and 3 abreast now going into the hairpin. Gornall, Fairbrother and Hickton get round safely, and Alex Solly's been brought all the way back into the equation as well as a result of the contact too. The 4 cars are practically touching each other, heading down into turn 1 into the Clervaux section now. Brilliant drive from Sam Gornall to recover his car from spinning out of this race though. Hickton wanted to go around the outside. Fairbrother tried to close the door on him, and Gornall still holding on to the lead somehow. Alex Solly very close behind that, and Luca Maranoni Osborne is probably licking his lip thinking, this is a chance for me to get right involved for the lead of this race. This is brilliant stuff from our Challenge Trophy cars. More contact as well between Fairbrother and Gornall as they head out of the chicane section, heading up now towards Tower Bend. He's got the speed heading up into that corner as well, but Gornall's got the inside line if Gornall wants to use it and certainly plant his car there, but we've already seen how aggressive Fairbrother will be. Gornall still holding on to the lead of this race, or will he, because Fairbrother has got the switchback move. He's going to use it before we get to the S's. Let's cut and see if we can watch them fly through the S's. Is the move done? Gabe Fairbrother is the new race leader. The lead has been taken in the Jim Clark S's, and he moves ahead of Sam Gornall, who he made contact with earlier on in this race, but a few moments ago. And there's some more 3-wheel action for us to enjoy going into Sunny Inn. This has certainly spiced things up, that little bit of contact on the previous lap as they head out of Sunny Out and down towards Complex. anything going on the grid, because Alex Solly's having a look around the back of Harry Hickton. Hickton is going to have to be careful, defend from him diving down the inside at the hairpin. So Gabe Fairbrother is our new race leader in the number 11 car, taking the timing beacon as the race leader for the first time as well. Sam Gordon slipping into second just behind him. Hickton seems to have lost Solly on the straight a little bit there, so he can start to challenge for third once more. Oh my goodness, Luca Maranoni Osborne is all over the back of Alex Solly. Is Osborne about to make a move going into turn one? No, he hasn't quite got the speed he wanted. Has a better inside run though, has a better run overall. People have gone off though into the gravel, recovered it nice and safely though. That's really good driving from Ronnie Smith, trying to keep it in the race with James Black, and Black is now ahead of Olivier Alguieri. So Alguieri losing out to both those cars earlier on in the race that we missed, but right now we need to stay with the leaders because there's a lot of position changes going on between 1, 2 and 3 right now. But look at the back, and James Black looking to make moves down the inside of Tower Bend too. Maranoni Osborne still all over the back of Alex Solly. Olivier Alguieri is saying no thank you to the cars that are trying to get past him and force his way around the outside. But it's James Black diving down the inside as we file through the Jim Clark S's once more. This is brilliant entertainment from the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Grid. James Black leads this group of cars. Olivier Alguieri just behind him. Alex Keens, our former pole sitter, just behind them also, but coming under some pressure from Ronnie Smith. Ronnie Smith's dropped back behind a couple of cars now. Clearly a mistake has cost the 196 car, and Harry Hickton's all over Sam Gornall now as well. We know how strong a driver Hickton is. We know how high a quality his skill level is. And he's got such a good racecraft overall as well. It won't be long before we see him make a big move in this race. We're just about hitting the halfway stage of this race at the moment as we head onto the 5th lap. 6th lap, sorry, 5 laps completed by our leading group. This is lap number 6 now. This is crazy stuff from those cars out there at the moment for us. The penultimate race in Mini Festival 2024 live from Croft Circuit. What fun this has been to watch. Luca Maranoni Osborne staying in the hunt with that pack that are tossling over the final podium places as Gabe Fairbrother extends his lead a little bit further with that first part of the circuit. It looks as though if he can keep things in check and keep things in order, he will claim victory in this race, but we've still got about 10 minutes left to get us through to the end, and Hickton meanwhile is looking to change his 3rd place into a 2nd place, and behind him Alex Solly is looking to get into the mix to start challenging properly for that 3rd place finish in this race as they head into the complex section. There goes the race leader. Oh, a lot of grass taken there by Sam Gornall. Harry Hickton diving down the inside of him as they head through the final part of complex. He's got the move done before they head onto that little straight section before the hairpin turn, and Harry Hickton, as they approach the straight for the final time in this lap, will take the 3rd position from him. Alex Solly will get the move done around the outside in the hairpin as well, but will be held up by Harry Hickton as they approach Clervaux in the first couple of corners as well at the end of pit straight. But it looks as though Sam Gordon might settle for slipping in behind Solly if indeed he feels like there isn't the room to challenge the number 12 car. Here comes Hickton leading the way then. He's now in 2nd place in this race. Alex Solly moving up into 3rd, and Luca Maranoni Osborne all of a sudden is the person that will be challenging and causing Sam Gordon a little bit of concern. Well, here goes Sam Gornall trying to defend using that inside line into the Tower Bend. And Hickton is under pressure from Alex Solly. Solly has got a lot of place in lot of pace in this race. A quick mention on the fastest lap of the race. It was just done then on lap 6 of the race. Olivier Alguieri did a 1:46.1, so he's lapping about 2 to 4 tenths quicker than the leading pack. So at the moment, he's just being held up by slower cars in front of him. If he can make some moves, he can make up some time and get towards the front of the pack as we head into the closing stages of this race. But for now, Harry Higton is the new second place driver and the new second place looking to try and hunt down and rein in Gabe Fairbrother. Higton's running very wide there, is able to recover it quite well. Solly had a much tighter line coming through that section of complex, and it's good to see no one hitting the massive pool of standing water there towards the side of the circuit. Goodness me, that's some squeaky clean driving going through the hairpin section as well. Here come the timing boards out to try and help the drivers as much as possible. Gabe Fairbrother, I think, is being told to get a wriggle on because the cars have caught up to him quite considerably. The gap is now down to 1.5 seconds, where it was previously nearing the 3-second mark in this race. So Fairbrother's lost a lot of time out front, and he needs to start actually putting the foot to the floor, and that's a big jump for Alex Keys. And Luca Marinoni Osborne has gone off into the gravel and recovered it, but he's gone right out in front of Olivier Alguieri, and Alguieri will feel like he's been a bit impeded there from Marinoni Osborne re-entering the circuit and re-entering the racing line. So let's see what happens as they climb the hill up in towards Tower Bend. Plenty of racing everywhere you look at this grid. There goes Higton, still in second place, still with Alex Solly all over the back of him as well. And Luca Marinoni Osborne again running wide. Olivier Alguieri down his inside, probably sticking a move before the Jim Clark S's actually hits them. But Marinoni Osborne is certainly staying in there, as is Olivier Alguieri. Are they going to be able to make the chicane together? They do. Marinoni Osborne does run off the circuit, though. Alguieri probably has the move done as they approach Sunny Inn. Higton still in second place as we watch them go through Sunny Inn. And let's see as they head down onto Sunny Out and onto the straight how the battle behind him is shaped out. Alguieri is indeed ahead of Marinoni Osborne. So after Marinoni Osborne's little mistake that saw him go off the circuit, he invited Olivier Alguieri to have a go on him. Higton again running very wide there, opening up a big door for Alex to potentially use against him. But maybe he knows something that we don't know. Oh, and that's a lovely shot of our minis filing through the opening part of this circuit. Oh, and we've got another driver off into the gravel. It's Alex Keens, but thankfully for him, he was able to keep his momentum going, because the last thing you want to do is beat yourself with 5 minutes left in this race. You've already driven for 15. Just keep it going for 5 and you can challenge anywhere, because the pack is so tightly bunched up together. Solly still looking to make a move on Harry Higton. Higton will be slightly nervous about that Tower Bend corner. That's where he was binned yesterday at Tower Bend. And there goes Fairbrother, our race leader, leading Higton and Solly through the Jim Clark S's, and the rest of the field following suit too. This is going to be very, very close. Is that an attempted move? Maybe. No. Solly deciding against it, braking nice and hard. And as they go through Sunny Out and onto the little straight before the complex section, this will be interesting to watch unfold for the final 4 minutes of the race. Oh my goodness, Harry Higton is giving it everything to try and make his mini as wide as possible to stop Alex Solly from getting past him. But this is the hairpin that Solly loves so much. We've seen so many moves coming from him. Oh, a big off has been had by the number 43, Cameron Wood. We've got a green flag waving in the background though by that mini, so they obviously think he's far enough out of the way to not interfere too much with the racing. We can see him moving around inside. I hope he's okay, because he's not got out of the vehicle just yet though. So we'll await to be updated on that front. At the moment though, we've got James Black on our screen leading this little chasing pack of cars. Ronnie Smith in the middle, Alex Keys just behind Smith there. And Black files them through Clervaux and going round Hawthorne now towards the chicane. And we've had a red flag now imposed on the race. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. This race has been called to a stop and a halt. And that will be due to the incident with Cameron Wood. Well, I'll leave it up to Ian to try and investigate what happened there to Cameron Wood. Unfortunately, we weren't able to capture that as it happened. We were so focused on the fight between Harry Hickton and Alex Solly. And that's proven to be a very, very interesting and a very tasty battle to watch throughout this race. But the red flag is being waved, obviously for safety reasons. Our marshals, our Orange Army, always know what's best along with the stewards. And in a few moments' time, we will be heading into the pits to join Ian, who will be able to get the thoughts of the drivers in this red flag. That's what we like to see. Cameron Wood is out of the car unaided. He is walking unaided as well, walking towards the medical cars, and he'll be having some checks probably with our trackside doctors. And you can see that the barrier needs to be repaired, basically. That's why we've got a red flag. That was a big collision there for Cameron Wood. See everyone looking at their phone, trying to figure out what's going on, trying to talk to each other, potentially send some messages to those who'll be around the circuit. The race is red flagged for now. Whether the race will be called as a result is yet to be seen. Again, Ian will be the one providing us updates on that front. That is a very trash barrier, but we have got some trusty marshals there to be able to repair that for us. And there's a really good view of Cameron Wood actually walking off away from the scene of the incident and towards the medical cars. And he's going to hop back into the circuit car and he'll be taken back to the pits, and he'll probably just have a quick check over. But that's really good to see him up, walking around, looking as if he's not got any major discomfort as well, and that he is looking well. As you can see there, the cars are being held. These cars are being held currently. They might not end up entering the pits. We might get restarted with a grid start. Trying to arrange the traffic that will have occurred around those final few turns. And that is the medical car driving back off to the pit lane with Cameron Wood on board. And we send him our best wishes and our best regards. We hope he's okay. Well, whilst we watch the cars line up there on the pitch straight, we're going to go down to Ian, who's actually on the track. Ian, I hope you have permission for this, but what an honour.
Away actually onto the start-finish line, as you can see here at Croft. We're just going to move around a little bit. You can see, you will be able to see very shortly, the cars are just down here. Now, we are going to get this race underway again. So what's going to happen is there's going to be one green flag lap, and then it is going to be a 2-lap dash to the finish. So we are going to see the resumption of this race. So one green flag lap, then it's going to be a 2-lap dash. How cool is that going to be? And boy, oh boy, this has been some race so far, hasn't it? It really, really is. It's not often we actually get to come onto the track like this, so we thought we'd just walk down. We'll go as far as we possibly can. If we've got time to make it before we get chucked off, we'll try and give it a little bit of a go. Let's just pop the camera over here to the right and get the guys. Guys, give us a wave, guys. Give us a wave. There we had a good weekend, yeah? Are you kidding me? Were you impressed with how quick I was earlier in my little foot race?
Yeah, I think there was a bit of cheating going on myself.
You think?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got another challenge for you.
What's that then? Go on.
With James Manning's pit buggy.
Okay.
Instead of the car and yourself.
Oh, no, what a challenge that is.
Yeah, are you up for it?
Oh, of course I'm up for it, 100%.
There you
100%
go. You're on, James.
Maybe not in wet conditions, but...
Maybe not, no.
So yeah, I have to say, I didn't pass scrutineering, actually. It turns out 3 pints of lager is not quite a legal requirement to go racing with. So,
You should have had a packet of crisps and you would have been sorted.
Very good, very good. We're going to keep going. Thanks, guys. See you later. Yes, if you didn't see that, do go back and check it out. By the way, a little bit earlier this morning, a massive thank you. I have to say huge thank you to Croft Circuit and, of course, Mini Challenge and Ashley Gregory for being great sports and taking part in that. It was a foot race myself against Ashley Gregory. She was in the safety car and we had a bit of fun. I raced, the first race was 5 metres, who could get there first. I won that, and then every time we kept moving the cone a couple of metres further down the road. And then eventually I got overtaken around about the 20-metre mark. Just a little bit of fun, but manpower versus horsepower. And I've got to say, I didn't expect to get that far before she overtook, but it was an awful lot of fun. Do go check that out. And yesterday as well on the live stream, we had another little fun feature with Mini Challenge. How many of the Mini Challenge trophy drivers can you fit in the safety car? Go back and watch that one and see if you can guess how many we managed to get in. It was quite a bit of fun. Right, we'll just pop the camera in front. I'm sure you probably, nobody really wants to carry on looking at my face. In fact, sorry, Danny, I'll keep doing this to you. If we just turn around, you can see the car coming in now, the number 43 there. That is the car that is just being recovered, so Cameron Wood. It looks like things will be underway. The driver is okay, I'm hearing. The delay isn't to remove the car, it's actually to fix the barrier, so that's why the delay is still there and the cars aren't circulating the circuit. So there you go, you can see it being fixed on your screen now. We're just going to make our way down a little bit further. I wonder even actually if we can grab a word with any of the drivers. Let's keep going down, shall we? I'm not so sure in these conditions whether we're allowed to actually touch the cars or not. So because of the situation, we are. It looks like though the cars, we're gonna have to move now because the cars are pulling forward. So there's Gabe Fairbrother. What a race he had. He won a little bit earlier today as well. There is Cameron Wood's car, getting a real close-up of it here. Look at that. And yeah, not in great shape, is it? And the barrier, of course, being under repair. But here we go, look at this. These are the cars now. They're going to get themselves back lined up. Remember, a green flag lap, and then we're going to have 2-lap dash to the finish. This is going to be an absolute corker. Just enjoy this right now. If you are watching on YouTube as well, a big thank you to you for tuning in. Please do hit that like button, hit that subscribe button as well. All of the pictures that we brought you are completely free for you to tune in and watch. We just ask if you just hit that like, hit that subscribe, and you don't miss any of the action with the BARC in 2024. Right, the remainder of the cars are going to head to their start positions, so almost time to go racing again. I'm going to hand back to your commentator James to take you through the 2-lap dash. Enjoy.
Well, it's certainly one way to finish the racing for a weekend in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy competition. A 2-lap dash will finish the series this weekend here at Croft Circuit at Mini Festival 2024. Ian, you're looking a lot drier now, which is good. I used to feel really bad about the fact you looked like a wet dog left out in the rain, but you don't anymore. You look just as fabulous as ever, which is good to see. And this is how the cars are going to be lining up now on the grid as well. It's basically the order that they were left in just as the red flag was thrown. So you can see there, Gabe Fairbrother is the driver on pole position right now on the left front of your screen. Alongside him was Harry Hickton, who was fighting away with Alex Solly. Solly sitting in third place. Started this race in third place and has fought back to be there at the same time as well. We are going to have a green flag lap as well. As you were told, a green flag lap to allow the cars to go around once. It will probably help the stewards actually and the marshals position the cars and slot them into the order that they should be in for this 2-lap dash to the finish. So it means that I think we're going to see a lot of drama at the end here, because 2 laps to go absolutely full ham and give it absolutely everything to claim the final points for this weekend. I know that they've got some races left this season. I know that they've probably got plenty left in their tanks. Such is the joys of being a young driver, just boatloads of energy to keep giving in this series. But they've got to go all out in this. Only 2 laps. Only 2 laps to make something happen. And with 2 laps left in this race, it's a good time to actually say hello and thank you to everyone tuning into our coverage today. I know Ian's already said it, but I'll reiterate the point for you again. We really appreciate you taking the time to tune into our coverage this weekend at Croft Circuit Mini Festival 2024. It's been a lot of fun. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage that we brought you, especially in our lunch breaks as well, where Ian's been keeping us very well entertained and informed with interviews up and down the grid and challenges galore as well. So a big, massive shout out to him too. To our amazing camera crew that have been dotted around the circuit, our brilliant director Simon trying to arrange the chaos as things unfold, and of course to our great, brilliant Orange Army, the marshals out there giving their all, also the ones who are making this event possible. We love how much you are willing to give up your time, and we love how much you love our racing and make every event possible up and down the country. A massive thank you as well to the BARC for organising these sorts of events to take place throughout the year, and for doing all the organisation so that we don't have to, and for helping sort out the arguments when the arguments do unfold as well. We really appreciate you putting on these events for us and providing us with a platform to provide free racing coverage to those tuning in today and enjoying all of the action with us. Just taking a look down in the comments section as well. Ethan Dance has been having a good day. He wants the number 11 car to win. He wants Gabe Fairbrother to get pole position to a victory in this 2-lap sprint. I wonder how many other drivers have got support in that comment section. You can see there Harry Hickton poised and ready to go in 2nd place also. 30-second board is out waving, so we will get our green flag lap, and then we will resume with a 2-lap sprint to the finish. And from there, we will find out who our final winner of the weekend is in this Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy Series. Turning my attention back to those YouTube comments as well. The Jamesy boys saying, be nice to see Hickton win after yesterday. Yes, that was a bit of a poor situation that Hickton found himself in through no fault of his own. Found himself in the barrier by Tower Bend. But he had a really good, strong race today to start things off with in race 1. And here in race 2, he's currently 2nd, but could definitely look to find his way forward for a victory in this 2-lap sprint at the end. So Jamesy boy, I hope you enjoy watching it at the very end as well. Louis is hoping that everyone from the Orange Army has had a good weekend. Fortunately, he was busy this weekend, otherwise he would have been on post too. Oh, Louis, another member of Orange Army watching along. A big hello to you and a big thank you for everything that you do, being part of that amazing team throughout the entire season as well. A big hello to Steve in Arizona, the USA. My goodness, thank you for tuning in from all the way over there. I know it's NFL Sunday, so the fact that you've chosen mini racing over that is fantastic to see. So a brilliant shout out to you, Steve, all the way in Arizona. Ink25 is hoping that it's not going to be too much carnage. There was already more than enough of that already in this race. I do agree. There was a lot of hair-raising moments, a lot of touch-and-go moments. So hopefully we see some controlled drama in this final two-lap dash towards the end. Ethan Dance wants number 12 to come second as well. He wants Alex Solly to get the jump from the get-go and maybe snatch a good little second place finish for himself. Well, wouldn't that be just a story to enjoy? Brandon J is sat circuit side at Croft. Hello to you and hello to everyone that you will have come with this weekend. Or indeed, if it's just yourself, hello to you. Hope you've enjoyed everything. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage and the racing. Get ready for this one. George is wishing good luck to her boyfriend, James Black. So good luck, James Black, from your girlfriend, Georgia. And Mark Thompson hopes the weather clears up for the track data on Friday. We hope so too. The green flag is waving though. It's time for us to take our attention from the comments onto the racetrack. We are ready to go racing again here at Croft Circuit. Two-lap dash to the finish is underway. Good start for Fairbrother and a good start for Hickton and Solly too. They are in a league of their own as they get away from the trailing pack behind them. Sam Gorner is slipping behind Luca Marioni Osborne, and down into turn one. Hickton is still around the outside of Fairbrother. Fairbrother running wide and running into the gravel as well. Contact on Sam Gorner. He's off into the gravel, but he's recovered it again well. How does Sam Gorner keep doing that? He keeps getting hit and he just keeps getting back up again. There's another spin in the backfield as well. But right now, we need to keep our eyes on this. This is for the lead. 2 laps to decide who will be our race winner, the final winner this weekend in the Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy races. Fairbrother has gone to the inside line of the Tower Bend to defend off from Harry Hickton. Hickton slotting in behind him nicely. He knows that he's got this lap and the next lap to make a move, potentially biding his time. But the more time he sits in second place, the more time Alex Solly has a chance to think about a move as well. And Luca Maranoni Osborne is just behind him as well, ready to make a pounce. That, unfortunately, is a retirement from Sam Gornall at the beginning of this 2-lap sprint to the end. Alex Keen's going well off the racing track and trying to come back on to gain a few positions. 3-wheel action from Fairbrother out front. He's really going for it to try and secure victory here in this 2-lap dash to the end. Keen is still involved at the moment, is still keeping his Mini in contention with Ronnie Smith as they battle it out for some of the higher top 10 finishing places. But let's see if we can rejoin the action right at the front, because Fairbrother is starting to pull out a little bit of a lead over Harry Hickton with one more lap to go after this one. Is Solly going to be the one to pass Hickton rather than Hickton passing Fairbrother? This is going to be a tense finish and a close finish to watch all the way to the end here. Fairbrother being given the hurry up, being told, vamos, get going. Put your foot to the floor. And there you can see Alex Keen's trying to make a move on Ronnie Smith, potentially going down into turn one. But he's a bit too far back on that occasion to make anything happen as they head through Clervaux, round the long right-hander of Hawthorne and towards the chicane. I'm turning my eyes to the leaders. There's been no change there on that front. It's still Fairbrother, then Hickton, then Solly, then Luca Marioni Osborne. And the sticker, the Virtue sticker, is flapping wildly off the top of Harry Hickton's car. I don't know why that suddenly decided to come loose. He can't exactly make contact with anyone up there, but the sticker obviously can't deal with just how tense this racing action is right now. Through the Jim Clark S's they go. Fairbrother, Hickton, Solly, Maranoni Osborne. And this is the closing stages of the lap as well. This is the final chance for people to make a move. James Black is getting ever closer to Lucas Maranoni Osborne, looking on the back of that number 81 Mini is the 53. But we await to see how the leaders make their way through Complex now. How's it looking as they come through the first couple of corners? Well, it looks as though Gabe Fairbrother's going to claim victory. Solly is all over Harry Higton now. He's desperately looking to make a lunge, to make a move. He's forced Harry Higton wide, well off the racing line. Is there an opportunity now for him to carry more speed through the hairpin corner onto the pit straight? Gabe Fairbrother's gone through it though, and he's going to claim victory at the end of this 2-lap sprint, and it's just not enough room or time for Alex Solly to get past Harry Higton. So Higton will claim second from Solly, and Solly has James Black finishing just behind him. He was able to get a move done on Luca Maranoni Osborne in the closing stages of that complex section, and then up towards the hairpin finish. My goodness, what a race. Maybe we should introduce these 2-lap sprints more often. That was brilliant to watch. Lots of entertainment. Let's see how the final classification board looks and who has won the Oscar in this blockbuster finish. Well, here are the results. Gabe Fairbrother is the overall winner. He finishes first after 2 laps of sprint racing. Harry Higton just behind him from just over a second behind. Alex Solly claims third overall and a first in-class finish. James Black got the jump on Luca Maranoni Osborne right there at the end. Ronnie Smith also got the jump on Alex Keynes there towards the end, and there were lots more changes of positions the further that you look down the grid. Particular shout out to Olivier Alguieri, who's had a very strong weekend once again. That was a very, very difficult race, 2-lap sprint for him there towards the end, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that he's had another great weekend racing in this Virtue Mini Challenge Trophy competition. Well, it's certainly not the end of the racing action here today at Croft Circuit. We've still got the mini endurance race to come in just a few moments' time. That's a 40-minute extravaganza for you to enjoy watching along from home. My goodness, that was a lot of fun to enjoy. Mark Thompson's just commented a load of fire emojis in our YouTube comment section. That race was, as the kids say, lit. That was brilliant to watch. It was serving racing. That Jamesy boy also says that that was great to watch. Big shout out from Sally Buckhurst to Callum Eaton, the number 26 car after Donington. He's healing well though, so hopefully he'll join us in the future. And as the cars join us here in pit lane and Parc Fermé, it's time to go down and join Ian so that he can grab the drivers and their thoughts on what was a brilliant race and a fantastic little 2-lap sprint finish. Ian, it's down to you, my friend.
Did I smile too late? But what a day it's been for Gabe Fairbrother. That red flag coming out, he's kind of in control of the race for a little bit, wasn't he? And then the red flag came out and he had to do all of that hard work again. But boy, oh boy, did he deliver. Look at what it means to him. Yes, like buses, you wait that long for it and 2 come along at once. Great. Gabe, you had to work so hard for that. And that red flag coming out, because you're in control of the race, as much as you can be in these minis, but you're in control. The red flag comes out and then you've got to do all that work again. Were you thinking, oh no?
I know. When that red flag came out, I was like, please just end the race there. Don't start it again. I'm happy with that. And then when we started it, I was like, head down, let's just do it again. We've done it 3 times now, so we proved ourselves. I just want to say a huge thank you to Accelerate, All Round Security, HSS, Pro Services, and Position 1 Management.
What is it about you in this place today? You're on fire.
Oh, I love it here. Get me back here next year.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Amazing stuff. Let's go have a quick chat with Harry Higton as well. He was right up there. Well, not quite his day yesterday. Today, better day. Harry, I mean, that gave you an opportunity near the end with that red flag, didn't it? But Gabe just had a little bit too much in the end.
I think I had the pace to challenge a bit more, but when the red flag came out initially, my wipers stopped working.
Oh.
So I've just done the restart with no wipers. So I've been getting my way through the circuit.
So you were quite happy to see that checkered flag, I reckon.
Oh, well, I could barely see it. But yeah, I mean, I had to guess my way around the track pretty much, just follow Gabe's brake lights.
That's kind of on the edge stuff there, Harry.
Oh yeah, pick out points where I knew I should put a car, and I just prayed out the checkered flag came out. When the when he said it was
sorry. Oh no, you're right.
When they said there was 3 minutes and 36 seconds to go on the race, I was like, well, that's a bit random, but I was in my head trying to work out, was that 2 laps or 3 laps? And it was right on the fence, I think.
It was on the bubble actually near the end, wasn't it? But just
and
2.
so I was so lucky to see the checker flag when it came out, because I don't think I could have done.
I'm going to pay you a big compliment now. Okay, in my ear is our director, and as he's calling the camera positions as we go round, he goes, "That pink car, Harry Hickton. Keep your eye on him. He's a good racer. He's going to go for it." It's true, right?
Yeah, I mean, I do like to go for the moves, but also there's a championship on the line here, so I just had to pick up the points, and I'm really happy with where I ended up, to be fair, and a bit of luck has gone our way in that race. So, but yeah, I mean, it almost went against us with the wipers, but I just had to soldier through it. So yeah, I'm really happy with it.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. Good stuff. Alex, it's great to see you, mate, on the podium again, but hectic finish there, wasn't it? Did you sense there might have been an opportunity?
I think the pace was definitely on to challenge with Hickton. I saw he was struggling in a few corners, which I was trying to optimise on. Obviously, the red flag hasn't helped. Yeah. You know, we had to reset, but the pace was still there after it. So we just got caught shy on the time we had left. But
I'll tell you what, it's breathless stuff with you guys. I was actually at the first corner for the first sort of 4 or 5 laps or so by the marshals, who, by the way, thank you guys, what a job they've been doing. And it is terrifying watching you guys come through there. What is it like behind the wheel in greasy conditions? Or are you just so focused on headlights in front, got to try and find a way through?
Well, the only thing you can see is out front. Everything in your mirrors is just a blur. Yeah, it is quite sketchy in the wet. You know, you're just feeling everything through the car. The car's been set up great from Graves, so I couldn't fault it. The car's been rapid all weekend. Yeah. So yeah, head down and was just gunning for some points.
On to the next round, Alex. Thank you so much, mate. Cheers. Good stuff. Right, let's keep going, shall we? We've got the number 20 Monte car, bit of damage. There has been a few bumps. Well, you expect that, don't you? That's racing. It's what we like to see in these minis. They're pretty durable, aren't they? Let's keep going down, shall we? And we've got a little bit of time. There is one more race left today. That's the mini enduro race. It is a 40-minute race. We're going to be in the pit lane for that one, walking up and down and seeing who's about and having a quick chat with people and finding stuff out. Sorry, over this way. Let's just move over here. I just want to... oh, hello. You all right?
Hello, yeah.
Let's keep going, shall we? I just want to grab a quick chat with this young man here. How's it going, mate? You all right? You good?
You well?
Yeah. Right, how are you after that? That was quite a hectic finish, wasn't it?
Even though I was in the car, I'm still incredibly wet.
Yeah,
I'm sweaty.
actually.
Yeah, no, I
and that's not rain either, is it?
No, it's not, no. No, it was a really quite hectic race, if I'm honest. Yeah. Coming down the pit straight and going down to Tower, you cannot see an absolute thing. So, especially when people go off in front of you, kick some mud up, it's like swimming through the Thames, where it's just completely brown water. But yeah, it was an absolutely amazing race. The restart went really well for me. Got a few paces off the line. I think James nicked me on the last corner, which was a bit of a shame. But I'm really, really happy with the race. The South Automation UK car's been absolutely awesome this weekend, thanks to Westbourne. And yeah, I'm looking forward to the next one at Silverstone.
So let me ask you a question. When you see the red flag and you realise there's 3.5 minutes left, are you thinking, oh no, just checker it? Or are you thinking, hang on, I can make a few places here?
Well, to be fair, even before the red flag, I was thinking to myself, oh, please just checker flag it now. Like, I'm running out of pace a bit, the tyres were going off, so I was on this steering a whole lot. But yeah, the red flag came out, and obviously your first thought is, hopefully someone's okay if there's been a big shot.
And they are, pleased to say.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, the red flag comes out, and you're obviously pumped full of adrenaline, and you're like, oh, I've got to sit and wait in the car now. So yeah, you've got to kind of like either keep the adrenaline going or cool down and then get back into it afterwards. So you know, we've got a green flag lap to do that, kind of get back into the zone. You know, you've got to think to yourself, it's a mental game as well with racing, as much as it is physical and mechanical. But yeah, we got back in the zone. You're waiting on the line, like ready to go. It's quite tense, quite intimidating at times, but it's great fun. And as I said, luckily I got a few places off the line, and it was a good finish.
It certainly adds an element of spice, doesn't it? A 2-lap dash to the finish.
Yeah, no, it's almost quite intimidating, because you know it's third race of the day. People tend to go gun ho anyway, and then there's 2-lap shootout for the final, and you're like, oh dear, this is either going to go really well or really, really badly. So yeah, it can be really quite scary at times.
Proper grandstand finish. Thanks for talking to us. Really appreciate it. No, take care. We'll see you at the next round as well. I wonder if I can just jump in here as well with the tallest man on the grid as well, right up here.
Don't forget that.
You don't look it. You don't look it. A couple of minutes. Look, very hectic way to finish. Do you like that? A 2-lap dash? Are you thinking, yeah, I can make a few places here? Or are you thinking, okay, I was going well, let's just end it?
Well, that's my 5th race ever. So to be honest,
Is that the first time you've had to do that?
Yeah. So everything's new to me. So the rain, the wet today, everything's been a bit new. So to be honest, everything's just a learning curve. Working and being around teammates at the back as well, we've been having a bit of fun. So the actual racing side, I'm getting the driving side down. So then it's the racing side, and it's just time in the seat. So that's the key. So, but yeah, that was pretty exciting.
So if you're fairly new to this, then tell me when your first ever race. What have you learnt from there to now, and what are you doing different?
Well, it was only 2 weeks ago.
Was it only 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, Donington was my first ever race.
Because what are you doing different here?
Learning how to drive in the wet.
It's been a bit of a baptism of fire for you here, isn't
just
it?
a little bit. Thrown in the deep end, but never driven the track, never done anything like that. So, yeah, learning the track on the Friday, then the weather came, and it's just been a bit of one thing after another, but yeah.
Talk about being thrown at the deep end. Thanks, mate. Well done. Good stuff. Oh, he's got nice warm hands as well. Right, just stay with me a second, actually, as well, because I've seen somebody over here. Albert! Let's go. He doesn't. I'm going to put him on the stream. So come down here, Albert. Come down here. Of course, Albert Webster, a driver I know very well. He's been on commentary duty today. Of course, raced with the JCWs as well. So let's just bring him around. It's great to have him here. I know Mum and Dad might be watching as well. Albert, you can't get away. Albert. How was it up in the commentary box today?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You know, yeah, I'm glad to be here. It's a different sort of way of seeing racing and. Behind the scenes and everything, that a lot of things do go into racing.
See how much hard work the media people do.
Yeah, no, I've got so much more respect. You know, I did it at Brands Hatch with the touring cars when I was doing the mini JCWs, and then Mini have invited me up here to help out this weekend, and yeah, I've really enjoyed it today. Me and Matt even commentating over the tannoy and stuff. Yeah, really enjoyed it. You know, thanks to Mini Challenge and everything. You know. Wouldn't be here without them, with the scholarship that I won at the start of the year, and you know, with all the team that have helped me do everything this year. And
how has it gone this year for you?
It could have started better. From the first round where we had a slight incident that took me, that gave me a bit.
Slight.
Yeah, a bit slight incident that gave me a concussion, so I couldn't compete in the second round. But you know, since the return, out of the 11 races that we've done since return, I've won 8 of them. So yeah, with a race at Snet where I won by 37 seconds, you know, can't complain, loved every minute of it. Yeah, just trying to do the same at Brands Hatch GP for the last rounds.
Look, Albert, I really appreciate you coming down and talking to us. You didn't have that planned, did you? But thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. It's really good to see you as well, mate. It really is. So say hello to your mum and dad for me, won't you, as well? Right, the cars are actually heading on out now. There's no cars on track yet for the Mini Enduro race. These cars are now leaving Parc Fermé. We'll give you a nice little shot. They head on out. A 40-minute race coming up. Whilst I've got the chance actually before the end of the day, I do just want to say a big thank you as well. As I've said, we bring you the pictures that you're watching live completely free for you to tune in and watch. And as you can probably gather today, the conditions have been pretty difficult. So can I just say a huge thank you to our crew out on the circuit here. We've got Ray here, we've got Richard, totally 6 cameras. We've got Richard, we've got Ray, we've got Tom, we've got Jim. We've also got Danny, who's been following me around with the roaming camera. What a job he has done. A massive thank you to James on commentary duties as well, and of course our director Simon too. So a big thank you to the team behind the scenes bringing you these live pictures. Of course, a massive thank you to Croft, Tracy especially. Wow, they have been so accommodating for us, allowing us to have a little bit of fun, get out onto the track, race some of the cars and just generally have a good time. So a big thank you to Croft, big thank you to Mini, big thank you to the marshals and of course the team here, and a big thank you to you watching as well. Right, it is time to get racing. I'm delighted to say the Mini Enduros are on track. The last race of the weekend for Mini Festival 2024. I'm going to hand you over to your commentator James, who's going to take you through the action. Enjoy.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you very much, Ian. One more dance, one more race. But don't worry, everyone. That's not the last time that we hear from Ian either, because this is a 40-minute extravaganza that we're about to experience. A nice long endurance race with a packed grid full of some brilliant minis from throughout a variety of races this weekend. And And with that, let's take a look at how the grid lines up. Stephen Berry is on pole position. Jamie Ringer alongside him in second in the number 959 red Mini we've seen from early today. Orange Mini, I should say, sorry. Alan Lee on row 2 with Charlie Newton-Darby alongside them. Sophie Wright on row 3 with Lee Campbell. Adrian Lingy and Adrian Armstrong, the two Adrians, are together on row 4. And Stephen Thompson and John Pork Sawyer are together on row 5. And here goes the green flag wave for the green flag lap. And the cars pull away now to begin their green flag lap and begin one last lap before the final slot of racing begins. Let's turn our attentions back to the YouTube comments and to you amazing people that have been tuning in throughout this weekend of festivities here live from Croft Circuit. Ethan Dance is very happy that Gabe Fairbrother was able to get the win in the last race. The 11 car has made you very happy. Ethan, I'm glad that that's made you happy. The Jamesy boy is saying that there's not many cars in this race. I know that there's not many cars in this race. The prospect of 40 minutes of constant racing doesn't appeal to the largest group of cars on this grid, but what we have got in front of us here are 10 of the fastest drivers from across the weekend, 10 of the most determined drivers from across the weekend, and 10 cars that are certainly going to provide us with a lot of entertainment. Steve from Arizona is bidding us ciao. He's going back to the football. To be fair, can't really compete with the opening weekend on NFL Sunday, I guess. But thank you very much for tuning in, Steve. I really appreciate it. And I hope the weather is a lot better in Arizona than it is here. Oh, Ethan is backing the number 66 car. 666, Stephen Berry. Ethan's backing Stephen Berry for a win today. And Jamesy boy, you're absolutely right. It will make for some good racing. We will enjoy watching these cars. Absolutely go for it for 40 minutes. And we'll be bouncing between watching the coverage on the track as the cars go around in front of us, going down to Ian in the pits to grab the thoughts of the drivers and their supporting crew who are watching this race unfold, and for some of the inside scoop during this next 40 minutes as well. And I hope that you will come along for the ride with us also. Lee JCW is offering his congratulations to Ross Alexander for winning the Open Championship for 2024, and of course the amazing team that he's got behind him at Sussex Road and Race. It's apparently been a heck of a season put on by all involved in the Mini Club Sport Challenge. George Pennington is asking me what my favourite sandwich filling is. I don't really have one, George, to be honest. Oh, we've got a car dipping into the pits here. We've got a car retiring already. Lee Campbell has dived into the pits at the end of that green flag lap. So Lee Campbell will not take to the grid in this race. Well, the rest of the drivers are lined up on the grid and they are ready to go racing here at Croft Circuit once more. We are ready to go racing at Croft Circuit once more. We await for the lights. The lights are on. And we are racing at Croft Circuit once more. A great start from Jamie Ringer, going around and past Stephen Berry by the looks of things. Before we even reached turn 1, he got the jump start on Berry. They're both heading down neck and neck into turn 1. Who's going to be later on the brakes? Is Stephen Berry later on the brakes, taking back the first place and the pole position that he had before we started. And Charlie Newton-Darby slots into third place as well, getting ahead of Alan Lee, who was the third place sitter just as we started off this race. And already we've had a couple of position changes, and already we've seen who's going to be challenging Stephen Berry the most in this race. But Berry is already flying away up the hill in that Coupe Cooper S. It's a brilliant machine to watch race around these tracks, and he's treating us again once more. And a confirmation as well, 40 minutes is the length of this endurance race. As I've already said, we'll be bouncing between watching these cars absolutely go for it around the circuit and down to Ian in the pits to keep us updated with the drivers' teams and those who are supporting them during this race also. And indeed, maybe some of the fans and other drivers that have been competing this weekend to hear a bit more from them too. You can already see that Stephen Berry's pulled out quite a lead there on the second and third place cars of Jamie Ringer and Charlie Newton-Darby. Alan Lee coming in behind them in fourth place, and Lee Campbell just behind them again. And these front five have really started to, no, not Lee Campbell, sorry, Sophie Wright. And these front five cars have really started to separate themselves from the rest of the field. There's Adrian Lingy. And there goes Adrian Armstrong as well on our screen. That's Stephen Berry getting the big thumbs up from his supporter teams as we watch the rest of the cars file through. Sophie Wright could be looking to make a move here on pit straight down into turn one. Let's see if we can watch a bit of that action, because she was certainly trying to size up Alan Lee. Oh, and there's a bit of a skid there from Jamie Ringer. Lost control of his car and he's jumped back onto the inside, onto the racing line to try and cover off the advances of Charlie Newton-Darby. But Newton-Darby is not put off at all and instead calmly swoops his way past Jamie Ringer. And Ringer's going to have to work really hard coming up the straight now, heading towards Tower Bend. And he's got to try and keep the fight going, keep the fight in there. Well, here goes Charlie Newton-Darby and Jamie Ringer through this next section. They've got through the Jim Clark S's nice and safely. And they're heading into Sunny in and towards Sunny out together. They are the two cars currently battling for second place. Stephen Berry, as you can see, miles ahead of the rest of the competitors. He loves a damp, greasy, wet circuit, and it means that he's really thrived this weekend here at Croft in the difficult conditions. And apart from a mechanical failure yesterday in one of the races that saw him spin out at turn one, he probably had an even more successful weekend than he'd already had. Oh, a potential look from Jamie Ringer on the inside of Charlie Newton-Darby, but not enough room there that time to get around the black and gold Mini. And Alan Lee and Sophie Wright also still scrapping with each other. Down on the pit straight they go. Sophie Wright currently with the slipstream on Lee in his number 190. But for now we're watching Jamie Ringer chase down Charlie Newton-Darby after a bit of a skid and a squibble and a slide and a bit of a correction on the previous lap. He conceded the place to Charlie Newton-Darby and he'll be desperately trying to get it back, but that's a big skid now from Jamie Ringer, and something's come loose under that car as well, so whether that had any part to play is yet to be seen. But because it's such a long race, this endurance race, you want to get back onto the circuit as quickly as possible. It's not race over by any stretch of the imagination. He's still got over half an hour of racing to do. 35 minutes in total still on our clock in the top left-hand corner of the screen, but it means he's going to join in this scrap with Alan Lee and Sophie Wright in a few moments' time, I'm sure, or in a few laps' time, as he decides whether he's going to be able to bring the pace to catch up with them quickly. Here we go then, still watching Alan Lee and Sophie Wright fighting with each other as they head down into the complex section of the circuit. Sophie in that number 3 Mini just behind Alan Lee. And on that last lap as well, it must be said that Stephen Berry out front at the moment. So the fastest lap of the race at 150.3. He heavily loaded up with fuel to get him through the 40 minutes worth of racing, so we will see that time slowly start to come down as the racing progresses, as the track evolves and a dry racing line begins to appear as well, because the rain has completely stopped and the cars will only having to deal with the spray being flicked up onto the track in front of them. And there you go, look how quickly Jamie Ringer has been able to catch up with these two battling with each other. But as one famous commentator has already said in the past, it's one thing catching up to the driver in front of you, it's quite another trying to overtake them, especially at a fast circuit just like this at Croft this weekend. And we're still watching these three. They came through the Jim Clark S's nice and cleanly together. Just looking at our YouTube comments, Jamesy Boy was saying, oh no, what a shame to lose one so soon. I know it was a shame to lose Lee Campbell before our race was even having a start, unfortunately. Lee JCW is cheering for Jamie in the comments at the moment. Jamie Ringer is right hot on the heels of Sophie Wright. So Sophie Wright's gone from potentially attacking Alan Lee to needing to defend against Jamie Ringer. Ringer trying to look down the inside of Sophie Wright as they head through the complex section together. Wright holding on to that inside line through the hairpin. They go now around the corner for the last time. At the moment, this squabble is affording Alan Lee the opportunity to try and pull away a little bit, but it's just not happening as Jamie Ringer goes steaming down the outside of Sophie Wright as they head towards the first corner, as they head towards Clervaux. Something is definitely flapping off the bottom of that Mini and dragging along the floor. I don't know whether that's going to create a bit of a disconcerting noise inside the car there for Jamie Ringer, weaving from side to side, desperately trying to find a way around these two, but Sophie Wright might have found a way through past Alan Lee. She's holding on to that inside line, was neck and neck with Lee's car at first, and might get a better run out of the chicane turn and up the hill towards Tower Bend also. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of speed she's been able to gather through that opening part of the circuit. Here we go, here's the view from Tower Bend now. Jamie Ringer flying all the way out to the inside line, keeping it nice and tidy under braking though, both Sophie Wright and Jamie Ringer. Nice fair racing between the two cars. Ringer will slot onto the inside though, potentially get the move done before we make it to the Jim Clark S's. That was Charlie Newton Darby on your screen a moment ago. And Alan Lee is the one leading the cars out the Jim Clark S's. But importantly, Jamie Ringer has got the move done on Sophie Wright and is in the middle of a little sandwich between those two Mini Coopers. And there's a shot of our race leader, Stephen Berry. He's got a 12.5 second lead last time he took the timing beacon. It'll be interesting to see what that lead looks like now in terms of time. How much he's been able to eke out over Charlie Newton Darby over the last lap or so. He set a new fastest lap of the race by almost a second. He's gone down to a 1:49.3 as Stephen Berry in his Coupe Cooper S. And it's now a 14.5 second lead over Charlie Newton Darby in second place. And Jamie Ringer is making a move around the outside of Alan Lee on the pit straight, heading down towards Clervaux at turn 1. And the move is done well before they reach the turn 1 corner, so everyone can make their way through nice and tidily. And it probably means that Sophie Wright is going to catch right up to Alan Lee, as he took that corner quite cautiously to try and avoid any sort of coming together with Jamie Ringer and avoid any sort of contact or problems. That's a nice shot of our Orange Army in their posts. That's a view of the chicane coming out the back of the Hawthorne turn right at the beginning of that lap. And there's Jamie Ringer, who's worked his way up into third position now in this race. Alan Lee just behind him and Sophie Wright just behind them. But this is Stephen Berry in a world of his own, all the way out front on his own. Down onto pit straight again. And storming out in first place right now. Just completed lap number 6. Off he goes on lap number 7. And the chasing pack trying to get ever closer to him. We've got just under half an hour of racing left to go, so we've been racing for 10 minutes. That's a lovely shot of Stephen Berry's Coupe Cooper S going through those first few turns. He's now got a 16.8 second lead on the cars behind him. Jamie Ring has already been able to establish quite a gap between himself and Alan Lee. And Stephen Berry's already making his way through some back markers there in the form of Adrian Lingy and Adrian Armstrong. Alina is cheering on Sophie from the comments. Sophie Wright's got support from one of our members of the Orange Army in our YouTube comments section. Ethan Dance is asking who's winning at the moment. It is Stephen Berry who's winning at the moment. Out in front. The reason why it says Mini Mar at the top of the timing board on the left-hand side is because he's being classified as Mini Mafia Berry in this race. So apologies for any confusion on that one, Ethan. His lead is all the way up to nearly 18 seconds now, actually, as well. And there is Adrian Lingy leading Adrian Armstrong through Tower Bend. And just behind them, Charlie Newton-Darby is coming up to start lapping them. The car running in second overall at the moment, Charlie Newton-Darby. He's the closest rival to that man, Stephen Berry. And so we're going to continue to watch the front of the pack. Here we have Stephen Berry on our screens now. As I say, out in the lead by over 18 seconds now by this stage, eking out the lead further and further, lap after lap that he drives in this race. We're getting closer and closer to the halfway point of this race as well. Not pulling into the pits, but people asking if a mandatory pit stop has to be made. There is chatter in the pit lane about pit stops. So we are under the impression that a mandatory pit stop does have to be made. And there is Stephen Berry heading up through Hawthorne towards the chicane, and then he'll begin the long drive up that straight towards Tower Bend. And we're going to go down to the pit lane now with Ian, because the first car of the race is pitted is the number 190, Alan Lee. Ian, what have you got for us?
Hello everybody, welcome down to the pit lane. Yes, the pit lane is open right now. There is a mandatory pit stop you have to make. Alan Lee has just came into the pit, so let's go down, shall we, and just watch this in action. There are going to be a couple of driver changes in this race. The number 77, Jason McInnes, is behind the wheel of that one at the minute. Adrian Lingy is going to come into the pits and take over of that one, and of course we've got Adrian Armstrong and Jeff Surrey, so there will be a driver change. This is Alan Lee. He's just getting back into the car now, getting ready to get going again. There is, I've never noticed actually before here at Croft, now I'm in the pit lane, actually how narrow it is. So if it does get busy down here, it's going to get very hectic indeed. But Alan Lee is just getting himself back into the car now. They're about to fire it back on and get out onto the track. Every single car does have to do a pit stop in this 40-minute race. Just adds a little extra spice and element to it. It really, really does. And conditions are a lot better than they were now a little bit earlier as well. No rain is falling. There is Alan Lee. Door is shut. Car is fired back up again, and we're about to see the number 190 heading out on track very, very shortly. His team doing a great job here, just making sure, of course, if you get let out too early, you get a little penalty, and that will completely ruin your race, won't it? So here we go, just waiting for Alan Lee to get back out on track. So we may as well stay with us if we can. Here he goes, he fires off he goes. Alan Lee has done his mandatory pit stop. He's back out on track. Stay with us, stay with us. Danny, if you turn around, another car into the pits as well. It's going to get very busy down here very, very quickly. This is Charlie Newton-Darby into the pits. Here he comes, Charlie Newton-Darby into the pits. Let's get down, shall we? See if we can get a little bit closer to this one. I wonder actually if Charlie's going to get out of the car. I wonder very quickly if I can grab the quickest of quick words with him. Shall we just jump in? Oh, that's it. He just literally has to get in and out. That's it. You actually have to get out of the car. We've got another car in the pits as well. There is Charlie. Look, he's look at the windscreen wipers going 10 to a dozen right at the front there as well. Just coming into the pits behind us, Sophie Wright has come into the pits as well. So Sophie Wright behind us in the number 3. She's in the pits as well. There she is. She's going to jump out very quickly. You have to get out in the car, then you have to get back in again. Is everything okay? She killed the engine. I wonder if sorry to just run in again. She's going to quickly get out. She's going to move away. Sophie, how was it? Is it good? How's it going?
Yeah, it's really good. Something's just cut all the power's gone, so I'm not quite sure what's happened, but hopefully we'll figure it out. A bit foggy, but it's fun, so.
Yeah, I was going to say visibility's been quite tricky all day, hasn't it?
Yeah, but it's really fun. I'm having a great time.
Excellent
so
stuff.
We'll try and get it sorted on the way.
I hope you get it sorted too. Thank you so much. There we go. A bit of an issue there with Sophie Wright's car. Looks like things have cut off, and of course having issues with the windscreen there too. So hopefully she can get that sorted quickly, get back out. Charlie Newton-Darby has left the pit, so he has done his mandatory pit stop as well. So far Alan Lee has done his stop. We've seen Charlie Newton-Darby, he's done his. Right now Sophie Wright is in the pits in front of us, and great to grab a quick word with her. So I'm going to hand back to James, and as soon as more cars come into the pits, I'll be running around.
Pit window open, so yes, we do.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. We've just seen Jamie Ringer go diving into the pits actually as well, so I don't know whether we potentially want to go back down to join you once more, because he's been one of the stronger runners in this race. And with that, we are going to go straight back down to Ian in the pits, because there's Jamie Ringer's car. Ian, can you try and grab a word? Can you try and talk to some of his support team?
Right, we're here with Jamie Ringer as well, and how good was this actually, by the way, to get in and out the car? You have to get out the car. Not only that, then you have to shut the door and reopen it again to get in, so it doesn't count as a pit stop, and you actually get in and out of the car unless you shut the door behind you. Now, Sophie Wright's car, if you just bring the camera around, it's smoking everywhere. In fact, it might even be on fire here. So Sophie Wright, there's smoke all out the back. I wonder if the brakes have been a little bit cooked there. But Sophie Wright, she's literally just gone to pull out of the pits, and it has just gone up in smoke, as you can see right behind us. As that car's going to be moved back, and I think that might be Sophie Wright's race done, I'm afraid, for that one. Another car coming into the pits as well. Number 14, Lee Campbell, is in the pits. So Lee Campbell is about to make his mandatory pit stop. Jamie Ringer is about to leave as well, the number 959. Lots of action. This is going thick and fast, isn't it? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I wonder if Stephen Berry, your race leader, is just hanging around. He might push it as late as possible to do his pit stop in case a safety car comes out, because that could transform things, can't it? So I imagine Stephen Berry might stay out for as long as possible, right up until the wire when the pit lane closes. Here is Lee Campbell now in the number 14 in the Mini Cooper. Look at that, he's getting himself ready. Just checking tyre pressures as well. Well into the race. Final race of the weekend for Mini Festival 2024, the first ever Mini Festival actually. And I think we're about to witness our first driver change here as well. Adrian Lingyi, I hope I'm saying that right actually, Adrian Lingyi, I hope I'm saying that right, is going to take over from Jason McInnes very shortly. I wonder if I can grab it, just stay with us a second, because I wonder if I can grab a word with Adrian very, very quickly. Here, let's just jump in. Adrian, how are we feeling for this? Ready?
I'm ready.
It's a little bit different this, isn't it? It's a little bit fun.
I think so, yeah, it should be fun. It should be fun.
How's it getting on so far out there?
I'm learning a lot.
Yeah.
So, yeah, just, keep on going, keep pointing in the right direction.
I'm looking forward to seeing this. Right, I'll let you guys crack on because you've got to do some proper work in a minute. So here we go. And coming into the pits now, so Adrian's about to jump in the car. The 77 car that Adrian's going to take over from is here. And we've got another car into the pits as well. Is it 266? Yes, it is. So we're going to see two driver changes here. Adrian Armstrong and Jeff Surrey in the 266. Here comes the 77 car now. This is the first proper driver change that we've seen. And the car, the 266 you've just seen go through, that's going to be a driver change as well. And then after that, I believe the only person to come into the pits will be Stephen Berry. So everybody now, bar your race leader Stephen Berry in the number 666 car, have now completed their mandatory pit stop. So we're just going to watch this driver change now. Stay with me a second if we can, because I'm going to see if I can grab a quick word with Jason as soon as Adrian's got out onto the track. Just found out how it was, how the start went for him. He's handed their car over to Adrian now. This is so exciting. I love being in the pit lane, I really, really do. It's a real hive of activity, and of course final race of the weekend, and a lot of the garages are starting to empty out actually now. The outer paddock, a lot of the championships have already left, but we're here, we're going to stay right to the very end for you. Driver change here. We'll grab Jason very shortly, so if you could just stay with us for a minute. In fact, let me just, he's got him here now. Jason, how's the start there? Was that exciting for you?
Yeah, very good, thank you.
What are you making this for? That's quite fun, this, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah. It's just really slippery though. It's not
is it? What's visibility like out there?
Visibility is absolutely fine. It's better than qualifying. I just couldn't see behind me this morning in qualifying, but now it's all alright. But it's just really slippery, so it needs to be either wet or dry.
Well, it's over to Adrian now. You don't need to worry about that. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much. Cheers. Right, there we go. So there is only Sophie Wright's car, unfortunately. Looks like she's out of the race. But I've got 77. That's about to complete. That's about to get out on track. And then we will await Stephen Berry, the only car yet to make a pit stop. James, back to you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I feel like we're keeping you very, very much occupied and busy down there. 16 minutes left in this race. There is your race leader, Stephen Berry, currently. This will be lap 13 that he's completing. Stephen Berry is diving into the pits. I think we're just going to have to go straight back to you, Ian.
666 car.
Find out in a minute. Hello everybody, yeah, well, that was quick, wasn't it? It's going to come right in front of us as well. Danny, just be careful where you're stood there. Your race leader, Stephen Berry, into the pits. This is not going to be a driver change, but he will have to get out the car. Make sure you keep an eye on this. He's going to jump out of the car, turn the engine off. The door will have to shut, then it will reopen, and then Stephen can get back into the car. Look at this, there you go, bang. Open again. There you go. I find it quite a funny rule, actually. It's quite funny to watch him do that, isn't it? What a day it's been, though, for Stephen Berry, hasn't it? He had a spin-off yesterday, but today, of course, picking up the win in the Club Sport, the Mini Club Sport, a little bit earlier. Can he make it a double bubble today and grab another win? As soon as he leaves the pits, then, of course, everybody will have made their mandatory pit stop, so we shouldn't see anybody else back in the pit lane unless they've got a problem. So we really hope we don't see anybody else. We will, of course, be down in Parc Fermé for the end of the race, where we will get live driver reaction. 15 minutes left on the clock. That is it. Stephen Berry just fired up his Mini once again, his Cooper S. He actually did a 1:49.817 in qualifying, pretty quick out. He did it on lap 4 of his 8th lap, so halfway through his stint there. So racing for the team called Mini Mafia. And here we go, Stephen Berry about to get back underway. There we go. And Stephen Berry leaves the pit. So everybody has now completed their mandatory pit stop. Hopefully we won't see anybody else back down here in the pit lane, because if we do see somebody again, it means they've got a problem. So right, James, back to you, and I'll see everybody in Parc Fermé.
Thank you very much, Ian. Sorry to keep bothering you like that. I know that you want to just put your feet up and relax a little bit, because you two have had a very, very busy day. And talking about busy moments, look at Jamie Ringer already getting busy alongside Charlie Newton-Darby in this race. My goodness, the orange Mini trying to make a move on the inside on that hairpin turn, heading onto pit straight. And Charlie Newton-Darby has somehow kept himself ahead of Jamie Ringer. They're on the same lap now as well of Stephen Berry. We're hearing confirmation now that it's a head gasket that's gone on Sophie Wright's car, so that's unfortunately why it will play no further part in this endurance race, which is a shame, unfortunately, but sadly these are the moments that happen in motorsport sometimes. So a sad moment for Sophie Wright to not be able to drive the rest of this race, but it's not her fault. Sometimes the machinery just lets us down, and that's just really bad luck, sadly. There's our race leader though, Stephen Berry. He is in the lead. About 2 minutes the last time the timing beaker was taken, but that is because cars were in the pits. It'll be interesting to see what the gap is like once everyone's done a full lap and our timing boards have a moment to catch up. He was heading down to Complex, and the cars in second and third behind him have just come out of the Jim Clark S's. So, with about 13 minutes of racing left, this could be getting a little bit close for second and third, because they're separated by not much at all right now. Those are some back markers getting out of the way now for both Ringer and Newton-Darby. And they're heading down the hill now in towards the complex section of the circuit. Good shot of Jamie Ringer there coming through this final part of the lap. It's a remarkably good nick, that orange Mini. Sussex Road and Race have done a fantastic job getting that machine together for the weekend and getting it to a position where Jamie can consistently perform in it for the team as well and for themselves. So the gap is just under 2 minutes between Stephen Berry and Jamie Ringer. Or 30 seconds, sorry. Between Jamie Ringer and Stephen Berry. There's a lot of time for Ringer to make up, but he can certainly ring in that change if he so wishes. Stephen Berry's best lap of the race so far is a 1:49.3, and Jamie Ringer's is a 1:50 dead. So if he can start making up a few tenths each lap and maybe push himself down into the 1:49s consistently, maybe some challenging can begin from him with just over 10 minutes left in this race, so about 6 laps left of driving. Very different to the 2-lap sprint that we've just experienced. That was chaos in a very short space of time, and this is a much more elongated race where battles emerge left, right and centre at a moment's notice, really, such is the beauty of endurance racing. Stephen Berry was rounding the final turn on the circuit, and Ringer and Newton-Darby are just coming out of sunny out. So that gives you an idea of just how far behind they are from Stephen Berry. And Berry has just posted a 1:52.8 on that last lap. So Ringer is only 2 tenths off in terms of current pace on Stephen Berry. So the gap in terms of pace has closed down significantly, really, between the two leading drivers, and Charlie Newton-Darby also lapping in similar times. And there is Berry's Coupe Cooper S heading around Tower Bend as we do count down into the final 10 minutes of racing in this mini endurance race to round off Mini Festival 2024 live from Croft Circuit this weekend in September 2024. Jamie Ringer, who's pulling out a bit of a gap now between himself and Charlie Newton-Darby on that last lap. They were pretty much identical in their times, 1:52.2s from both those cars. And Stephen Berry had a 1:52.8 on that last lap, so 6/10 quicker is the pace of second and third. But I'm not sure it will cause Berry too much concern because he's still got nearly a 30-second lead on the cars in second and third. And we'll watch him come round the hairpin now and take the timing beacon, and we'll have a look at what sort of lap time he's posting now. As he completes his 16th lap in this race, he posts a 1:52.5, so he's still about 3/10 off in terms of the pace of the cars in second and third, and potentially those two are still lapping quicker. We'll wait for them to take the timing beacons next, and that'll give us an idea. But is there enough time in this race for an upset to occur? Is there enough time for Jamie Ringer to pull off a miracle? Well, he comes through to complete his 16th lap, and he is lapping a 10th quicker at the moment than Stephen Berry. Still not his fastest, but he is lapping a second faster than Charlie Newton-Darby behind him. So he is starting to pull out that gap between himself and the third-placed car overall. Nigel Locke is giving us a wave in the YouTube comments. We're waving back to you, Nigel. You can't see it, but we are. Ethan Dance again backing the number 666 to take the overall victory. That's Stephen Berry currently out front at the moment by about 30 seconds in this race. 7 and a bit minutes left on the clock. Oh, and that's a shame as well. Sophie Wright has got some support from her family all the way in Rossalonia. A couple of love hearts there alongside them. It's a shame that Sophie wasn't able to complete this race. She was running really well, and it was a nice battle forming between herself and Alan Lee. But sometimes we can't control the condition of head gaskets. And that's lap number 17 completed by Stephen Berry. He's down into the 1:52.0s, so he's really up to the pace since that last lap. Whether he's got me in his ear telling him his pace, I don't quite know. I don't know who I'm helping by telling that. It's good to see the number 14 car actually as well, of Lee Campbell, back out racing after coming in initially at the beginning of this race and ducking out from the start. The fact that they were able to sort out whatever issue that was and get the car back out there and racing and being competitive at the same time as well is really, really good. He is 2 laps off the lead lap at the moment, but anything can happen in endurance racing. You never know. I think everyone can remember that famous ending to Le Mans where it looked as though Toyota were going to be certain for a victory, and then on the very last lap the car just ran out of fuel, conked out at the side of the pit straight, and all it had to do was one more lap, but it just couldn't manage it. Who knows what sort of drama we might have here at Croft and our own little endurance race. Not quite 24 hours, but still 40 minutes is twice the length of the longest race so far this weekend. So this one really testing the endurance, not only physically of the cars that are racing, but mentally of the drivers that are piloting them as well. And there you can see Stephen Berry coming through another lap marker now again. That gap is still about 30 seconds to him and the car behind. He's completed 18 laps in this race, this one number 19. Just under 5 minutes left on the clock. And as he's gone through the first couple of turns at Clervaux and Hawthorne, Jamie Ringer's coming around the hairpin turn onto pit straight. The gap is still staying at about 30 seconds, but it's encouraging for Jamie Ringer that he is pretty much matching the pace at the moment of Stephen Berry out front. In actual fact, he's bettering him at the moment. Stephen Berry on that last lap was a 1:52.0, as I said already, but Jamie Ringer is posting a 1:51.7. So Ringer's pace is improving and bettering that of Stephen Berry, but the strong start from Berry in that first stint from him in that Coupe Cooper S is proven too strong for Jamie Ringer to deal with, or anyone else to compete against, it would seem. And there's Charlie Newton-Darby as well, just about hanging on to the back of Jamie Ringer. I don't know whether he's got something special in his pocket that he's holding off on going into the final few minutes of this race. Jamie Ringer on our screens now, heading down towards the complex section. He's almost pulled out an entire straight between himself and Charlie Newton-Darby. It's really good racing from the Sussex Road and Racing car. Sophie Mays is also sad for Sophie Wright, who's had to retire from this race in our YouTube comments. Lots of sad faces. I'm very sorry, Sophie, that we weren't able to let you watch Sophie Wright finish and compete in this endurance race. And we're watching Stephen Berry at the moment on our screens, completing a lap number 20 that he's on at the moment. I suppose with this being the end of the season, he's really going to give that car its absolute all throughout the rest of the race, as is Charlie Newton-Darby. There you can see Jamie Ringer going through another back marker as well. And there goes Newton-Darby again, flying past our screens once more. And there's Alan Lee still running strongly in the number 190. He was having a lovely battle with Sophie Wright before her unfortunate retirement from this race. And here is our race leader again, Stephen Berry. He has completed lap number 20, and he's posting still a 1:51.7. Jamie Ringer's pace just dropped off a little bit on that last lap, so it would be interesting to see when he comes down to the pit straight and takes the timing beacon, just what sort of pace he's able to manage right now in these closing stages, because it seems as though Stephen Berry is just as strong now as when he first started the drive in this race. There he is going through Tower Bend, Stephen Berry. Brilliant racing from him throughout the entire weekend. As I said already many times, got very unfortunate yesterday with a brake failure and the rear axle just locked up and he span out into turn 1, but luckily there wasn't too much damage on that car. Was he able to come back into the racing today and claim victory, and indeed into this endurance race, and claim a very commanding victory as well. Ethan Dance is cheering for you in the comments section, Stephen, and I'm sure you've got plenty of fans cheering you on at home as well. As he goes down into the complex section for the final time, he's managed 21 laps in 40 minutes. It's mightily impressive stuff from the Coupe Cooper S, piloted by Mr. Stephen Berry. And what better way for him to round off the season than with a super commanding victory, an over 30-second gap between himself and his closest challenger in second place. Stephen Berry will be the final race winner here at Croft Circuit for the Mini Festival 2024. He will take the checkered flag, and with it the overall victory in the 40-minute endurance race. Big thumbs up for Stephen Berry, and big celebrations in his camp this evening as a result of a fantastic weekend for him and his brilliant Coupe Couperesque. There's Jamie Ringer on your screen right now, another one who's had a brilliant weekend too. He's been so consistent with his performances, and he's really been able to go toe-to-toe with some of the best on this grid as well. Here he is making his final way around the hairpin turn onto the pit straight, and Jamie Ringer will claim second overall in this race. Here he comes, weaving a little bit to celebrate. The race is over, second place is his. And Charlie Newton-Darby is coming onto the pit straight too to claim the final podium spot. And that is the overall classification for the podium places done and dusted. We will await other cars to come round. But I tell you what, something that is mightily impressive is that Jamie Ringer and Charlie Newton-Darby were the only other two vehicles on the track to stay on the lead lap. Oh no, sorry, Alan Lee has also been able to stay on the lead lap. Here he is now as well, coming onto the pit straight. He'll take the timing beacon, and he'll also complete 21 laps in this race. A fantastic effort from him as well. And we're just awaiting for the number 14, Lee Campbell, to come around and take the timing beacon, and he'll be the last one to take the checkered flag also. He's just making his way around the final turn now. Here he is now, Lee Campbell, from almost seeming as if he wasn't going to take part in this race at the very beginning to now taking the checkered flag. That's a brilliant effort from the little number 14. And what a fantastic race to end this mini festival on. 40 minutes of blistering speed on show. And there is your final classification. Stephen Berry got the fastest lap of the race, a 1:49.3, which was set on lap 4 very, very early on in this race. Jamie Ringer came in second overall. Charlie Newton-Darby claims the final podium spot. Alan Lee, the final car on the lead lap of this race. 2 laps down was Lee Campbell there. You can see him on your screen in 5th. Adrian Lingy comes in 6th overall. He was 3 laps down on the lead. Adrian Armstrong not too far behind him, though, also 3 laps down on the lead. And unfortunately, that number 3 car of Sophie Wright did have to retire much, much earlier on in the race than they would have wanted. And of course, all of our YouTube watchers at home have commented how much they would have loved to see Sophie Wright take it all the way to the very end. Some congratulations coming in for Stephen Berry on those YouTube comments as well from Inc25. And Ethan saying, have a nice evening, bye-bye. Thank you for joining us, Ian. But for now, we're going to go down and join Ian in the pit lane. Ian is going to talk to the drivers and find out what that race was like from their perspective. And Ian, I want to know what you thought of that race, Seb. What did you think of it?
All right, James just asked me what I think of that race. I thought it was very, very exciting, especially from the pit lane. But Stephen Berry came down. I've wanted somebody all week, Danny and I, all week, we've wanted somebody to do the old F1 thing where they knock the number 1 board. And Stephen, you finally did it for us in the final race of the weekend. It's been a pretty good day for you, hasn't it, mate?
Fantastic, mate. Bring that wet stuff around every time. I love it.
We were just chatting, actually. Could you just keep going round and round and round and round?
All day, till I run out. I mean, the fuel light just come on. I was like, oh no, I was getting a bit low, but then the last lap board come out and I was like, oh, okay.
Now, I know we spoke a little bit earlier. Of course, you're going into sort of mini retirement. You're going to take next year. So was that the last race?
Just a little rest. Next season, I'll put the car away and celebrate something different.
Is this one of these? Yeah, I'm not going to race next year, and in 2 months' time, it turns out Stephen Berry's going to be racing next year.
Well, I've got the BARC end of this year.
Yeah.
I'm going to go and have a play in the BARC. Good man. With me, Ross Alexander, and Charlie.
I'll tell you something. That's a team, isn't it?
That's going to be fantastic. Yeah, I can't wait for that. and depending on whether a mate of mine gets his new car built, I'll be potentially going in a spare Honda Civic Trophy. Going to have a play with that.
Nice, I might see you actually. Might be doing a bit there. There you go.
So
Stephen, that's yours. I was trying to nick it actually. In fact, you almost ran it over. But
thank you very
probably
much.
would be the worse if you did.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a big thank you to you, the team, everyone here, and massive thank you to all my team back at base, Mini Mafia Petrol Garage.
Cheers, Steve.
Thanks,
Really
for a great
appreciate
year.
it, mate. Thank you. Very nice words. Charlie, how you doing, mate? All right. You could just keep going round and round all day as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, just love it. Just keep going around. It's great fun.
What do you make of this mini enduro race?
It's good. I mean, it could have done with some more participants, but
the pit stop really adds something to it.
It does, yeah. I mean, that's where we come from. I mean, me and Campbell used to do Formula endurance races all the time. It's great fun, and it mixes it up because obviously you can make a mistake quite easily in the pit stop, or get the undercut. It's all about timing as well.
And in these conditions as well, anything can happen.
Exactly,
It's not a given, is it? It's not a given.
Exactly, never. I mean, look at Jamie. What a comeback.
Yeah. It's great to see you, Charlie. Thank you so much, mate. You take care. Yeah. Let's have a quick chat with Jamie as well, shall we? Yeah. So what a comeback it's been from the yesterday wasn't great, but today has been some day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been all right, mate. It's been good. Yeah. Span went sideways, lost places, made it back and got second on the dries.
Great way to finish.
On the dry tyres, yeah. And Grandad, I said 83rd birthday, 81st birthday.
You've given him 2 years.
He's got 2 years. Well, he's got another one in 2 years, right? You can watch it back. But yeah, great race, mate. Great. It was, wanted longer. The dries were just coming in.
It's great to see you, Jamie.
Thank you,
Thanks
brother.
so much, mate.
You.
It's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much. Right, so there we go. That is it. Mini Festival, the first ever Mini Festival, actually, here at Croft has come to a close. I just want to say a massive thank you to the entire team bringing you those pictures. A big thank you to all of you for tuning in, and of course the Orange Army, as ever, and Croft and Mini for being so wonderful this weekend. That's it from me. I've been your pit lane reporter and interviewer, etc., etc. Ian Waterhouse. I'm going to hand back to the remarkable James for the final words. Thanks everybody for watching. Bye bye.
No one's ever called me remarkable, Ian. Thank you very much for that. It's very kind of you. A nice way to wrap up the weekend's proceedings here from Croft Circuit. As Ian has just said, that is it for this year here at Croft at Mini Festival 2024. It's been an absolutely brilliantly entertaining weekend, jam-packed full of racing from the beginning right to the end here with that endurance race to wrap things up as well. A massive thank you to the BARC, to all of our event organisers, to the marshals and stewards out on track that make the event possible. Big thank you to our camera operators, our director Simon and our producer Simon as well. A big thank you to Ian down in the pit lane, running around like a headless chicken, racing cars. No one else we could get to do that up and down the country. It's been an absolute honour to be able to talk you through all of the action today, and a big thank you to everyone who's been interacting with us in the comments as well. One final one, Jamesy boy, great day of racing. See you all at the next one. We will see you very soon. John, amazing coverage. You are amazing for tuning in. Thank you very much. Lots of people saying thanks as well. We really appreciate your support and we appreciate you tuning in. We look forward to seeing you again next time. Please make sure you stay up to date with the British Automobile Racing Club by subscribing and follow us for the next event. But for now, goodbye, good night.